I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Come on in. Come on to the light. Come in.
Let us rub.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Peace fam, peace family, what's going on? Glad all of you guys have showed up. Welcome to volume 12. We're gonna get started in a minute. Today is basically like a recap of everything that we've been doing up until this point. If you haven't watched by now, we've been pushing shit in. So thank you guys for participating in push season. All right. So get this shit going, y'all. We just chilling. I'm waiting for Mo Facts and Suitin to come up in this joint. All right. So y'all hang on tight. How's everybody doing in the comment section? Y'all all right? Peace to everybody that has showed up. Them fools kept me up all night last night, man. I was up till like 4 o'clock in the damn morning. I normally don't do that shit. I normally don't stay up that late, but it was an interesting discussion. Somebody said I was a whole Indian. Shout out to Papa Patch, right? He gonna come on here on the next joint, and he gonna explain how I've been capping to you guys, and I've been hiding my Indian side. I haven't been showing y'all my feathers. I've been tucking my feathers in. I tucked my feathers in. I don't know what's going on. He said he know my family. You know, he know all about me in Port City, yada, yada, yada. Got you figured out and shit. But he is cordially invited to come. He can come up today if he wants to. We got all that smoke for him. But that's fun. But I try to figure out what topic, though. Like, fuck the bullshit. What we really talking about? You can come up here and say you know my auntie all you want to, Patch. But what we talking about? Do you have a problem with anything that we said thus far? You have a problem with anything between now and volume 12 that we put out there? I hadn't heard anything like that. But anyway, it should be interesting to see. Real interesting to see. But yeah, he's supposed to be having, it's supposed to be like this indigenous reveal party. He's supposed to reveal my indigeneity. Like an indigenous intervention, because I've been capping. I've been hanging out with the Pan-Africans too much, and I haven't been embracing my Indian side, according to Papa Patch. If you in the motherfucking comment section, come on up here, Patch, because we want all the motherfucking smoke. You know, one thing I noticed about the community, y'all, since we've been pushing our shit or pushing they shit per se, them fools have had a civil war, all types of conflicts going on in their organizations right now. Meanwhile, we are on volume 12 and getting shit done over here. We got a solid team. You don't hear us fighting with each other. You don't hear us talking shit about each other. You don't hear us going at each other's throats like that. If we got a problem, we're gonna call each other, pick up the phone, and we get our problems aired out amongst ourselves, because that's what brothers do. That's what we do. But yeah, today, I got the studio open. If anybody out there want to come and smoke with us, because we are in the smoking section. This ain't TikTok. This is YouTube. All right. This is a total different fucking playground over here. You can come over here, but what you won't do is talk your shit. That's, I mean, a direct shit. We're gonna talk shit, but what you ain't gonna do is just talk shit the whole time and not have no facts, no evidence, no estimates and receipts. Y'all remember seeing what's that, People's Court and Judge Wapner? What's the first thing he asked for? Estimates and motherfucking receipts. Oh, your ass wasn't getting seen. You weren't getting seen in the court. That's how we handle shit over here. So if you got attitude, bring that, but bring some research with you, because you just talking shit. I can get on TikTok and talk shit right back to y'all niggas, but I'd rather be here and discuss some real issues and some real information, because up until this point we've been putting out information. And if you got a problem with anything that we said, come up here and address that shit. Don't wait till Pork get on fucking TikTok, right? And yo, I got a problem with such and such and such, and you just talking shit. You don't have any facts, any evidence. Are you talking about volume 1? Are you talking about volume 2, volume 6? We are 12 weeks in right now, family, with information. So if y'all got a problem with what the fuck we talking about, come on over here. The water is warm. We invite y'all. You can come up here. You can share your screen, all of that. I said on top, this is my title, volume 12. We want all the ABO smoke, all the ABO Christian smoke, because some of y'all Christians been trying to fuck with me too. This is the victory lap right now. Okay, family, this is the victory lap. So we don't really have nothing else to say. What more can we say right now? We done said a whole lot. So what I want to know, if you guys got a specific problem or a specific discussion about any of the information that we have put out, then we can talk. Don't get up here and be like, yo, I know your auntie. And I know your aunt. Man, who gives a shit about that? Okay, you know, my aunt probably don't even know your ass, nigga. We gonna find out. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. Like, just come up here with the information. That's all. So today we just recapping. We got Agent Push in the green room. I'm about to bring him out in a hot minute. We got our brother Suitin on his way back. He had to tie down some food real quick, and he gonna come up here and hang out with us. Today we doing a victory lap right now. We don't, you know, what more can we say? All right, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of where we at. What more can we say? We on volume 12. Now, a lot of shit has been going on in these other communities. There's a civil war going on among the ABO community right now. They bit their own scars, and they just feeding at their own shit right now. Me and Mo talked about this earlier on the phone. Speaking of brother Mo, I'm gonna bring him up because he's chilling right now. You ready, Mo? All right, Mo, I'm about to add you up. What's up, Mo? Mic check, Mo. We can't hear you.
Are you hear me now?
Yeah, you good. Mic check, mic check. Good. Can everybody hear my man Mo? Oh shit, he got the death row chain on. Yeah. That's what's up.
Lock in there.
Hell to the yeah. Hey, for those who have
signed a dab.
Yeah, huh?
Any sign of dab?
I can't even hear you. What you say?
I said any sign of dab.
I haven't seen that, brother. No.
Oh man.
Dab, come on in. Waiting. We stopping all of our shit just for the smoke. We are gonna roll up so much smoke in here today, and if y'all don't come smoke with us, we're gonna have something to say on TikTok. But yeah, that's kind of how we run it. Hey, for those who ordered anything from me, shout out to Sharonda. I got your necklaces coming. It's on its way. Give me a minute to get them out to you. I have not forgot your order. Your shirt is definitely on its way if you haven't gotten it yet. But shout out to everybody who has stopped into the store and supported Port City and all that good stuff. Shout out to everybody that has supported Mo on his book that he has sitting right there too. Okay, so we appreciate. That's one thing I want to get out the way. Thank y'all for y'all support. Thank you guys for keeping us motivated. Thank you for the likes, the shares, the follows, and keeping this bus moving on. So I just want to add that.
Word. Peace to the chat.
Peace to Sharonda. Peace to Ryan. Yeah, we just want the smoke. We got the door wide open, and we just sitting here ready for smoke. So any one of you bitch ass motherfuckers, pretendians, because that's what I got to say to get y'all up here. Come on up. The floor is yours. I'm not going to chop you off. You can share your whole shit. If you got some information to show us, show it. Come on, let's go.
So for those who don't know, we just sitting here. We're going to wait for the people that say they're going to pull up. Patch could come do the pre-push. Dual Dab is supposed to show up and explain to us or do a presentation, or he can freestyle, whatever he wants to do to show us how dominance somehow creates morality. And of course, I'm going to refute that. I'm on the opposing end. We shouldn't have to talk about shit like that, but unfortunately, that's the type of stuff we got to deal with. This person does influence people. And like we tell y'all all the time, this stuff goes beyond just the Black indigenous shit and Jesus and Allah and all of that. There's all types of ideologies. We don't have a bias. That's why we pick the adjustment syndicate. That's why we tell you to come and get adjusted. That's why we say present your facts. That's why we tell you where our consciousness is centered, because we're focused on a community and we're trying to make sure that we don't let in no foolery, because we got enough to deal with people targeting us anyway. And we have to protect our history. We got to protect our children. We have to protect our education. And these people are lying. If we happen to be wrong, right? Because of course, that's a claim. I think he's completely wrong. If he can prove it, so be it. I'm like, yo, all right, damn. Didn't know dominance created morality. Shit. Hey, I'm an Indian. Fuck, didn't know that. Then we got to hold it down for that. That's just what the fuck it is. You get what I'm saying? We're dealing with the truth. And that's something that we haven't been involved with in a long time, especially in the Black community. So, you know, we getting our feet wet. Actually, I don't think we're getting our feet wet no more. I think we pretty much got the hang of this shit. Researching is not that hard once you are well studied and you have watched your elders do it. You see how the ins and outs, the mistakes that other people make, and you don't make those same mistakes. So we pretty much get how this works. We know who the experts are in these topics that we're talking about, and we know who to look to, and we know who's holding the authority at the time. So we can check our own shit and we can check other people's stuff. And at the end of the day, it's just about you having correct information. If your information is not correct, we do not want it. We don't give a fuck if Jesus existed. It's irrelevant. We don't give a fuck if Africans had slaves. That's irrelevant. Just show it. Don't be up here talking about Africans slave my people. Show it and we accept it. Yeah, that's just how it goes.
Big facts. Like, you don't have to make a point where Black people own slaves. Like, we know that. Like, okay, we got the books, Black slave owners. What the fuck you talking about? Right? So we want all the smoke. Please come. The link is in the chat. Come. You bitch ass niggas on TikTok said y'all was gonna be here. So come. The door is wide open. So everybody share this to them. And if they don't come up here talking shit and don't have no facts and no estimates and no receipts, because we can do the same thing. Because I don't want this thing to be a whole argument thing. Like, no, we're gonna hold your little feet to the fire on the subject matter. That's it. That's it. You know, and the link is in the chat. And I bet you one of these bitch ass niggas show up.
Yeah, and you know, we're just gonna kick the shit, and then we're going to, you know, give them some time. Then we're gonna start running stuff back. We're just gonna run over some things. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of I'm not gonna drag it all out like as if we were in a debate, but I'm gonna just skim over it and show y'all what I had for them, what I had prepared, why there's no way that dominance can create some fucking morality. And other than that, you know, we're just gonna run a little bit of shit back because I'm sure new people are here and we probably just jumping off telling you no. And remember in number 3, we said this, remember in number 4. So we're going to do our best to try to run back and get some highlights, whether it's the video or our presentations. We're going to, you know, run some shit back and let y'all, you know, see some shit if you missed something or a recap. You know, some stuff we probably forgot too. We ain't realized we said. So we should do that. We probably should do that probably like every 3.
Every 3 kind of do a recap.
Yeah, like and run
it back. There's shit that come up and I'm like, I know damn well one of us talked about that in the presentation. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely. But yeah, y'all, we put out a lot of work already. So I think a lot of these brothers don't look at what we do and they just kind of come out here talking shit. Just like the brother about the monkeys the other day. That shit kind of was like, I ain't say that shit. Natural ain't do shit in that debate. Shout out to Natural. But he wasn't listening. He didn't watch the same debate. And it kills me that people don't pay attention closely. I mean, I understand you got a fan club. That's cool. People like us and people like them and people, you know, it is what it is. Y'all gonna have y'all crew, we're gonna have our crew. But when it comes down to the actual what happened and stuff, anybody can clearly look at the debate and tell that, first of all, I ain't say shit about us being monkeys. I don't know where he got that from. Have y'all ever heard me call any of us monkeys or any of that dumb shit that he was saying?
Nope.
I ain't never say that.
You played it and you specifically said not monkeys.
Not monkeys. So I mean, that's the dumb shit. I think a lot of they just get mad. They are already on his side and didn't pick up any of the stuff that we've been doing, and they just riding with this trend of fuck Poor City and fuck MoFax and fuck all them Pan-African niggas. You know, it's weird.
But nothing. And then get over there and be like, hey, why y'all over here chilling with this dude? I thought y'all didn't like us. Who? Nobody said nothing about
Nobody said that shit.
I just jumped up and got real stupid. I don't know what the fuck that was about. But we still, hey, We still waiting. It's not too late to respond. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, come on in.
It was a misunderstanding, right? You didn't get it. Now bring the information because y'all still shit talking. Now that it's all cleared up, y'all understood what the issue was, who was personal, and you ain't had nothing to do with it. You kind of jumped in too quick. Cool. We all got it. Shake hands. Now respond. You still got to respond because y'all still pushing that information.
Yeah. I never say that. I've never said that.
Nothing about no goddamn monkey. And I showed them plenty of times. The only person that said that were white supremacists.
Yeah.
That's it. The
now, Natural said that
was never backed up by science.
Yeah. Natural said it. Natural implied that I said that. Oh, you saying we come from monkeys, huh? And that's where this whole shit come from. Because he said on his live or on his shit that Port think that we all, and Port think we come from monkeys. He says it. I've never said the shit. No one ever watched the debate because no one watches debates. They just hear the post debate talk. You know what I mean? A lot of shit gets said under these post debates. I ain't never say that shit. Why would I ever say that? That don't make sense. And people who know me and follow me very well would know I never say no shit like that. But
then we can't back it up. There's no monkey bone to connect. We can't. How would we back it up? There's no bone to connect. Vanta would slap the shit out of us. Like we say some stupid shit like that, Vanta gonna be like, "Hey, go! What the fuck? Where y'all get that people from?"
Yeah, the only thing I said was primate. Just do 2 words: primate, common ancestor. Now I ain't backing away from what I did say. Primates, common ancestor.
And they just don't know what the fuck primate means.
They don't know what a primate is. They don't know what a taxonomy is. And we had to go over taxonomy in our presentations to teach you uneducated fools that when we talk about classification of the human species, you have different classifications and stuff. That's where that was coming from. I ain't say nothing about no monkeys. That nigga implied that I said the shit because that's what he heard from the white man. And it's regurgitated white man shit because when they first started picking out bones and stuff from Africa, that's all they said they were. In the meantime, they're planting fake ass bones in fucking Europe, the Piltdown man. So
got caught putting orangutan bones with a human jaw and a human face. They put together some shit and faked it and tried to make it look like, look what we found in England. You know why?
It's the missing link.
We're trying to beat Africa.
Right.
They were trying to beat Africa. It's a race. They're always racing. I told y'all, give y'all the example every time. The European is the equivalent, especially in the field of academia or history, or when it comes to being innovative in culture, languages, and stuff like that. We already know that belongs to Africa. And for the longest, he has been doing this thing like you just playing at the park, you just running, skipping. And he's like, I won, beat you, ha. And you like, I'm not racing, bro. I'm just, and we got to be aware of that. Like, we can't just sit here and pick up things and push it because we like it, because you may be picking up something and handing it to your enemy. It's going to feel good for a second because you got the little crowd and they're like, yeah, we're indigenous, but you just helped the European by miseducating your people. So now you think that the information that's involving your people, your ancestors, and even if you don't want to call them your ancestors, y'all still call us brothers, right? We just from some other part of the world, and you think you came over here for, well, you're erasing your brothers and sisters' history. Just be Indian. What are you erasing the history for? We can be African descendants, and you just be whatever the fuck you want to be. You can identify as whatever the hell you want to. Leave Africa alone. That was y'all biggest mistake. I'm telling y'all, look, we may have said something, made a few videos and moved on, but the way that y'all attacked Africa, the way that y'all tried to flip upside down the slave trade and downplay everything and switch, history around or delete things from history, that's what happened. That's what really happened and really got under our skin. So the rest of it, we would have been like, hey, man, these people out here tripping, whatever. And we would have left it alone.
Yeah.
We would have checked. We probably would have checked to see if you had some info just to check. Let me see. You know what I'm saying? Somebody tell me, hey, they found Jesus. I'm going to go ahead and read their whole fucking article knowing damn well they probably didn't. But I'm going to check because anything can happen. We all just got here. You never know. But we don't have to disrespect anybody's history, especially our own, for us to identify something, whether it's true or not. If you lying or if you telling the truth, you do not have to erase somebody's history. What you should be doing is protecting your history, your family history, getting your documents, your census, your DNA test, and storing all of that so that your children don't go through the same thing. You don't go, oh, shoot, I'm Indian. I'm about to go erase African history. That doesn't even make any damn sense. And that sets off a red flag and let us know that it's some cult shit going on.
Oh, yeah. If you got to take out your African and cut it and put it to the motherfucking side, that's just the weirdest shit. We should be able to embrace everything. Like, I don't understand. But we're gonna recap, man, a little bit of this stuff and go over it. Cause y'all ain't hear us in the back loud enough.
Word.
So we're gonna repeat a little bit of this history a little bit at a time. The door is wide open. We got big ass blunts rolled up, ready to smoke. Come smoke with us, you jive ass turkeys. Okay, please come. So, and Mo, did you want to you getting ready?
Yeah, I'm picking one. I'm trying to see which one I want to do.
I'm gonna go step by step. I'm gonna go over the slave trade with you niggas with Portugal. I'm gonna go over the orders of Christ with you niggas, and we're gonna talk about the real land of the blacks. It's not in America. Plot twist. A lot of foolishness going on. That's what my daddy would have said if he was living, man. A lot of foolishness. A whole lot of foolishness.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna do the ships.
Okay.
Go back to the ships. All right.
Cool, bet.
Let's do a little recap, y'all. Get this dude some time to not pull up. That he really made Suitin right, man. That's messed up. Damn, I thought you was gonna try to prove Suitin wrong. We tried to do reverse psychology on you. We just can't win for losing, y'all.
He be right, man. Them bitch ass niggas ain't gonna come.
Man, they ain't going.
We be like, nah, they might be. Like, no, every time. He be right.
Damn, y'all.
Yeah, man. He's the prophet. He knows when you niggas ain't gonna show.
Right?
Yeah, you know.
Damn, what was it? 9? Oh, I gotta inject it directly into. I don't know what that is. Why I'm not allowed to share the PowerPoint screen no more. But that's, I don't know. Fuck it. I forgot to go research that and see what the fuck happened. But yeah, let's go push 4. If we're going to 4.
If you guys have not hit the like button yet, go ahead and hit the like button. It keeps the algorithm pumping. If you like information and content like this all the time, go ahead and hit the like button. It gets this content, pushed to like-minded individuals like yourself. So I appreciate your likes and follows and your shares, and thank you for doing so each time you come see us. We appreciate that. May the be with you.
You know what? Wait a minute. Wait. I think I need to run it way back. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, take your time. We can go back to the 1400s if you want. Because I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go back to fucking Dahu, punk ass. Just for a minute. So go ahead. Take your time, bro. Shout out to Lily, y'all. Lily was missing in action, man. So shout out to Lily. She's been busy. Good luck with everything. I hope things are going good with your job and all of that. Shout out to Tristan. From my understanding, I think she had a heart attack or something like that. Is that what had happened? Something happened to her. So my hearts are with her. I lost my dad from a heart attack last year. So them shits are serious. My son had open heart surgery when he was 2 years old. So when it comes to the heart, or if anybody that I know that's going through any heart conditions, I definitely have them in my thoughts and stuff like that. So shout out to her. And if you haven't seen her, that's probably why she's been a little bit sick. So I just want to put that out there for the
all right. Yeah. Shout out to Tristan, y'all.
Yeah, shout out to her.
Peace and love.
Yeah, good deal. Tree says she's doing well. She had surgery yesterday, y'all.
That's
so
good.
Yeah, give her a good. I messaged her and stuff like that to show her some love. But yeah, shout out to her.
Yeah, y'all put some good thoughts, energy, prayers, whatever y'all call it out there. Even if y'all got differences and shit,
Yeah. Even though we might have differences, she's still a sister, and that's our sister. And the heart is no joke. Like I said, I lost my dad from that shit, and I'm still getting over it. That's why I've been doing these shits to get over missing him. But I'm about to show you real quick, brother. Oh shit, we got the taxonomy chart up. This should be interesting.
Yeah, this shit just reminded me of all the extra cap. So this is this is a lot of people's misunderstanding with everything, man. They're not studied enough. They don't understand what happened. I don't know if they didn't pay attention in school, and I didn't either. I had my little time where I wasn't really focusing, but I just, that was like little moments. I still knew it was important, and I made sure that, I went back and got what I missed. I knew where I left off at. I knew where I was skipping and not paying attention and passing notes and all of that shit, stressing, home problems at home, neighborhood environment, whatever, all types of shit happens, right? But you know what you learned, you know what you missed, and you know what you need to go back over. We all know that. We all cut corners and stuff, right? That's how life is. Sometimes you take shortcuts, but you know damn well, like, damn, I got to walk all the way back because this shortcut wasn't cool. So they clearly never had a good understanding of, human species or classification. And that's what started this whole misunderstanding. Outside of the people who are pushing it on purpose, again, we're not cutting them slack. We're not making excuses for people who we know and have been caught miseducating the people on purpose. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the people who are misunderstanding what they're reading, whether it's reading comprehension or they never went back and got a full understanding of it, or, they're just not studying at all because it's not something they do, and they're just trying to trust whoever's speaking to them, and it resonates more when it comes from someone who thinks they're Indian, right? Or it could be, you think you're black but you're really African American, not African American, Negro, colored, and you're more, whatever it is, however you relate. Sometimes you don't research and you just listen to that person because you trust them. Those are the people we're talking about. All right. So don't get it twisted. I don't want nobody else coming later talking about something. No, bro, you said that because I didn't know. No, you're not involved. We're talking to the innocent people. Okay. So what is a hominid? A hominid is any member of the family that includes modern humans and great apes, as well as earlier creatures that no longer exist from which modern humans evolved. The key thing to pay attention to here, if anybody was listening and y'all heard us snapping about this monkey shit, is because we understand this definition very well, right? And y'all let me know, Port, in chat, if my background is too loud, because I just turned my mic up a little bit because I'm backing up some.
Oh, no, you good, man. That sounds excellent.
Okay, cool. Because we know the fundamentals of this stuff. So we understand what this means. All right. And I don't know about everybody else, but I was at a point where I believed that too. Like, I was like, oh, they say we come from monkeys, man. And it kind of turned me away from science. Now, I did what I had to do to get my grades, but I was like, man, this dude tripping. Because I was believing things that was being said around my neighborhood. When black people first came around, brother, let me talk to you, young blood. Come in, let me tell you something. The European, and they didn't know what they was talking about, but they didn't really mean no harm. You know what I'm saying? Because some of those brothers corrected themselves later. So everybody has their little areas where they're lost. But we went back, we checked, we understand now that when it says any member of the family that includes modern humans and great apes, as well as earlier creatures that no longer exist from which modern humans evolved, that's telling us that it can't be a fucking monkey, because it's already showing you that you came from something else that does not exist anymore. You're the successor of your predecessors. They're not here. So you can't come from something else if that motherfucker's here. You see what I'm saying? And even if it's a different creature that was a monkey and it turned into a human, you got to show us that, because we didn't recently turn into humans, right? So you should be able to not only show us the monkey bones, but you should show us the transition from the monkey into the human. If you can't do that, you have to be quiet. Okay. The source, Oxford University Advanced Learners Dictionary, Oxford University Press, 2023. All right. This is simple things. This, you can see here, Vanta has shown y'all this a million times. This is what we have so far. That's just so far. And I think if I'm correct, this is from 2022. So there could be an updated one, right? But it's showing you that somewhere in the past, you have these other creatures and something happened. We don't know what the fuck happened. It's all connected anyway. There is a connection between all life, first of all, but they're saying that between us and all the other primates, there is some type of connection. They don't know what it is. It could have been when we were interacting fucking 20 million years ago, 30 million years ago, 2 million years ago. It could have been what they're saying, aliens and splicing. No one has the proof of it. All we know is that the chromosome, and let me go forward to show you. All we know is that this, is it this one? All we know is that chromosome 2A and 2B are found in both species. Only humans have a fusion. That's it. In ours, we just have a fucking fusion in our DNA. So you see it right here. 2A, 2B, these two right here are fused together. This is still a fucking mystery. So if you can figure it out, if you can connect the dot, and then on top of that, this is not a monkey. That's the other issue. So if they wanted to have an argument, they can go, the best they can say is that, hey, you believe that you have a chromosome that is fused together that can also be found separated in a chimpanzee. That's the best you can do. You can't say that we evolved from it because we didn't. We didn't evolve. Not even possible that you evolve from it. They don't know what the fuck happened. They just assume the best to the best of their ability from what they've seen with other genetics, like in plants and other animals and shit, is that somehow there's a common ancestor somewhere millions of years ago. You didn't evolve from it though. That's completely different. And like I said, if that's the case, all they have to do is pull it up and show us. All right. The chimpanzee genome. Oh, is this the one I'm on? No, hold on. Let me go back over here real quick. My bad, y'all. Okay, I did that. And this. Okay, so this is the scientific process of classifying things. Okay, that's taxonomy. Arranging them into groups. That's all that's happening. That's why we were in a group, just like you have these the kingdom of protists. You got the algae, the protozoans, you get the kingdom of the monorans, bacteria, kingdom of animals, insect, squid, horse, earthworm, a fucking human. Yep, a human. That's what it is, people. A human is still a fucking animal. You have elevated to a certain point. You got air conditioning, you got cell phones and all that shit, but it's just plants and animals. That's how we separated things. That's how we grouped it up together. That's how we can better understand the DNA and the activity and how people survive, how you have babies down to mammals and all types of other specific things down to the sex and hormones and all of that type of shit, okay? That's how we separated it. And later in the future, we will have more separation as we elevate and learn more about our environment, right? And if corrections need to be made, they will be made. But you cannot sit here after we got so much understanding from this, after we can actually learn and benefit. So we're not only learning more from when you're correct. Sometimes when you're wrong, you can't go a step further. When you're right, that's why science is important. When you are actually right, or at least close to the truth, you can take more steps further because you're on solid ground. That's how we kind of know when we're correct about something. Because like, okay, now I understand these are all bacteria. Oh, I was looking at that wrong. These are fungi. So we start separating things as we get more understandings. All right. And that's Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica, December 9th, 2022. If you want to check and see if there's been some update and it changed, go ahead and check it. But as for now, that's what it is. Usage of word tribe in biology: life, domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. In biology, a tribe is a taxonomic rank between family and genus. It is sometimes subdivided in subtribes. Okay, this is just to understand what's going on. So we separate these things and we get better understandings of them when we study them in isolated form versus looking at everything like it's all one big shebang. And that's how you get confused. let's talk a little bit about the RH factor, because this is, and we're just going through all of their little, if you don't notice, we're going through all of their the things that they say, because there's a lot of other stuff to learn, but I'm just trying to key in on the claims that they make all the time, because this is how they recruit people, right? This just imagine the last 5 slides. If you didn't understand that and then you went and listened to everything they were saying, it would sound like they're making perfect sense. Like, what? Oh, damn, for real? Oh shit. It would make sense. If you didn't know what those 5 slides were saying and you didn't have that knowledge, you might start turning in another alien, an Indian, or whatever. Okay. Hold on, something is in the way. Do y'all see this right here? This music symbol?
Right now we see the raw factor with a monkey X'd out.
Do you see my arrow?
Okay.
Oh, it's gone now. Oh wait, damn. Now it's back.
It says raw factor. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The music.
You see that music symbol? Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck that is. That's all right though. This is just the these are just examples down here. It's not cutting off nothing, so it's good.
Hey y'all, hey, y'all hit that like button. Y'all gotta hit this like button. Is what, how many people in here? Is what, 15 people in here, 11 likes. That means 4 y'all are the ops. So if y'all don't hit the like button, that means y'all are the ops. Proceed, my brother.
Word. So here's the RH factor, another thing that they like to use. This is from the International Code of Zoology, Nomenclature, 4th edition, International Trust for Zoological Nature. I think that's what it says. Sorry, the comments in the way. The term RH was originally an abbreviation of rhesus factor. It was discovered in 1937 by Carl Landsteiner and Alexander S. Wiener, who at the time believed it to be a similar antigen found in rhesus macaque red blood cells. That's that creature right here. We got that, and this is what they're tying it to. This is what we this is what we evolved from. The fucking craziest shit. It was subsequent. Yeah, no, this little thing, like a little. How the hell we come from that?
The outbreak monkey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So found in a rhesus, believed it to be a similar antigen found in a rhesus macaque. So this is how it happened. These 2 guys who are experts in the field, they made a mistake. It happens. But if you're not studying the development of these things, just like we tell you with everything, religion, slavery, look at the development of things, and then you can get an understanding, and then you can kind of join in with the experts and speak in that circle. Because we're really not supposed to be talking about it. Respectfully, the way to do it is to look at what the experts are saying and then join in the conversation off of the knowledge that they have built. If they lying about something, try to catch them and prove it, but you can't just say, I don't like that. That, unfortunately, that's how it is. Even if somebody's lying, you can't say anything because you're not the expert. You have to have that information properly presented. So, found in the blood cells. It was subsequently discovered that the human factor is not identical to the rhesus monkey factor, but by then, rhesus group and like terms were already in widespread worldwide use. Thus, notwithstanding, it is a misnomer. The term survives, example, rhesus blood group system, and the obsolete terms rhesus factor, rhesus positive, rhesus negative, all 3 of which actually refer specifically and only to the RHD factor and are thus misleading when unmodified. Contemporary practice is to use RH as a term of art instead of rhesus. Okay? So this is something that could have been easily researched. It wasn't hidden. They weren't trying to keep it a secret. And the reason why they had to come back out and start putting this information out, like more, I guess, at the top of the search, is because it was creeping into the field of academia where the experts were talking, and it was like, yo, where the fuck is all these questions coming from? Okay, the connection. We already showed y'all how the connection was made by this right here. I'm sorry, these were out of order. So that's how the connection was made with the chimpanzee. I forgot to take that slide and put it back there. So let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back one more. Damn, it's going forward. Hold up. What is going on? Go back. Okay, however, overwhelming genetic evidence has since demonstrated that humans, chimpanzees, gorillas are much more closely related to each other than the orangutan. Thus, there is no genetic support for grouping the great apes together in a distinct group from humans. For this reason, many researchers now place all species of great ape and humans within a single family. Okay, that's because of the connection that they found in the DNA. So there's no point in separating it if there's similar DNA. It doesn't mean you evolve from it. It means when you put them in the same group, we can better understand this entire group who walks upright, who has opposable thumbs. They have, what is it called, peripheral view. And what else is it? Peripheral view and bipedalism and all that.
Bipedalism and opposable thumbs and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what it's better to put it in the same group instead of separating it. When you can, it's most likely going to be something similar that you can study versus doing it in a separate manner. So that's how that happened. Chimpanzee genome. What is chimpanzee genome? Chimpanzee genome is the whole DNA sequence of the chimpanzee. Chimps genetics also focuses on the nucleotide sequence of the chimpanzee genome with respect to the human genome. The chimpanzee genome project started in December 2003, just after the completion of the HGP. 98% of the sequence of the human and chimpanzee genome is similar. Also, the chromosomes of the human and chimpanzee. Can't see the rest of it. I don't know what this musical mark is right here. I really don't. Let me see if I.
It's like a media something, and some media icon, some weird shit. I don't know.
Let me. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm gonna just see what it says on the PowerPoint of my computer, and then I'm gonna come back. Hold on, because I don't want to skip out on that. Nativity artifacts. Oh, it's bigger than life. That's what. Bear with me, y'all. I'm almost there. Yeah, okay, yeah, it says making them, it says place all species of great ape and humans within a single family, hominidae, making them all proper hominids. No, that's not where I was at. Genome. Okay, it's saying that the chromosomes of the human and chimpanzee are similar. All right, that's what it says. All right, I'm coming back, y'all. Karyotype. Karyotyping. Human karyotype is represented by 46 chromosomes, whereas chimpanzees have 48 chromosomes. In general, both karyotypes are very similar. However, there is a major difference corresponding to the human chromosome 2. It has originated due to a fusion of two ancestral acrocentric chromosomes corresponding to chromosomes 2A and 2B in chimpanzee. When a chromosomal this is karyotyping. When a chromosomal aberration is identified, it allows for a more accurate prediction of the risk of its recurrence in future offspring. Karyotyping can be used not only to diagnose, I can't really see that, it's faded. I think it's aneuploidy, which is responsible for Down syndrome, Turner syndrome. I don't know why this is so faded. Let me blow this up. See if I can see it. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay, aneuploidy, which is responsible for Down syndrome, Turner syndrome, and Klinefelter syndrome, but also to identify the chromosomal abrasions associated with solid tumors such as nephroblastoma, meningioma, neuroblastoma, retinoblastoma, renal cell carcinoma, small cell lung cancer, and certain leukemias and lymphomas. Okay. Now, I don't know what all those things are. I know what a few of them are. I'm pretty sure that we all together probably can figure it all out, with our different backgrounds, all right, and family history. But what I put this up here for, I almost forgot. I was like, what the fuck I put this shit up here for? So it was the difference in the DNA, because I know when some people hear what you heard previously, I'm like, oh, so we evolved from the chimpanzee. Nope. That's still not the goddamn case. They're just saying certain things are similar, and we also can tell that it's not the same because we don't have the same defects. You see, you can predict what happened by looking at what they call karyotyping. And this has helped us out as human beings. All right. And if you don't know about the unique experience, for some reason, humans have so many fucking defects. Like every day we find another one develops a rare disease. These chimpanzees don't have it. So there's no way that we come from them because they don't have all of these defects and rare diseases and shit that we come up with out of no fucking where. That's just something that happened to us in our history, and we're stuck with it from what happened with our ancestors. Okay. And so what the other thing I need to point out here is that this is proof that what they're saying is actually accurate, because we're able to take a step forward. Like I told you earlier, when you're correct in science, it helps you learn more and helps you move forward with learning about your environment and gaining way in this survival thing that we're doing, in this thing that we're in. We call the earth, the universe, existence. Okay. So that's how we know we're correct, because we can stop these things now. I don't know how many people have recently had kids, but now they can literally, through your spinal fluid and all of that, when the baby's in the stomach and when they first come out, they can prevent certain defects. If you got all your shit listed out that your parents had and great grandparents and all of that shit, if you got the doctor updated on that and you keep them with you throughout the whole pregnancy and everything, and you purposely have a kid and it's not an accident, nothing like that, no disrespect to anybody, but we should be planning things. If you stay, scientific and connected with the experts on that, they can stop this stuff before it even happens. That's what a lot of people don't know, because we're so afraid. Now, there is crooked shit that happens in the medical field, and I will, at the end of this, I will get this book that I would recommend for y'all. It's called Medical Apartheid, and y'all can read that. That stuff does happen, and when we catch you slipping, we're gonna be on your top. Your bumper gonna get bumped for the rest of time, right? We should keep that documented, but at the same time, you cannot ignore that when you break a goddamn bone, you're not going to get no turmeric. You're not going to go get no sea moss, and you're not about to pray to your damn ancestors to fix it. You're going to go get a human being that is an expert dealing with the goddamn human anatomy to fix your fucking bone that's broke. That's just what it is. Now, can they sometimes stick a rod in there with a chip and or poison you or some shit? Yes, that's the chances we got to take. And if we all don't get involved, especially us as Black people, people will keep on taking advantage of us, because a beautiful mind is a terrible thing to waste. I feel like my people have beautiful minds. We've given beautiful things to the world, and we need to get back into these things that we have given to the world. Like, I mean, we started this shit off. Let's get back involved with it. That's all it is. We ain't got to be afraid of this shit. So how the connection was made. Chimpanzees are the closest living relatives of humans. The divergence between human and chimpanzee ancestors dates to approximately 5 to 7 or 5 million years ago. After the divergence of their ancestor lineage, humans and chimpanzee genomes underwent multiple changes, including single nucleotide substitutions, deletions, and duplications of DNA fragments of different size, insertion of transposable elements and chromosomal rearrangements. Moreover, much higher proportion is made by differential chromosomal inversions and translocations comprising several megabase long regions or even whole chromosomes. However, despite of extensive knowledge of structural genomic changes accompanying human evolution, we still cannot identify with a certainty the causative. Let me go back out. Hold on. However, despite of extensive knowledge of the structural genomic changes accompanying human evolution, we still cannot identify with certainty the causative genes of human identity. So this is still being studied. And the reason why I pointed this out is because I'm showing you how they made the connection. I'm showing you the whole common ancestor, the divergence of what happened in the genetics, and them still trying to figure out what happened. This is where you're getting the missing link. This is why they still search, because they have no fucking idea what happened. Therefore, you can't conclude that someone evolved from a monkey if they still said they don't know who exactly you evolved from. You got to think. You got to put your thinking cap on. That shit sounds smooth when someone just puts up a picture or they see chimpanzee or hominid or hominidae or primate and all of this shit and similar DNA, and then they start, you know, creating an ideology out of it, but they don't understand. But through your common sense and using the context of things, you can better understand what it's saying. So let me show you. Well, no, y'all got it. Y'all can freeze frame down here. This is where the source is located at, in case y'all wonder. I'm not going to read it every time. Here, chromosomal fusion, bad. Over here we have ancestral chromosomes. We have the fusion, and we have the Homo sapiens. Okay, and this is it put together. This is when it's separated and it's put side to side in a chimpanzee. I showed y'all that on the other one. This is the telomere. This is the thing that, you know, we are starting to learn that controls our aging, and basically the disease that we call death, that we think is natural, which it has already been proven that this is actually not natural. It's actually a defect. When you study, I think it's the alligator, the sea turtle, and the jellyfish, if I'm correct. All right, I got to double check me on that one, but that was me just going off the top of my head. But it's those animals, and I think it's like a salamander as well. When they study them, their telomeres don't shrink, right? And so when you look at our DNA, something happened to other animals and even plants where there's these breakdowns, and in us it's the telomere, and it starts shrinking over time, and that's what creates the whole death disease thing, the, you know, where you're gone. Okay, and as this shrinks, we can kind of gauge the rate in which it happens and understand the lifespan and what's going on in our environment, how it affects us, diet, on and on and on and on. But if we can stop this shrinking, then we can kind of fix the problem. So this, again, is showing you proof that this is accurate, because we're learning how to do anti-aging. And Black people, of course, should really pay attention to this, because this is where the black don't crack come from, because our shit be shrinking slow as a motherfucker. You dig it? It is accurate. All right. And here's some more facts for you. In her lecture, the main evidence that Dr. Scott cites to argue the chromosomal fusions aren't necessarily deleterious comes not from humans, but from horses. Okay, and this is an argument that happens amongst scholars as well, because, you know, they're saying that there was some splicing going on, and this is what some people would use for the Yakub situation. And, you know, they took it from a monkey. They took a monkey and they took the chromosome 2A and 2B, I think, and fused it together and created the human, and then put some of their alien DNA in there as well. And that's why we no longer really resemble the monkey or really have any connection, and we can't find the connection. They believe, this is not fact, they believe, and this is what they push, that and a lot of these Black indigenous people don't know this. So I'm teaching you something too. Thank me later. This is where they're getting this shit from. So I guess they didn't reach this point. I guess their master teachers didn't tell them about this part, that this is what the next spin that they have for the how the human being came about. All right. So the alien people comes from outer space and all of this shit, and they take the monkey that's already here, and they take the 2A and 2B, and they fuse it together and also insert some of their alien DNA, which turns us into who we are today. And apparently that's why we all have to hide in the house, and we can't really deal with nature like everything else can. You know, if we stay out there too long, we're going to be out of here, but they can just stay out there forever. You know, and it goes on and on and on and on, while we're like some alien people, and we're not really animals anymore. That's where this idea comes from. It doesn't just come from science saying that, whoa, we evolved out of being animals, we're human beings now. No, science doesn't say that. This is coming from the religious stuff, okay? From things like the Bible, Sumerian tablets. I think Islam is kind of involved in it too, because the angels helped God create us in that version of the story. So be aware of these things and learn how to scientifically approach it, or your ass will get lost. And because some of it does kind of, it sounds good. It sounds good for a movie, but this is not something that we should do if we're trying to be responsible and be intellectually honest, okay? So yeah, in her lecture, the main evidence that Dr. Scott cites to argue the chromosomal fusions aren't necessarily deleterious comes not from humans, but from horses, a rare and endangered breed from Mongolia called Zelowski horse. Equus Zelowski has 66 chromosomes, 2 more than the common domestic horse. Equus ferus caballus, I guess that's the nomenclature or whatever, which has 64 chromosomes. Okay, so there we have this issue happening again somewhere else in the animal world. And what did someone do some genetic splicing on horses? It has been proposed that the domestic horse arose from a 66 chromosome ancestor like Zelowowski's horse that underwent a fusion of 2 chromosomes during meiosis or meiosis, however you said. I forgot how to say that. I haven't said that in a long time. So yeah, this was out of order. My bad, y'all. But that's what it was talking about. But I guess that did kind of work out. I guess that did kind of work out though. So that's what that was all about right here. The aliens came down and spliced this together and turned, spliced this together and turned us into that. Like whatever. There's no evidence for that shit. We don't know what happened, but it does not give us the authority to just make up some shit. All right. And you can't just create characters. That's not how science works. You can't just make a monkey exist and say that we evolved from it and there's no monkey there to show that you come from the monkey and then you turned into the human. Can't say that we even came from the chimpanzee because you can't show us the bones that slowly turned from the chimpanzee into the human being. We just don't have it. All right. And we already have, before the chimpanzee and the monkey were upright or able to walk upright, our ancient ancestor was already walking upright. So that's not completely out the water. So there's even more evidence now coming out showing that our most oldest ancestor was already walking upright. And we used to think that we were hunched over too, like the chimpanzee and monkey, but that was not the case. Okay, so our hips even different. Alternative gene splicing. Let's go into this a little bit. Recent genome-wide analysis of alternative splicing indicate that 40 to 60% of human genes have alternative splice forms, suggesting that the alternative splicing is one of the most significant components of the functional complexity of the human genome. Here we review these recent results from bioinformatics studies, assess their reliability, and consider the impact of alternative splicing on biological functions. Okay, and I don't think I can blow that up, but this is the human genome, the blueprint of life, and this is your DNA. You have your amino acids, and you got your code in there, your GA, GT, CTGA. It just keeps on repeating over and over. And this is also what they use. They use these patterns right here. They follow the code, attributed letters to each one of these different points in the DNA that pop up. And as they found these patterns, they started making patterns within patterns within patterns. And when these patterns within patterns within patterns line up, as you put the DNA in sequence on top of each other, I guess you can see an example here. Or do I have another one? Let me see. I think I may have a better one for y'all. No, I don't. I think I took that out of here. Yeah, I don't have that one over here. My bad, y'all. So I'm gonna just use this over here as an example. So yeah, once you see, like, if it said CTA, then it says ACT, and this DNA did the same thing in the same exact order in the same exact spot. You get what I'm saying? And it's like 4 rows down, 6 columns to the left. Like, that means that there's a connection. That's how they're connecting us to the people in Africa. That's what people don't know about this shit. This is very complex. This is some complex shit. And these patterns do not lie. You're not going to have this same pattern popping up in the same place, and there's tens of thousands of codes that are laying out hundreds of thousands of different patterns, and your shit just line up perfectly exactly with that. Come on now, it's ridiculous. And even my mother told me that when she returned to Africa, she has never had allergies or anything since she's been over there. No allergies. She ain't blowing her nose all the time. The food tastes different. She's more healthy. She has more energy. She can easily lose weight. It's completely different when she took her ass over there. And a lot of people say that. It's not just my mother saying it. So you can't get around it. You are connected to that land. You're connected to those people. And my cabinet is full of herbs that I've been using for me and my family. And I have healed things. There's issues that we do not even have anymore from different products I have gotten from the land of Africa that you cannot get here. And some of them are actually illegal. Check that one out. Article highlights evolutionists struggle to explain why humans have 46 chromosomes and apes have 48 if both descended from a common ancestor. The supposed answer is the fusion of 2 chromosomes in the past. The alleged fusion site isn't connected to satellite DNA sequence like documented fusions are, and it's too small and muddled to be the fusion of two chromosomes. So fusion has already taken place because we have reached that point in the human experience, dealing with technology, genetics, organic, inorganic material and stuff like that, and how we can manipulate things. So we already know what a fusion site looks like. We already know that. So if there was a fusion that took place, unless these aliens use some secret technology we don't know about and they were able to cover it up, which will create another problem because we don't have the alien, we don't have the God, we don't have the angel, we don't have the human Yakub who did it. We don't have anything. We just have the fusion that took place, and we don't have anyone actually doing it on purpose. So now you're creating the being that doesn't exist to make an excuse for it because you don't know, and you're also creating some secret technology that exists that you don't know. It's just too much shit that doesn't exist that we have no proof for, and it becomes ridiculous. Okay. But it's good for a movie. Most importantly, the fusion site. Am I on this one? Yeah. Most importantly, the fusion site is located inside a gene and contains intricate coding functionality, soundly refuting fusion. Okay. So this was it's something happened in a progression. It was progress. There was a sequence of events that took place within the DNA, and they can trace it and see it. They don't fully understand exactly how it happened, but they can see that this was a process. This wasn't somebody who just quickly zapped and smashed the shit together, because we are doing that stuff with plants and stuff like that. And they're probably doing it with humans too, in secret. You know what I'm saying? The alleged cryptic centromere site is inside a large protein coding gene, further refuting the fusion idea. So this is point for point with experts who had this argument already, and it's already been refuted. The human chromosome 2 fusion theory doesn't hold up to scientific scrutiny. Okay, that's the human chromosome 2 fusion never happened. Get out my way. I'm trying to. Oh, how do I? Okay, my bad, guy. It's by Jeffrey P. Tompkins, PhD. Okay, so this argument has already been had. People presented their shit. They were supposed to show here where there's some type of artificial intrusion or manipulation, modification, activity. There has to be something that happens here in the fusion site. We can't see a natural progression into this and go, damn, that is very complex, and then go, a human must have did it. That's your fucking ego again. You need evidence. So until they show that, it's going to forever be standing that this is not a modification done by any human or any other being. Okay, that's the fusion sites again. Conclusion: the main evidence for fusion has always been the fact that the two pieces of the human chromosome 2 are nearly identical to the chromosomes 2A and 2B of apes, typically 96 to 98% identical. The genes are almost entirely in the same order. The intergenic regions are very similar all along the 2A, 2B length. Millions of bases, millions of those patterns are lining up. So that's the only thing they can do. That's the fact. That's what they observe. That's what they see. And then people speculate. They try to see if it holds up, and it doesn't hold up to scrutiny scientifically. Okay. RAO, classic modern humans, first developed in Africa about 100,000 years ago, and then migrated throughout the world. Existing archaic human populations, i.e. Neanderthal or Homo erectus, in various areas of the world were then replaced by the RAO migrating patterns, with little to no hybridization between the populations. Number 2, RAO with hybridization. This model is similar to the classic RAO above, but includes a greater level of hybridization taking place between the migrating populations and the indigenous archaic populations being encountered and displaced. RAO assimilation. This model, like the other two above, accepts a recent African origin for modern humans. Unlike the previous two models, it includes replacement and or extensive migration of populations as the major driving factor in the emergence of modern humans. This model focuses on the importance of pervasive gene flow and population admixture in conjunction with changing environmental conditions. Multi-regionalism. And this is what our brothers want to deal with, our brothers and sisters want to deal with. And let's deal with it. But scientifically, can we please have a scientific conversation about it? Why do we have to make up shit? These areas are here. There are experts out there who have these beliefs, and they're admitting they can't prove it, so they're not being too aggressive with it, but they do have their layout, and you can use it and help find something else. Add to it. Start studying. Get your degree in this shit. If this is something you really have a passion for, get involved. Get in the field, y'all. What are y'all ducking for? Multi-regionalism is there. This model denies a recent African origin for modern humans based on biogeographical data that continue to emerge from the paleontology and archaeology. This model also promotes the role of broad-scale genetic. Can't see the rest. I don't know what the fuck happened. Let me go to my slide, y'all. I don't know what happened. I apologize for that, but I guess somehow when I injected it blows up too big. So that we'll fix that some other time. Where was that? Between the populations. The basic premise for this model arose. Wait, hold on. Archaeology. This model promotes the role of broad-scale genetic continuity over time and gene flow between populations. The basic premise is that the modern humans arose not only in Africa, but also in Europe, Asia, from their H. erectus type Pleistocene ancestors. Okay, so that's there. Does it have more evidence to stand on than the other ones? No, it doesn't. But it's there. It's available. And people have considered it. So no one is trying to push a narrative like these people be trying to say, oh, they're trying to push a narrative and make you believe this. No, they don't. They still have these discussions. They have these debates, but people know when to be intellectually honest and concede and throw away the bullshit sources that didn't fit and go back and regroup. It's that simple. Okay, so these are experts who have these discussions. So stop saying people are pushing these narratives and get your ass in the fucking field. Stop hiding in corners and creating cults. All right. And I think that it's bigger than your opinion. All right. By simply having life, you are connected to the group called living beings. Okay. I just made something we can add to taxonomy classification. All right. We're living beings. Right. How one feels about the number of connections there are between other life forms does not change the connection. So y'all can get mad about it. I don't want to be connected to Africa. I don't want to have 2A and 2B like the fucking chimpanzee has. I don't want to be related to a tomato and a fish and a fucking banana. It's not the issue. We are playing match. We didn't create this shit. We don't know where the fuck it came from, but we found something and it opened up the door. Look at all of this. These are the connections we have made with the living beings, plants and animals, with the genetic code, the whole DNA, understanding of DNA itself unlocks so much understanding about us on this planet, and you cannot deny what it has done for our households, what it has done for Black men and women, getting them out of these fucking setups. And I wish Dual Dad would show the fuck up so I can push his wig in with this shit, because that ties into exactly what was going on with us, with these people just picking us to lock us up, and we didn't do shit. DNA came and rescued us. It was not Jesus. It was not your chakras being aligned when these people sat in prison for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 fucking years and didn't get out. And some of them passed away, and then they were exonerated in their grave because of DNA. Y'all got to understand that, because of DNA. And some of these people were the cops. Some of them were the detectives. Some of them were the damn protectors of these people who wanted to just put it on somebody else. It was their own kids they violated, their own family members, their own business partners, associates, people in political parties and stuff, their own husbands and wives. And it was like, just pick a Black person, lock them up, boom. DNA saved our ass. DNA is connected to what? Science. Science saved your ass. Science brought that father into his fatherhood, to his responsibilities. Do people use it for bad things? Yes, they do. They will lie about DNA. Women will lie about who's the father. That shit will get you out of trouble. It happens. Sometimes it'll get you in some goddamn trouble, right? But we cannot deny what science has done for our people. And if we have a problem with it, again, I repeat, we need to get involved, get in the field. We don't need to be sitting here making up shit. If you're going to make a claim, you're going to have to back it up. If you do not have an understanding, if you skip class, if you didn't go to school, if it was not your fault, if it was your fault, whatever, the righteous thing to do, the right thing to do would be to go back and get a better understanding of all these things we just went through, before you start commenting on them. Get a better understanding of it, because you're going to end up going outside the realm of science. You did not make these terminologies, and there are innocent people who are listening to you. Everybody's not a fucking cult leader who's trying to just make some ideology and get a whole bunch of people under them to worship them and follow their way of life to some damn portal or some shit. Some people are just looking for knowledge. They want the knowledge, and some of them really want to pass it to their children. We have heard plenty of people tell us that their children are looking. Plenty of people, y'all been there. They say, hey, I got my kids watching y'all, man. I shared this with my kid, my son, my daughters. You know, I'm at my job in the cubicles, y'all. You live right now at my job, y'all. Yeah, but we listening to you, and everybody waving, saying hi. I've been in those situations, and that made me think, like, I gotta really watch what I'm saying. I used to be a little bit more loose when I first came on TikTok, and I was like, no, I need to be very accurate with what I'm saying, because there's way more people watching you than you think. All right, so keep that in mind, y'all. Peace, peace. Let me take this down and move from screen. There we go. Oh, and let me show y'all that book real quick too. I got y'all just a second.
Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody hanging out in the chat. Peace to everybody. Shout out to all of y'all. Go ahead and hit that like button if y'all haven't already. Yeah, peace, peace. Peace, man. We appreciate all y'all too, man. Thank y'all for hanging in there with us. Shout out to the brothers and sisters that have showed us support. Right back at y'all. Right back at y'all. Shout out to Mr. Robinson. We see you out there, bro. I saw him on TikTok, man. I was like, come on over, man. Hang out with us. Shout out to, what's her face? Oh, yeah, that book.
Medical Apartheid. The Dark History of Medical Experimentation on Black Americans from Colonial Times to the Present by Harriet A. Washington. This book will bring tears to your motherfucking eyes. So when I fill my brothers with all of the bad shit that they've been doing in science and DNA and all that stuff. They've been doing some weird shit, but we have to catch them, and we do catch them. So we have to stop giving them credit like they're these villains who got away with things. We caught them. Your people caught them. It's all through this book. They tried to do it. They got caught because our people got in the field and caught them in their bullshit. That's facts. So if you got an issue with it, start studying and show, you know, where these chinks are in a damn armor and expose it. And that's it. Like, we cannot give them a credit for successfully doing something that failed. They failed. You know what I'm saying? We catch them in the act. You know what I'm saying? So y'all make sure, get this book. Even if you're not black, get this book, because you need to learn what your people did if you're not black. And the people who turned a blind eye to it. It was some Asians and Hispanics in there. Y'all just look the other way. That, yeah, you're guilty too. All right, get it. And it's really affected our women. So we got, if you want to protect the womb, if you feel your mother, grandmother, your daughters are important, that's something to get, because it also helps us out. Because I was in the hospital with my wife when she's having her kid and everything, and I was able, because of this book, to tell them certain things like, hey, I could speak different because I knew what was still stuck in the system. Some of these things that they expose are still stuck in the system today. And learning this can help you prevent, you know, some of the leftover, you know, the precursors and remnants left from that racist system that they had before. Okay. Peace, peace, y'all. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, peace, peace. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'm trying to find. I can never find what I'm looking for.
Oh yeah, you straight, y'all. Hey, make sure y'all nag dual dabs. Nag them. Cause y'all about to see me. I'm about to turn in a suit, and when I catch him tonight, he better not be on live tonight. I'm snapping. because we've been wanting this smoke for the longest time, and you see us over here scratching our neck, asking if y'all got the stuff. Y'all had the stuff. We want the stuff.
Pull up. Pull up. Give me a minute.
And if it's anybody, oh, you good, bro. And if it's anybody that can deal with, I guess, correction, adjustment, it will be us. We would be the ones to be like, oh, well, damn, we might need to update some shit. And matter of fact, after I get with Vanta and and I check and make sure I'm correct about it, there is some updates with some things, you know. It ain't gonna get life to start off in America, you know. It's gonna make some adjustments, but you know, it's some stuff that is being updated. They're finding some things and they're doing some testing, but we gotta wait and see what happens. Africa's still on top, but it is gonna shed some new light to the human history and stuff like that. So this is a real fun thing and a learning experience, and we can take adjustment as long as y'all present some goddamn information, man. It's really annoying just dealing with people's beliefs and superstitions.
Thanks.
Thank y'all for showing up. Peace to the chat. Thanks for all of the support. If y'all see Dual Dabs anywhere, make sure y'all nag the hell out of him. Tell him I said it.
Yeah, do that. Bring his ass up here. We're gonna hold his little feet to the fire. His little itty bitty feet to the fire.
Yo, yeah, just woke up not too long ago. Had me up too late. We had Rob in the twilight. Yo, we had you in the twilight zone too. I said, yo, I came back because, you know, I just be ADHD walking around and shit. I came back to the phone. I said, yo, Port is still in this.
Y'all had me fucked up.
You ain't say that for a minute. And then somebody like 10 minutes after that was like, yeah, that's why Port quiet. He said, nah, man, I fell asleep, bro. You boring. I said something stupid and you said, I'm up now, nigga. What's up?
Yeah, I'm up, yo. Like he was boring me, man. What's up, Big Push in the house, yo?
Oh, what's up?
Yo.
I'm just going through this book, trying to get these pictures together to put it on a slide.
Hey, did you want to go after Mo, or you want to go after me?
No, I'm not even ready.
Okay, all right. That's cool. This is a recap.
7, 8 little slides.
Don't sweat it.
We're going back.
We're going back. We're just recapping. This ain't really a presentation. This is us opening up the smoking section for anybody who want to come up here and give us any smoke about anything that we said over the past 12 weeks. We will pull up a book or whatever. So we just kind of recapping the stuff that we're saying today. If you guys been paying attention, y'all have already heard from us. And it shouldn't even be a surprise. You know.
They said Dual Dab sleep.
I know he's asleep because when I was going to sleep, he was still alive.
Y'all had me up late.
It was stressing him. That shit was stressing him. He couldn't sleep. He's like, what have I done? What did I sign up for?
I didn't realize how hard y'all go in overnight like that. I was like, damn, it's 4:00. Shit. I gotta go to sleep.
Bad.
Yeah, I was up though.
I got to go to sleep.
That shit got out of hand.
Way out of hand.
Suitin, did you catch the did you catch the news, man?
No, I've been knowing about that. I ain't put no information into it because I didn't see the charges. I need to see the charges.
Oh,
that ain't the first time they brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They can accusations all they want, but I need to see the charges.
Oh, we get you.
But I still feel like they should have said something like.
No, this what happened, bro. Godly said something about that man a minute ago, and ever since then he been going on the rampage. So.
Okay, yeah. But I told them to send it. They said they're gonna send it to me, so I'm gonna check my email in a little bit and see what's going on. But you know, shit like I ain't gonna get too crazy until I look at it. But still, if it comes out solid like that, you can't be sitting there talking about something. Oh, we got a beef, so I'm gonna do this to you. No, you just immediately you gotta put that up, and niggas gotta take the jacket off or wear the goddamn jacket. That's it. Yeah. That's it. You gotta show that jacket ain't yours, or you gotta wear it, and then that's it. You know, that's it. If you care about your community.
Yeah, that's a must, family.
Ain't no goddamn we beefing now. I'm about to tell. No, nigga, what the fuck? The kids first. And that's
I don't think if this information is true and these people knew about it, that's the first thing they should have said. Now, don't let him in your community because y'all need numbers. So,
Yeah.
Right. I tried to tell y'all. No, you didn't. What the fuck?
You didn't say a damn word.
Y'all got kids, and the kids is that how I grew up. Because this is what happened with me. When I became grown, I started messing with my wife. Right, she had a kid. My dad pulled me to the side and said, "Look, no matter what you and her got going on, that kid come first. So if you're not ready to step up and act like a father figure to that kid, don't even waste our time and be with her." So that was one of the first man conversations I had with my pops being an adult.
Mm-hmm.
You stress the kid. So if these people are putting the kids third and fourth, then they shouldn't even have a community to begin with. Because that's the first rule. You don't fuck with somebody that's been touching kids.
Facts.
Big facts. Yeah,
I didn't even like changing my daughter's diapers, yo.
Right.
Doing that shit.
It's like you do that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
This shit is weird, man. They got to get their community.
And they got to get their damn emotional shit in check, because when you in that moment, you don't realize what you're saying. You don't realize what you're saying. Like, I tried to leave y'all alone. It was like, we tried to leave y'all alone, but y'all kept on talking about us. So we just said, fuck it. We're going to put him on blast. No, what? You're going to protect the kids now that you beefing?
Right?
That don't make sense. You protect the kids from the jump, and your personal shit is somewhere else. That's just what the fuck it is. I mean, we're going to learn the hard way fucking around. We told y'all that's where this shit leads. It always leads to some weird outer space, funny, fetish, strange shit.
Weird shit.
I don't know why, but people who got weird beliefs also have other weird things that bubble up. So it is what it is, but we got to keep dealing with the truth and pushing forward and protecting our community. So that's why I said I'm glad all of these things happen. If we would have all been cut off and in our own little secret pockets blocking each other, we would never see all of this stuff come out as a community, whether it's negative or positive. We want all of that shit because we're responsible for our history. We're doing that part. And we're also responsible for the next generation, which history is included, and protecting them from the people in our fucking community, not just the outsiders. So it is what it is, y'all.
Big facts. Big facts. So yeah, I'm just I'm gonna go over just some little bit of information that has got us up to this point. I'm just recapping, y'all. It won't be long. I won't be long-winded. Key points in what I'm going to discuss. We're going to discuss a little bit about the transatlantic slavery. How did it happen? What happened? For those who've already followed us up until this point, y'all should already know what the deal is, but I'm just going to recap for those in the back and for anybody who want to come in with that smoke. One of the first books I want to go to is, what is it? Black Morocco. Yeah, that book.
What up, Sue Tech?
Black Morocco. Where we at?
Oh, and by the way, I sent 3 books out. Port, you got to send me your other junk.
Oh, my address and shit?
It might redirect. I don't know. But
it's going to take you a minute to get it if it do
I
that.
Didn't take that chance, though. I ain't take that chance. I'll just wait. But yeah, I think I sent out 3, and I'll get those names in a second.
Okay, so, no doubt. Yeah, for those who haven't gotten my man's book, go ahead and get that, yo. Go ahead and get that. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen.
Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna mute
real quick. This book right here is from Black Morocco: A History of Slavery, Race, and Islam. Now, for those who have followed us before, we know that the transatlantic slavery was initiated via the Portuguese. We learned that Prince Henry came along the west coast of Africa along the 1400s. He was a member of the Orders of Christ. We also found out that the slavery had already existed prior to the European coming into Africa. We know that the North Africans were in charge of the slave trade, and this book right here talks about certain key points in that activity that the Europeans came across. Let me see where I'm at. All right, I'm gonna go down, expanding the diaspora exchange of the Atlantic and the Saharan trade networks. Okay, I'm down here on the bottom right here. Again, the title of this joint is Black Morocco, A History of Slavery, Race, and Islam. It says the connection of Islam and the trade in sub-Saharan Africa is well established fact. The process of Islamization or Islamization profoundly affected the culture and society and the economy in West Africa. Islam became an element for many groups in redefining their ethnic identities among the Fulani, the Sanake, and the Bambara, and later the Hausas. The region believes provide another vital definition of who they were. The traders and the ruling elites were among the first converts to Islam. Let me read that again. It says the traders and the ruling elites were among the first to convert to Islam when they came into contact with Muslim merchants and preachers. Okay. In the words of Nahama Leversion and Randall's Powell's experts in Islam in West Africa, as early as the 11th century, Mandolin-speaking traders, ancestors of Julai, traded between the termini of the Saharan routes and the sources of gold. They created a commercial diaspora. It says conversion to Islam became necessary for those who wish to join the commercial networks. Let's read that. Let's understand that. In order to get into the business of trading, in order to get in that business, you had to convert. So if I was walking around and if I didn't believe in Islam, I was a target. If I was walking around Africa and I didn't believe in Christianity, I was a target. To even get into the local economy, you had to convert. In order to get money in your area. My bad. Can y'all still hear me? Can y'all still hear me? I don't know if y'all can y'all still hear me? I got a phone call that came through and shit. So I want to make sure. Okay, good. My bad, y'all. All right. So in order to be able to even get into the local economy, you had to convert to get into these, into the business of trading slaves. I think I missed my damn joint. Yeah, all right. Hang on. My bad, I'm getting all types of calls right now. But yeah, so anyway, in order to be able to get involved into the trade, you had to become converted. It says the explanation of the phenomenon is to be found in social and economic factors. Islam, as a religion born in the commercial society of Mecca and preached by a prophet who himself had for a long time been a merchant, provides a set of ethical and practical prescripts closely related to business activities. This moral code helped to sanction and control commercial relationships and offered a unifying ideology among merchants of different ethnic groups, thus providing for society and credit two of chief requirements of long distance trade. It says the Sahara Desert have been proven to be a space of connections and interactions. What's more, unlike territorial borders that connect neighbors with at least some common features. It says the Sahara connected distant, diverse communities. French historian Fernand Berdal wrote in his famous masterwork on the Mediterranean world. The Mediterranean civilization grew up under the determining influences of the emptiness of sea, one zone peopled by ships and boats and the caravans and nomad tribes. Islam, like the sea and like the desert, implies movement in similar way that trade across the Atlantic Ocean was influenced by the Mediterranean trade and explorers. So basically, before the slave ships was, before you had international trade in the waters, you had a lot of trade going on within the interior of Africa. And these powerful people had to convert into Islam to be able to bring that trade into the area. So we're going to read about Adahu real quick, because these are one of the first people that, that they came in contact with. We have Adahu. Okay. So we talked about how Portuguese kind of got into this trade. They were building slave ships. They were, you know, looking for gold. And they were actually running the Moors out of Spain. And, you know, to them, every black person, every black face was a Moor. They came across a brother named Adahu. He was a Moor. He is the brother that sold us out and gave them all of the information to get involved in the slave trade. This again is from the book Black Morocco, A History of Slavery and Race. And I am reading from page 144. And give me a minute because I can't see shit. All right. Okay, so it says, indeed, the early Atlantic encounters and trade between Portugal and Morocco served the Europeans as a training ground for trade in the Sahara African across the Atlantic. A training ground, which means these guys ain't really had they didn't know about the shit. They did not know, right? So this gateway into Africa created them to learn about that shit. It says, when the Portuguese joined into the Atlantic Ocean in 15th century during the reign of Prince Henry, we talked about Prince Henry in 1460, to circumnavigate Africa and to acquire the Indian commodities. Remember, we had the Silk Road. Rob talked about the Silk Road trade. So they were always trying to get into some type of trade. Morocco was the, what it says, unavailable stepping stone. The labeling of these Portuguese forays into the Atlantic as voyages of discovery and exploration is misleading in this context, because these voyages was not motivated by specific curiosity, but rather than economic imperative of Western Europeans to overcome their remoteness by reaching the gold sources and slaves in Africa and gaining access to the Indian Oceans and its markets, and long dominated by the Islamic world. So basically they're telling you these Europeans coming out the Dark Ages after Rome fell, right? Because Rome was a dominant power. They went into a whole Dark Age. You had the Moors coming into Spain, changing shit around, and they was running shit. So whenever the Moors fell, they got pushed out, and the Islamic folks was already in charge of this trade. And it was for only economic gain and desire that they went into Africa to try to get some of this money that was coming out of Africa and going into everywhere else. So it says they were looking for gold. It says Pierre, French professor of European modern history, considers the acquisition of slaves on the African coast the primary motive behind the Atlantic voyages, right? In 1441, when Prince Henry the Navigator sent Captain Etymology Goncalves on a voyage to acquire skins and oils. We read about this. Prince Henry was part of the Orders of Christ. So when I say Christianity arrived in 1441, it was under Prince Henry's authority. He got licensed to set up churches by a pope. Okay, so the Pope gave Prince Henry the license to send Etymology Goncalves and Nuno Tristão, we'll talk about him a little bit later, into Africa to try to capture Africans. It says Captain Etymology Goncalves thought it would be a good idea to get some slaves. It says the Portuguese chronicler Gomes Enim de Zura. I talk about this dude all the time. You guys need to pick up this dude's book because he wrote this shit around the same time. This right here, this dude right here, Azura, he is a primary source. Prince Henry needed this dude to write all of that shit down for him. So when you talk about direct sources and stuff like that, y'all need to pick this book up. There's a 2-volume book, and the title of it is The Chronicle of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, right? Volume 1 and Volume 2. It will not disappoint you if you get both of these joints, okay? So he wrote for Henry. He was explaining all of this. It said, oh, how fair a thing it would be if we were, how fair a thing it would be if we, who have come to this land for a cargo of such petty merchandise, where to meet with the good luck to bring the first captives before the face of the prince. This quote right here that Azura put in here is letting you guys know one of the main objectives on why these Europeans wanted to get in there to capture slaves and to be all, they wanted to kind of be in the good grace of the fucking prince, the navigator. So they was like, oh shit, you know what, it'd be good if we can go in there, capture some slaves and show our prince, right? So that was their whole motive. Okay, indeed, Goncalves captured some of the natives from the area of Rio de Oro, whom he had took back to Portugal. Okay, so some of the first enslaved Africans did not come to the Americas. Some of those first enslaved Africans went to Portugal, right? Whom he took to Portugal, right? It says the Rio de Oro, or the River of Gold, was the name that the Portuguese gave to the river on the southern coast of Morocco with a narrow inlet in the Atlantic Ocean, because it was, according to Valentin Fernandez, the first place where the Portuguese started to buy gold and blacks. Ain't that a bitch, right? It says one of the captives in the Rio de Oro era was a, what it says, Senhaja Barber named Adahu. This is Adahu the Moor that we talked about right here. This brother right here, Adahu, look him up. Adahu the Moor is the one who sold us out. Adahu the Moor was the Moor that gave Prince Henry and the Orders of Christ members all of the intel on how to fucking go in there and do these slave raids, because they ran up on him first. It says Adahu has succeeded in convincing the Portuguese to buy him in return for ransom. So he's like, yo, you know what? Just take me with you guys, and I'm gonna bring some more back with you. He says, declaring that he would give for himself 5 or 6 black Moors. And also he said that they were among the other captives 2 youths for whom a like ransom would be given. So he's like, man, trade me in, take me, I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna bring y'all back some more black folks. It says providing information on black people and West African interior trade networks. What did he do? He provided information on black people in the West African interior trade networks. Consequently, the Berbers' perception of black people in their land was transmitted to the Portuguese. So basically he's saying, oh, you Moors, you black Moors are enslaving the indigenous black people, right? And y'all are okay with it because y'all believe in the curse of Ham or the curse of Noah like we do. So it's justification for their enslavement. They even said that because they even were perplexed on why was these black folks selling black folks out, right? It was a religious thing that they did. These motherfuckers embraced Islam, so they felt like it was okay to sell these indigenous black folks. That's what the fuck these Portuguese was saying. It says right here, provided information on black people of West Africa in the interior of the trade. It says, consequently, the Berbers' perception of black people in their land was transmitted to the Portuguese. Let me be very clear. It's telling you that that was the green light. Oh, so okay, this is where you get the, well, y'all enslaving your own people type shit. All right. It's religion. The religion is what these black folks subscribe to make it okay to go into the interior of some indigenous community and say you are non-believer. I have justification for enslaving your whole community because you don't believe in Allah and you don't believe in Jesus. All right. And these Portuguese knew what time it was when they heard that from them. It says after a few months, Goncalves took Adahu back to the Rio along with other captives, but Adahu ran away. After which Goncalves warned his men not to trust any of them. It says warn his men not to trust any of one of that race, except for under most certain securities. It says, nevertheless, he succeeded in exchanging the other 2 captives for 10 black males and a female. For what? A little gold dust, right? That's what he got. A little gold dust and a number of ostrich eggs. Okay, now I want you guys to listen to this real quick. This marked the beginning of the eruption of the commercial activities in the slave trade. At these encounters, the Ozora reported the Moors of Rio de Oro promised the Portuguese blacks. What? Hold up, Moors. Where the fuck y'all Moors at? Come on, Moors. Come to the motherfucking cookout because we cooking right now. You fuck Moors sold us out. And I ain't never gonna let y'all live off of that shit. That's what the Portuguese saying. The white man saying, look, y'all was doing this shit. It says this marked the beginning of the commercial activities of the slave trade in West Africa. At these encounters, it says Azor reported that the Moors of Rio de Oro promised the Portuguese blacks in large numbers. What the fuck is going on, Moors? Okay. It says it promised blacks in large numbers, gold and other commodities in which they could make a large profit. Indeed, the Portuguese started to take goods from Morocco, such as clothes, horses, wheat, exchange for in Aragon, an island off of West Africa, right? It says the sub-Saharan African, it says, and sub-Saharan Africa for slaves and golds. Horses and clothes were much appreciated in Aragon and throughout the Sahelian region. All right. So you bitch ass Moors, all you motherfuckers saying we're Moors, all y'all saying that, oh, we're the Moors, we've been here, we were here. No, y'all were the ones who sold us out. Y'all sold us out. Y'all did that shit. Okay. So when it comes to the history, y'all need to understand what I'm talking about. Again, this book is titled Black Morocco. I'm taking y'all back to 1400, where all of this shit started at, okay? All right, it's telling you what these Moors did. So all of these motherfuckers rocking that shit on your head, right? Y'all motherfuckers sold us out because we was not practicing none of this shit in sub-Saharan Africa. We were Yoruba, we were Igbo, okay? Shit like that, all right? So I just want to kind of touch base on the initiation of it, okay? It says the Moors promised blacks in large numbers. That's right. It says, as Robert Richard, a specialist in Portuguese studies, explained, it is plausible to think that in the eyes of the Portuguese diplomacy, the land of Morocco and the land of Guinea constituted some kind of economic unity. Morocco, by the end of the 15th century, lacked political stability under the rule of the Babur Witsasa dynasty. The weakness of this dynasty was witnessed by the early 16th century traveler Leo Africanus, who said the king of Fez has a large kingdom, but his revenues are small, which hardly reach 300,000 ducats, and not even the fifth of which arrive at his hands. This weakness prevented this dynasty from establishing a fleet of strong army to protect the Moroccans. And it's what it says, and made the Portuguese conquest a strategy coastal towns relatively easily. So basically, again, like I said, when the Europeans arrived to the west coast of Africa, we were not talking about Jesus. They went to kidnap some of these Moors, and some of these Moors sold us out. And was everybody in Africa a Moor? Fuck no. Because in some of these chapters, it talks about them speaking the other language. But in the eyes of the European, anybody that was black was considered a Moor. The Europeans didn't understand that shit. They just saw black and they was like, all y'all motherfuckers gonna get it. But they was like, hold on. If y'all got something going on over here already and y'all don't mind selling niggas out, we'll buy these niggas from you. And that's what the Portuguese did, because they was raiding some of these areas at first and they caught heavy resistance because Africans fought. They didn't just stand around and wait for somebody to come get at them. They didn't do that. So I'm going to find another book here, and it talks about the resistance of the African, because I'm all about that. We're going to talk about the resistance. Everybody still up? Can y'all hear me? I don't know if I can. All right, good.
You good? You good?
All right, my man's in All right, so we're gonna look on page 219. This right here is the Chronicle of Discovery Conquest. This is what actually went down. This was under Prince Henry's penmanship. They wrote this shit, not me. This ain't Port City making this shit up. This ain't Mo Fax or Suiton making this shit up. This is coming from the direct source, the horse's mouth. All right, about what was going on. So we're talking about a couple of members of the Orders of Christ, and I'm gonna go down here, and this is just them all in our shit. Prince Henry around the 1400s. I'm about right here. I'm gonna read some. Okay, it says, I discovered a village divided into two large parts full of inhabitants. And you know that the people of this land are not so easily captured as we desired, for they are very strong men, right? Very weary and very well prepared in their combatants. I want everybody to pay attention to this shit, because a lot of people act like the white man just came down there and we just walked on the fucking boat. That didn't happen. All right. And these Portuguese were scared like a motherfucker about the shit. And we're gonna look about it. We're gonna look at it a little bit more. It's telling you, it's like, look, man, these black folks, they watch out. It says they're prepared, they're very well prepared in their combatants. And it says, and the worst is they have their arrows poisoned with a very dangerous herb. You know we like them herbs. Y'all know we like the herbs, right? So this is the Portuguese letting y'all motherfuckers know, all of the white folks who come into Africa, danger. These Africans will have arrows, right? Arrows, right? With a very potent poison, right? It says, wherefore it seems to me that we ought to turn our backs. What? So they was running. Where it seems that to me that we it says, wherefore it seemeth to me that we ought to turn back, for all our toil will be the cause of death if we should make an attempt upon these people. They're letting you know they scared of these black folks. You don't hear stories like this, but this is an understanding of the European trying to get into the interior of West Africa during the 1400s under the Orders of Christ through the leadership of Prince Henry and the Navigator, and having difficulties doing that shit because they wanted to do the slave raids at first before they was able to create some type of trade cooperation. They went in there just trying to take shit. That's basically what they did. And they're letting people know that, oh, we just can't do that. It says, wherever it seems to me that we ought to turn back, for our toil will be the cause of death if we should make an attempt upon these people. It says, to this other reply that it was well said, for they all knew, for they all knew that he spake the truth. Sorry, I messed that up. Again, this is from Prince Henry's chronicler, talking about how the African was resistant. Real quick. All right, we're gonna keep going. And these are highlights. All right. Now, these are highlights from the book. This specific book is the actual detailed events according to what happened. The first book on Black Morocco basically took sources from this book. Everything that you find in Black Morocco, you definitely gonna find in Prince Henry's book, because you know they wrote about that shit. So now we're gonna keep it going. I need to be on another page. 236. 236. This highlights, y'all. We've talked about this already. For those who never heard, I'm just kind of recapping, brushing over some important key points in history that is always looked over. Right now, we're out of the book of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea. Prince Henry chronicler wrote this during the 1400s. This talks about how they came into West Africa. Okay, so right here on page 236, I apologize. This talks about, what is this right here? Of the leagues that the caravels of the infant, the caravels of Prince Henry, that's what this talk about. Caravels are those little ships that had the little crosses on them. Matter of fact, let me go real quick and show y'all what the hell a caravel is, just so we're clear. We recapping. We recapping. No point intended. What the fuck? Recapping, but no cap, you know? We recapping without the cap. Okay. So just so we can see, because I like visuals, man. You know, we're going to do a visual and see what this actual caravel look like, so y'all can have a good representation on what the orders of Christ would have looked like coming into Africa. And this is why I have an issue with saying we Christians. This is why. So I'm going to share this joint again real quick. We're going to share the screen. We're talking about the orders of Christ. What port talking about? We're talking about the orders of Christ. We're talking about caravels. Prince Henry the Navigator, right, on page 236, talks about the caravels of the infant. These are the caravels of Prince Henry. So when I say that, I mean this. This is a caravel. This is what Black African people would have saw pulling up in the 1400s. We weren't rocking Jesus pieces. They were. I want to make that fucking clear. I get on these lives and I get, well, Christianity was in Africa the whole time. We knew all about Jesus the whole time. What are you talking about, Port? We were Christians. Well, if we were fucking Christians, why was we drawing arrows at this shit when it pulled up? Huh? Why was we, you know? So that's a caravel. Anybody who have not seen what a caravel is, this is a caravel. This is a shipping vessel, all right, that was used before the big slave ships. You had these little joints. Prince Henry the Navigator, right, authorized these fucking ships to go on the west coast of Africa. I want y'all to be visual with this shit. We were Christians. No, they were the motherfucking Christians. They were the motherfucking Christians who came into the west coast of Africa. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit about we was talking about Jesus and all that shit in Africa, because it did not go down that way, family. And I'm just being honest. All right. So this was a caravel. I want to be very clear. So going back to where we was at, we're going to stop the screen again. We're going to share it one more time again, because we're going to go right back to the Chronicles of, right? So right here, this goes back. So now we have an understanding, everybody. Now we got an understanding of what a caravel is, right? The caravel of the infant. The caravel of the infant was Prince Henry. They call princes infants back then. Don't know why, kind of weird to me, but I just want to kind of put that out there. So, okay, we're going to go down and we're going to read. Let's read what they talking about and what's going on. Where we at? Okay, it was the opinion among many people in Spain and other parts as well that those great birds called ostriches did not hatch their eggs, but that as soon as they laid them on the sand, they left them there. But it was found to be quite the contrary, for they laid 20 or 30 eggs and hatched them like the other birds. They ain't even know about ostriches. See how much shit they did not know? But anyway, let's get back to the meat and potatoes. It says right here, let me see where we at right here. I'm gonna read some of this. And he reported that the things in that land by which those who live by merchandise may gain profit are those Negroes. This was probably one of the first fucking times that you heard the word Negro. And this is when you heard this word, this was in the 1400s. Were these Negroes in America? Fuck no. I want to make clear we're talking about the land of black people. All right. And he's talking about profits being made. He says profits are the Negroes. It says whereof they have many whom they kidnapped, and gold which they get from their land, and the latter, and hides, the wool and butter together with cheese, and of which they are many, and also dates in great abundance. This is them seizing the moment, looking and seeing what black people got. All right. It says we say which are brought from another part, and amber and the perfume of the cavet and risen, and oils and skins and sea wolves, for which are great numbers in Rio de Oro, as you have heard. And they could also obtain somewhat of merchandise of the Guinea, of which they are many kinds and very good, as will be recounted further on. It says, and it was found that up to this era of 1446, from the birth of Jesus, what it says, 51 caravels had voyaged to those parts. But of the sum of Moors they captured, we will speak at the end of this book. All right. So this is them coming in there with the little orders of Christ shit and basically seizing up an opportunity to take over, to capture shit and to get gold. Initially, they wanted to go in there and get gold. So I'm gonna read a little bit further on our next joint here. But the next one, I hope you guys are still with me. Everybody's still up. I like reading. So that's what we at right now. This book is fire. Y'all got to get this book. This ain't my book. This is their book. This is what they wrote, and why would they write about all of their hardships if they ain't take no fucking hardship from us? Now I'm gonna keep it real. We're gonna talk about real shit. It says of Nuno Tristão. It says, oh, how Nuno Tristão was slain in the land of Guinea, and of those who died with him. This right here is probably one of the best shit I ever read out of this book, because you don't never really hear any type of resistance and stuff. Now y'all heard this before, and I'm gonna read it again. But real quick, let's look up Nuno. I think it's Nuno. Who the fuck was this dude? Right? Who the fuck was he? Right? Who the fuck was Nuno? So we're gonna go and see who he was real quick. Just we recapping. So we go. This is how you go. This is how you do research. You know, you got the primary first. When you do, you might come across the Google, right? And you will Google, right? Google, we can't use that. Well, you can, right? Let's see what Google talks about, right? Nuno Tristão. It says Nuno Tristão was a 15th century Portuguese explorer and slave trader, active in the early 1400s. Didn't I just say that? It says traditionally thought to be the first European to reach the region of Guinea. Legend has it that he sailed as far as Guinea-Bissau. However, more recent historians believe he did not go beyond the Gambian River. So that's who the fuck Nino is. All right, we're talking about the 1400s. Let's read some more. Nuno Tristão was a knight of the household of who? Henry the Navigator. Am I making this shit up? Oh, there's a picture of Henry right there. So I don't want to hear you bitch ass nigga. Well, you're using Google. You're using Google. Well, we can go to Google right now and we can pull up one of the Order of Christ members, fucking Nuno Tristão, out of Google. And we can also go right back to the book. We can go right back wherever I'm at. We can go right back to, let me get some of this shit off my joint. We can go right back to the exact primary and see what's going on. We can go right back here, back and forth. So we looked on Google, and now we're going right back in the book. All right, right back in the motherfucking book. And I don't know why I missed my page up. I wanted to do this back and forth thing. There we go. Is that it? Okay, so right back in the motherfucking book, right? So we learned in the book who like, just so we're clear who the fuck he was. Nuno Tristão, or Tristão, was a high-ranking member in whose household? Prince Henry the Navigator's household. And we fucked his ass up in Africa. And y'all about to hear all about it, because that's what I like to do. I like to go over shit like this all the time. So this is his story, and it gets real juicy on page 260, and that's where we're going to go at. So we know who Nuno Tristão is, and we know he was one of the first motherfuckers to come down here. It didn't say Prince Henry came down. It says Nino, because Prince Henry was too much of a bitch ass motherfucker to get in them ships and come down here. So he sent Nino, and he sent Atum Goncalves and a bunch of other motherfuckers down here. He ain't never navigate shit. I'm gonna just keep it real. All right. Now this talks about make sure I'm reading. Man, my phone is going off, y'all. My bad. My cousin is blowing my shit up. I told that nigga I was on live, man.
You better answer that shit. It might be important, bro.
I know. No, it ain't important because I just told him. I just talked to him before. So he know I'm on. He fucking with me, man. All right. So yeah, we're gonna talk about some of the resistance that came in that these motherfuckers had to deal with. Let me see. Okay. All right. So this is Nino coming in hot pursuit, right? And it says, let me go up a little bit. And we talked about the caravels. We already know what type of watercraft they were using. And it says, and they were pursuing their voyages. Thus, they came upon them 4 or 5 boats of Ghanaians prepared like men who would defend their land. God damn. Hold on, man. This nigga calling me and shit. I told his ass I'm on this fucking live. This nigga. Give me 1 minute, y'all. Oh, this nigga ain't gonna pick up his phone. Damn, my bad, y'all. He know I'm on live. He probably watching me right now, fucking with me, man. My bad, y'all. Excuse that. Okay, so if he called again, my bad. So we're talking about Nino invading Africa, kind of coming in there and seeing what's there, right? What is he running up on? Okay, it says, and as they were pursuing their voyages, thus they came upon them 4 or 5 boats of Ghanaians prepared like men who would defend their land. And our men in the boats were not desirous to try and combat them or combat with them, seeing the great advantage their enemies had, and especially because they feared the great perils that lay in the poison with which they shot. So this is the poison arrows that I've been talking about. And so they began to retreat to their ships as well as they could, but seeing how one of those boats was much in front of the others, they turned around upon it, but it retired towards its companions. And as our men were trying to reach it before it escaped, for it seemeth that it was already distant a good ways from the company. Their boat came so near that one of those Ghanaians made a shot at it and happened to hit Alvaro Fernandez with an arrow in his leg. But since he already been warned of its poison, he drew out the arrow very quickly and had the wound washed with urine and olive oil. We wasn't fucking around. God damn. Man, hang on, y'all. I can't even do shit. This fool calling me. Bro, I'm like on a whole live right now. Give me a minute, bro.
Wait, after having kids, you know how it goes, hiding behind.
My bad. I'm being ghetto today. My bad. Okay. Let me. His phone fucking up, so his shit just be fucking calling me for no reason. No reason. No reason. Sorry about the delay. Yeah, so they was pissing and using olive oil to try to take care of that poison. They was getting fucked up. All right. So that's one thing I wanted to point out real quick. And Nuno Tristão died. He got his ass fucked up. And where is that at? That is around here somewhere too.
The Nuno Tristão hit different too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. He got his ass murked. And we're going to read all about this shit because that's what we do over here in the Syndicate. Where is it? Let me see. Yeah, volume 2 is like juicy. That got some heat in it, yo. I was like, damn, ain't nothing like reading about a revolt like that, man. And arrows and shit dipped in the dipping sauce and shit, yo. Shit. That shit gangster.
Yeah, I know some youngins out there talking about smoking on people and stuff. Let them know that they should be smoking on these people.
Yes.
These are people that you should be smoking on.
Smoking on that Portugal. Smoking on those orders of Christ. So yeah, this talks about the death of Tristo, punk ass, and how he caught it too. I'm on this. This is Prince Henry crying about him, right? He's like, oh my God, this noble, this Prince Henry of his household. But I want to get down to the juicy part. So Nuno wanted to make Prince Henry proud. What can I do to make the prince proud? Oh, I know. I can go into the land of the blacks, right? Capture some Negroes and bring them back to Spain. That's what I can do. As a Christian, I can go into this heathen land, bring back some heathens, and take them to the prince. That's all that was on my man's mind right now. Let me plug my shit up. Right? So, okay, so this talks about Nino going in, right? Now, okay, we're talking about Nuno Tristão. It says, now this noble, this is where I'm at, people. Now this noble knight was perfectly informed of the great desire and purpose of our victorious prince, being one who from such an early youth had been brought up in the household. So this is in the primary talking about how Nuno was brought up in Prince Henry's household, and seeing how Prince was toiling to send his ships to the land of where? The land of the motherfucking Negroes in the 1400s. It didn't say we're going to America, Thai Mary, or any of that shit that y'all be saying on TikTok. It's saying we're going on the coast of Africa to the land of the Negroes during the 1400s. I don't see anybody talking about this prior to. And it says, and such further yet, if he might accomplish it, and hearing that some caravels, remember, right? Some caravels, we know what a caravel is now. We know a caravel is a sailing vessel, right? That got one of those crosses on it. And this was all from the orders of Christ. It says that hearing that some caravels had already passed the river of the Nile, and that the things that we report from there, it seemed to him that that if he were not to make himself one of the elected companies to render service to the infant, his Lord, in the land. Damn it. I messed up, man. Make sure I'm on the right train. Yeah, going back. Sorry, right. Land of the Negroes, and much yet further, if he might accomplish it. And hearing that some caravels had already passed the river of the Nile, and that the things that were reported from there, it seemed to him that if he were not to make himself one of the elect company and to render services to the infant, his Lord, in that land, and any good thing that might be done or encountered there, right? He could not obtain the name of good man and truth, right? So wherefore, right, this is Nino being ambitious. Wherefore, he straightway made him ready a caravel, and having it armed, he began his voyage, right? And stayed not any part, but pursued his course towards the land of the fucking Negroes, right? This is not saying that we saw a land of Negroes in America. This is Prince Henry the Navigator, right? And one of his high-ranking dudes, Nuno, is getting in one of the caravels, heading towards the land of the Negroes. I want to be as clear as I can about this shit, right? And it says, and passing by Cape Verde, he went 60 leagues further on and came unto a river on which it seemed to him that there ought to be some inhabitants there. So Nuno Tristão got in his boat with his little cross, with his little Jesus piece around his neck, and he's looking for Africans. Wherefore he caused to be launched 2 small boats, right? He was carrying, right? And in them there entered 22 men. So he came, 2 boats, 22 men. Nuno, Orders of Christ. This is our first encounters with Christianity on the West African coast, right? And it says, and as they began to take their way up the river, the tide was rising with the which they had entered, and they had made for some habitations that they expired on the right hand. And it came to pass that before they went on shore, there appeared from the other side 12 boats, right? So this is them pulling up in Africa on 2 boats. And when they came, they saw 12 boats in which they were in which they would be as many as 70 or 80 Ghanaians, all Negroes with bows in their hand. This right here is probably one of the best poetic shits I've ever read in my life, right? This is them bitch ass motherfuckers, right? Coming into Africa thinking that they can just kidnap motherfuckers, right? They got away with it a little bit, but this was one of the biggest tests that they ever had, right? And we put them to the fucking test. This right here is so poetic right here, right? Because this is them coming in. This like picture the scene. I just showed y'all what the Orders of Christ look like in the caravels. This is them pulling up Jesus pieces. They got 20 men, 2 boats. But when they get there, they like, oh shit, we find 70 to 80 Ghanaians, all Negroes with bows in their hands. This is not talked about enough, right? And it says, and because the water was rising, one of the boats of the Ghanaians, or the Ghanaian, I can't even pronounce that, Guineas, right? Crossed. One of the boats crossed to the other side and put on the shore those it was carrying. And thence they began to shoot arrows at our men in the boats. Whoa, hold up. This is Africans defending their homeland. This is Africans seeing Christians come on their shores with 2 boats. We read that there's 2 boats. This is in the 1400s. This is the Orders of Christ. So when I say Christianity came into Africa, this is how it came into Africa under Nuno Tristão. He came in there. He tried to start beef with the Africans. And what do? We began to shoot arrows, right, at their boats, right? And it says, and the others who remained in the boats bestirred themselves as much as they could to get our men. And as soon as they perceived themselves to be within reach, they discharged that accused accumulation of theirs, a full of poison upon the bodies of our countrymen. Ooh, shit. Did y'all hear that? So we shooting arrows at these motherfuckers coming to our homeland with that Christian shit. So these were aliens to us. We didn't know what that cross was about. We didn't know what these white folks was talking about. We just knew that they kept coming up to our shores and kidnapping our men and women. And we was like, hold up, we got to fight these motherfuckers off. And this is the illustration of that right here. It says, yeah, they had poison dipped arrows, 80 of them. And they started shooting them. I don't want to hear nothing about you guys were weak. You guys just let them enslave you guys. No, the fuck we didn't. We resisted every step of the way, right? It says, and those who remained in the boats bestirred themselves as much as they could to get at our countrymen. As soon as they perceived themselves to be within reach, they discharged an accumulation of theirs full of arrows. As soon as they was close enough, we started fucking shooting at them. Arrows. And right? So I want y'all to picture the scene right here. You close your eyes. We in Africa, 1400s, minding our African business. These fucking boats of Orders of Christ pulls up. We like, who the fuck is that? And we like, I don't know. You seen them niggas before? Fuck no. Well, shit, go ahead, go get your shit. So we staying out and we waiting for these motherfuckers. And we laid on their ass. Poison arrows, right? So it says, full of poison upon their bodies of our countrymen. And so they held on in pursuit of them until they had reached the caravels, which was laying outside the river in the ocean sea. And they God damn it. And they were all hit by those poison arrows. That's right, my Africans fighting. Africans fighting. I thought you guys just walked onto the boat. Like we waited around for the white
accurate with it.
Right. Cool. Right. So it says, we're all hit by those poison arrows in such wise that before they come on board, 4 of them died in the boats. The fucking sauce was so potent, y'all. You dip your nuggets and then you eat it, you're like, it's hot. These motherfuckers died before they got on the boat. That's what it's telling you. And it says, before they came to the boat, they died. And so wounded as they were, they made fast their small boats to the ships and commenced to make ready for their voyage. They try to run the fuck up out of there. This is the white man running back to their caravels and trying to get the fuck out of there. Right? That's what this is saying. It says, seeing their case, how perilous it was, but they were not able to lift their anchors. Right? Why could these white men lift their anchors? Why? It says, for the multitude of arrows with which they were attacked. God damn.
That's a barrage.
That's like a movie scene. You just see a cloud full of motherfucking
that cloud arrows coming down, bro.
Coming down in your shit. That's Africa. This ain't Americans. This ain't American Indians we're talking about native West Africans. Shout out to the fucking Ghanaians. Shout out to Ghana, which hopefully if I get my shit together, I'm going to be there in December because I fucks with y'all like that. But it says a multitude of arrows. A multitude. They couldn't even get the fuck out the way quick enough. It was just hitting them up. Right? And it says, and they were constrained to cut the cables so that it says, and they were restrained to cut the cable so that not one remained. Right? And so they begin to make sail, leaving the boats behind. They say, fuck it. We got to get out of here. Leave them boats. Fuck them boats. We got to go. For they could not hoist them up. And it came to pass that of 22 men that left the ship, only 2 escaped. You motherfuckers. Fucked all y'all bitch ass niggas up. Coming there on the coast of Africa, and you fucked around and you found out. We laid out 20 of them motherfuckers. And to wit, one, Andre Diaz, and another, Alvaro da Costa, both esquires of the Prince Henry and natives of the city Evora, right? And the remaining 19 died. Fuck y'all. Clean them up and get them off the fucking coast of the ocean, right? And they died. Why did they die on Africa? Why did the Orders of Christ die? It says for the poison, right? Read this shit right here. This is some good shit. For the poison now. For the poison. Damn, I'm highlighting too much shit. For the poison was so artfully composed that a slight wound, if it only let blood, brought men to their last end, right? And there died. Again, I repeat, and there died that bitch ass Nuno Tristão. He fucked around and he found out. So when you go do a motherfucking Google report or whatever you want to call it, if you want to do a little Google search on this bitch ass nigga, you know, you're going to come across this joint, right? This is the first thing you come. Let's see what it says, right? First voyages. Nino was a knight of the household of who? Prince Henry, right? We just talked about that, right? Google says in 1441, Tristão was dispatched by Henry in one of the first prototypes rigged caravels. Oh shit! Hold up. Google is on point. Ain't this the same shit I showed y'all? Now we read from the primary, right? We read from the primary, and I'm taking you back to the 1400s, and I'm taking you back to Wikipedia. Because some of y'all bitch ass niggas think we like Wikipedia scholars and shit like that, and we don't go into primaries and we don't look at actually what happened. We read in the book, it says the caravels. I done showed y'all what a caravel is. A caravel, right, is a small maneuverable sailing ship used in the 15th century by who? The Portuguese, to explore what? Along the West African coast into the Atlantic Ocean. Well, I be goddamn. I'm not making it up. Port is not making it up, right? It's telling you right here, the first two sentences. It says Nuno Tristão was part of the household of Prince Henry the Navigator. It says Tristão was dispatched by Prince Henry, because I told you Henry bitch ass didn't go down there. He sent his flunkies down there. He said in the first prototypes of a caravel to explore West Africa coast. So when you look at this map, that's Ghana in there, Togo, Nigeria, all of that shit, right? Guinea, Ivory Coast, Liberia, Mali, the Niger, California area on that west side, Sierra Leone, right? It says the first point reached by Henry last captain 5 years earlier. We talked about Afonso Goncalves. We talked about all these bitch ass niggas. Around where? We talked about the Rio de Oro. Around this area right here is where they were conducting, where you had the Islamic presence in North Africa, where you had these folks that subscribed to Islam that didn't mind going into the interior of Africa to capture slaves. That's what we get Adahu. Adahu the Moor was around this area right here, right? And it says Tristão met up with the ship Antonio Goncalves. We talked about him, who had been sent on a separate mission by Henry that same year to hunt seals. So before they started hunting enslaved Africans, Prince Henry sent them over there to go hunt seals, to get some of these seal skin and shit, right? It says that bask on those shores. But Goncalves happened to capture a celebrity young camel driver, right? The first native encountered by the Portuguese. This was Adahu I was talking about, right? They're talking about Adahu, right, by the Portuguese since the exploration began in 1420. Nino, who carried on board here it is right here. Nino, who carried aboard one of Henry's Moorish servants as an interpreter. This is Prince Henry, the navigator, grabbing Adahu, getting the intel from a Moor to sell out our brothers and sisters that was in the indigenous region of Africa. Because this dude acted as an interpreter and interrogated Goncalves, captured the camel driver. It says Tristão and Goncalves were led by this information. Wow. It said it was led by this information. A small a fishing camp nearby. The Portuguese attacked the fishermen, taking some 10 captives. The first African slaves taken by the Portuguese back to Europe. So this is on point. So when you say, oh, you can start here and figure out who the fuck Nino is. And when you're done reading the Google, right, they ain't gonna lie to you. You go get you a book and you read the motherfucking book. Get you the book, y'all. Get you these books, get you these primaries. Don't believe what we say, because we could be bullshitting too, right? Get the fucking book. This is the actual book, the Chronicles of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea by Prince Henry the Navigator, written by Azura. And it talks about Nino getting his ass kicked in Africa by the West Africans and all of that. So I don't want to hear no more about we were weak. I don't want to hear no more about we were already talking about Jesus Christ and shit like that. No, we weren't. No, we weren't. I'd rather you say, man, we might have been in Islam or something like that, because that was the case, because Islamic had a stronghold in that area. They had a strong Islamic leadership. Okay. So this is where that shit come from. This is where the whole slave trade got initiated at. I'm always gonna bang your head on that one. And all of these Moors that saying we were Moors, that's not the fucking case, because they did not want no Moors coming over here. The Moors helped sold us out. We talked about Adahu. We read that in the primary, right? We read that in the primary, and then we read that in the actual, everything correlates together. All right. So I'm gonna slow it up. I can go on and on and on and on. And I'm just cracking eggs right now. All right. So I'm gonna slow it up, because I don't know if you guys ready for it. And has anybody come in here for the smoke yet? Because I don't know where y'all at. Where y'all at?
Sleep.
Where y'all at?
Sleep.
Now, if anybody got a question,
dreaming about getting that smoke,
right?
They
if
get the
anybody
smoke
got a
and they
question
dream
about Adahu the Moor, if anybody got a question about the transatlantic slave trade and how it got initiated, if anybody got a problem with what Mo said about taxonomy, if anybody got a problem with what Sudan said about anything, you guys are more than welcome to come in here and get it on, because we ready. We got our homework ready. This ain't fucking TikTok. You got to have some type of sources up. I just showed y'all sources. Mo showed you sources, and Sudan, we all do that. We source up. This is the source awards when it comes to showing y'all shit. But yet nobody's here. Nobody want to smoke with us. We got pre-rolls already rolled up. All right.
Who's Lamont?
Who's that?
Come on down.
Come on down. I'm gonna unshare my screen real quick, because I can go on again. These books right here, Volume 1, Volume 2. Get that. Get these books. Trust me. Because if any one of you fuck niggas talk shit, you just go to the don't believe Port. I don't want to debate y'all bitch ass niggas. I'm gonna go straight to the books and straight to the primaries. Don't argue me, argue the primary. That's it. Come on in, the water's warm.
Hey, Lamont, I mean, show us what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to come up, bro. And if you got any information to share, go ahead and share it. I mean, what is it? What do you say? We don't know the fact. That's your claim. That ain't my claim. That is exactly, see, this is what I'm saying with y'all. Y'all, this is what was written. These are documents illustrated on what happened. They wrote the shit down. You don't have to believe me. I'm telling you to go over the book that I'm reading to you that he wrote. Prince Henry recorded this shit. Where was these Christians at before Europeans came in there? And we talked about how hard it was to convert Africans to Christianity. I ain't even go over that with y'all. I just want y'all to know that Christianity was foreign to the West African. Now, we can argue all day about Christianity coming into Ethiopia. I ain't worrying about that right now, because we talk about us. You know what I mean? And most of us make up that Niger, California area. Most of our DNA come from 70% of that region. So I'm going to address history around that area. And the history around that area goes, in the 1400s, Prince Henry the Navigator, under the orders of Christ, came into Africa on a caravel and tried to Christianize the Africans. He got permission from a pope to do it. The pope gave Prince Henry the authorization to set up churches all in West Africa. Come up here and fuck with me if you want to on that. Please do. But no, I mean, anybody can come up here, and if you want to share some information, that's cool. But I mean, other than that, we just talking shit. And we can do that on TikTok. I want to come up here and show the family some information and have them, some meat and potatoes for them. They come here to eat, and we ain't feeding them no information, the real information. The people over here are our people. They come to eat, and we got to put some food on a plate. So we cook over here. So food for thought. You do the fucking dishes, all right? Just food for thought. Y'all niggas do the dishes. Again, the link is in the chat. I'm gonna do it. I mean, I can talk all day about this information. But no, specifically, if you got any issues with the information, let's argue about the books, the primary. We can talk about that. This ain't my opinion. Oh, it's just how you feel. No, this is me looking at the historical record. That's all. Chat is, link is in the chat. And as always, a lot of you guys don't show up or whatever. And we hear a lot of people talking shit. But some people act like the slave trading happened. Some people act like we're not from Africa, all this other dumbass shit. But anyway, let's go. It didn't happen in reverse. But yeah, so if y'all have not like the like this joint, my bad, I'm on my phone. Come on in.
What's going on? Where he at?
Yeah, they don't want to come, man. Don't nobody want to come eat our food. We got plenty of steak on the grill.
Right. Man.
We got our shit marinated and everything. Let's go.
Man, we really that dangerous, huh?
It's a big threat. And what me and Mo did was just some small. This small shit. This is a little recap. This is a little light stretch. Come to the light.
Is his stance that Africans did create Christianity or something?
Oh shit, we got what's your name, brother?
I'm the one that was Lee Mac in the comments. I only have a few seconds because I'm at work, so I'm just going to ask a couple questions, and then after that, I'll let you respond, and I got to get back to work. So, I believe it was stated several times that the West Africans weren't familiar with Christianity. Was that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that the West Africans were familiar with Islam. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did they have the Quran?
Did the West Africans have the Quran?
Yeah, the ones who would have been familiar with Islam.
It's possible that they could have had knowledge of the Quran, but what I'm telling you is they were not practicing Christianity whenever the Portuguese arrived on the shores of West Africa in the 1400s. That's specifically what I'm talking about.
Right, but my question was specific because if they were going to be practicing Muslims, were they not needed to abide by the words of Muhammad the Prophet?
Say that again.
I think you're misunderstanding what his stance is.
No, I'm not. I'm not misunderstanding anything. What I'm asking is because he says they would have been familiar with Islam, and so I'm going somewhere. We're doing a garden path. I'm building somewhere. If they weren't familiar with Christianity, but they were familiar with Islam, my next question is: would they have been familiar with the Quran, the Islamic holy book?
It's quite possible. I mean, you had a lot of North Africans subscribing to Islam. The Islamization of North Africa happened before the Christianity came into that place.
I'm sorry, the Islamization of North Africa happened before Christianity came into North Africa?
Yeah.
Okay, how could that be when North Africa, in many parts of North Africa, were part of the Roman province in the first century?
What I'm telling you is when the Portuguese arrived.
Well, no, this is specifically about the
No,
North
this
African.
is specific because we're talking about a time and place. Like I just read, I don't know if you paid attention.
Well, I paid attention to all of it, but my question was specifically about what you said about the North
Well,
Africans.
but I mean,
Islam before they got Christianity.
He's talking about West Africa though.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
specifically.
I just asked specifically about West Africa. He made a reference to North Africa, and then he said that
Okay.
the Islamization of North Africa happened before Christianity came into that area. So then I specifically came back to the point that he made about North Africa.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm specifically talking about West Africa because West Africa pertains to us as African Americans because we possess 71% of the Niger Colonial DNA. And when you look at the initiation of the transatlantic slave trade, it started by the Christians who came in contact with whoever was practicing Islam, and they helped them get us involved in the slave trade, and that's
Right.
that.
Right.
That's
But
all I'm
before we
saying.
move, right. But can you clarify the point you made about did you just say that North Africa received Islam before they received Christianity?
I'll take that back. I'll say North Africa received they were Christianized first. I can say that.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about North Africa.
Judaized, Catholicized, and Christianized, yeah, in North Africa. But we're talking about West Africa.
Okay, well, I was the one who mentioned North Africa, so there's no need to tell me that. All I did was ask a question about what was stated.
But he was saying it was possible because the Arabs had already went around that area, giving Islam to the Africans. So
just so I'm clear, the point that he was making is that Professor was talking, Professor Push-a-Lot. So just so I'm clear, you're saying that it's possible that they had Islam because that there was Islam in North Africa already?
Who you talking to, me or him?
I was asking.
Do you have a date?
I don't have a date. I have
the date you're talking about.
I have a question. No, you just said what he was saying. You were speaking for him and saying he was saying that it's possible that they got Islam, that they had Islam there because they were practicing Muslims in North Africa. I'm asking, is that what you said?
Okay, but can we go to a date so we can see if
I was all I'm doing is asking you clarifying questions.
Okay, well, yeah, the answer's gonna be yes to everything. They got Jews over there, they got Muslims, but if you get us to a date, then we can see if they're practicing their traditions or if it's when the colonizer arrived. That's why we have to have a date.
Listen, you're telling me to give you a date for something I didn't say. Let's just move on because you said
let's
move on then. Move on.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Okay, so the next question is, so if they would have had, let's assume for a second they would have had the Quran. If they would have had the Quran, does the Quran mention Jesus and the Christians?
The answer is yes.
Okay, so they would have been familiar with Christians then?
If you're giving me the date, if they depending on what date you use, yes, they would already be familiar with Christianity.
No.
And
Listen. At whatever point in time that the West Africans would have been familiar with Islam, at whatever point in date and time that was that you all stated. Mm-hmm. Would they not have been familiar with Christians and Christianity because it's specifically mentioned in the Quran?
Depends on the time and depends on who you pulled up on. There's some people who know about Islam, Judaism, Christianity, and some people were just minding their business and don't know nothing about that shit.
Okay. Let's ask a different question. Was there trading going on between the different African countries?
There was all types of trading going on at all types of time periods. Yes.
Okay. Was the trading going on between the African tribes and nations?
Yeah, you had all types of trade.
Okay, so are there West African artifacts found in Egypt and in Egyptian artifact found in West Africa?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see.
Okay, so people traveled between those routes.
Yeah, I never said they didn't.
Well, I didn't say you did. I'm just asking.
Before the slave ships, you did have trade routes along the interior of Africa. Okay. So yes, you did. Yes, you have all types of that going on.
So we know for a fact that people from so at the time and in the first century, and I'm just asking just questions. We're just reasoning here. So at the time in the first century, and the first, I don't know, let's say 14 centuries, you would have had people who would have been coming from the Christian nation of Egypt and trading with folks in West Africa.
You got to show us that.
Well, no, I'm not asking you to show anything. What we've established here, we've just built a garden path here. So we know at the time. Possible? We know at the time the
You're asking if that's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking because we know that because what we just established there was trade route stuff going on. So somebody was going back and forth between these two places.
It's quite possible, yeah.
Okay, so with that, what would have prevented anyone in, let's say, Guinea from knowing anything about Christianity with trade routes and people passing back and forth between these places, Islam being present in the area, which mentions Christ, how would they have not known about Christianity in West Africa?
You had trade routes and you had markets, and people that was in the trade routes and the markets might have picked up anything as far as a religion that came through the trade, but the average person that's out and have a house set up outside that didn't know.
Okay, so
if they didn't come in contact with a merchant or the market, they might have not had knowledge of it. And yes, they were practicing their own shit, just like the Igbos, just like the Yoruba. They didn't know about Christianity like that.
Well, right. Well, that's your claim, but I'm asking the barrier is what? You just talked about these people traveling back and forth.
What I'm saying is the introduction could have been through the trade, and we all can agree that if it did get in there, it might have gotten in there through the trade.
Okay. Okay. And so the trade would have been between African nations. So we know we had North African Christians all along North Africa up there. And we know that didn't do anything but spread from the 1st century onward. And we know that they had continual trade routes. So and I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And over a 1400, I'm sorry, yeah, in over 1400 year period of time, so you're talking about 1441, if I heard you correctly. So from time of Christ, let's say, about 33 to 36 AD, in that 1400 year span of time, with people traveling back and forth between these areas, trade
Mm-hmm.
routes and stuff going on from the north here,
Mm-hmm.
the people who would have been down there would not have known anything outside of the merchants. They wouldn't have known anything about Christianity in over a millennia and a half. This is what the claim is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that when the Portuguese arrived, they tried to Christianize the Africans, and they had a hard time doing it because they did not know it. I can read that to you too.
Yeah, but what he's I think he's trying to go off of possibility.
One where we're established, because one of the first things that established. So I deal with logic, and so
that's fine. But either way, they still are not the ones who created it, and they're not the ones who were familiar with it at the time, even if they had some type of knowledge about it, or they heard of it, or they know what certain symbols mean.
Cool.
These people are not practicing Christianity. That's
cool.
What
Cool.
that's
So watch this.
And we did not create it either. Those are the two main points.
Right. Well, that's the thing. But the specific claim that was made here was about them not knowing anything about it. And one of the pieces of evidence used about that.
Some of them didn't.
Cool.
Some of them didn't. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really, truly appreciate that. I think that undoes most of what was said that I've heard here the whole time. But I do have another couple of questions. I got to get back to work. So would North African Christians, would they have had a different belief about evangelism and spreading the gospel than would have existed among the Portuguese? Or like what was the belief, the early belief of Christianity in the North Africans? Would they not have tried to proselytize and that sort of thing?
Well, they had multiple. The Christianity that prevailed today.
Well, I was asking about a specific teaching, not anything else. But a specific teaching on a specific Christian tenet of evangelism. Did that exist among the North Africans, or did they have a different understanding of it?
Amongst the North African?
Yeah, amongst North African Christianity.
Yeah, they had that for all of their beliefs, but it wasn't. By the time it gets to the Portuguese, it's not even the same one. So that's why there's also
no. Well, again,
you don't like to go into details. You just like to stay on the surface. So that's not how history works.
Well, no.
Christianity that you're talking about, we're actually talking about.
I'm talking about a specific.
We're talking about something closer to agnosticism and Catholics. We're not even talking about the Christianity of today. So technically, right? If we're specific, they didn't know nothing about this Christianity we talking about.
Absolutely none of that is relevant to my question, sir.
I know because you want to play on the surface.
I'm asking about a specific tenet because now we're talking about.
I already answered.
Well, no, you didn't, because I asked.
I said yes.
Yes. Okay. So, what was their belief in North Africa regarding evangelism?
Regarding it, that they're supposed to spread it. That's what they were doing.
Okay. So they believed in spreading the gospel in North Africa.
Right.
Okay. And so, were there any Christian merchants that traveled between these places?
It's possible.
There are no Christians.
No.
No. You just
listen. What was just stated several times that there was
those books are there. Judaism is there, and the beliefs, the development of Christianity is around. But Christianity is not there yet.
I didn't state. Listen, someone else stated that there were Christians in North Africa. All I'm doing is using the same terminology. Now it's being switched. Now this is illogical. But like I said, it's all good. I'll let you gentlemen get back to it. This was a headache.
Yeah, because you're not dealing with history. But you should go get my book, the developmental history, the unraveling the unknown developmental history of modern religion. Because y'all don't get it. The Christianity was recently created. So we cut you some slack and said that shit was floating around in North Africa because Judaism was there and they were starting to build it. But Christianity as we know it, no, these people don't know nothing about that shit.
Exactly.
And when they pulled up with it, they didn't know anything about that version either. You gotta, if you don't use a date, then we can't tell like what tribe you're talking about and who pulled up on who. That's why he wanted to stay away from that. Because as soon as he would have gave me the date, then I would have went who pulled up, who they were trading with, and we would have went directly into it, and we would have found what ideology those people had at the time, and then we would have dealt with it. He didn't want to deal with the details, but he probably needs to come at a time where he's not so busy and we can sit down and pull it.
Yeah, I mean, he's more than welcome to come back. And you know, religion, Christianity, Islam, that shit got in there during the trade routes. That's how the shit got into Africa. You had the indigenous people believing what they were believing in. You had big open markets, and you had trade routes. Before the trade ships, it would carry commodities and shit. You had trade routes. So those Christians and those Christian nations brought some of that Christian bullshit to Africa. It might have trickled in there a little bit, but was it a dominating state religion? Fuck no. That's what I'm trying to say.
And you have to study Christianity. That's the part he didn't want to go into either. They could have heard about it. We can speculate all day until we get to the actual details and put the nail in the coffin. But for speculation purposes, cool. They wasn't studying it. And when they first pushed it, they were not trying to give you the book. That's why we got to go into the details. They were just trying to convert you. They had leaders that they would appoint and people that they would leave there that would control the people and teach them, build the church and do all of that. But these people weren't familiar with it if you have to teach it to them. Mm-hmm. So even if they heard of it and got wind of it and had a couple talks with people, they're not familiar with it enough to where we can say that this is something that was involved with us. Like, this is what our people, that we're the foundation of this shit. No, it's not. That's not going to cut it. But dates are very important. If you don't have a date, then I can't even really, there wasn't really much to disagree with. I could just speculate with him and try to go into hypotheticals. But once we have a date, then we know who's pulling up, and we do know what they're practicing at that time, because both people talked. They talked about what they saw when they pulled up, and the people who pulled up said what those people were doing and what they were practicing when they pulled up, and you can't get out of it. And they didn't agree with it. They called them the heathens, the heretics. Exactly. They said the Africans had fake history that didn't match because they were trying to push the biblical narrative. So this was an argument and a fight, and two people clashed, and one person, the people who won, their religion also won too. It's obvious, but they just got to get into the development.
All right, real quick. This is from the book called West African Christianity, The Religious Impact, right? And right here, that's highlighted. It says the orders of the Knights of Christ, founded in 1319 in Portugal, had been given a complete spiritual jurisdiction over all churches founded in West Africa and southward to the Indies by a bull promulgated in March of 1456 by the Pope. This is the Pope that I was telling y'all about that did the shit. Pope Calixtus III had empowered Prince Henry as a grand prior of his order to name incumbents to all beneficiaries, both of our secular and our regular clergy, to impose censures and other celestial, penalties, and to exercise the power of an ordinary within the limits of his jurisdiction. It was in this way that the churches of St. George at Elmina came to be devoted to Prince Henry and was brought under the obligation of saying mass for the souls of all deceased members of the orders of Christ. So we knew Jesus so much. Why wasn't the churches already there? Before, where they would already had churches there in West Africa if we had a great knowledge of the shit. Like, I don't understand where y'all be coming from when it comes to this. I really don't. So the Christian popes initiated this. I don't know how many times I gotta tell y'all that. Let me see if I can find another joint.
He said Dab ain't gonna show up because you and Sutin keep cutting him off. Fuck out of here. Everybody cuts everybody off. We can't cut you off over here though. You're just gonna be sitting there doing your presentation.
No shit.
You come over here freestyling, you gonna get cut off. But if you're doing a presentation, we gonna be looking at the shit, taking notes, so we can respond.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna read this other John. Where this shit at?
I think that was Dab.
How the fuck was that Dab? His camera was on.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was doing my screen, my slides.
Yeah,
Oh shit. Where's that?
and I know his voice.
What he look like? What did that dude just look like?
Who, homie?
Yeah.
Shit, I can't remember.
Look like he might be Fulani. Sorry. I don't know.
Look Yoruba to me, right? I want to share.
I was putting some new slides together.
Yeah, I got one more thing I'm gonna show.
I ain't even talking about that right now.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. What up, Sleep? Get up here, Sleep. We ain't doing shit but playing 2K. You can pause 2K for 30 minutes, brother.
Shit, most of these damn games are live now. I used to say that shit all the time. Pause it real quick. Come eat. I can't. Like what?
Right?
This is live.
Oh shit.
Then I tried to get back into playing the game, and I try to pause it, and I'm like, oh shit, I can't even pause this shit. Like what the fuck? I can't play this stuff.
All right, let me show y'all this real quick. This right here, we got sources, man. We just source awards. This right here is from the book called Slave Religion, the Invisible Institution in the Alabama South. All right. This book talks about all right, here we go. An 18th century traveler observed that while some West African towns had mosques, and though some Muslim Fulahs and Mandingos attended to the ceremonial duties of their religion with such strictness as well might cause the Christian to blush, yet they still entertain a degree of belief in powers of witchcraft and in those of charms. It is clear that elements of Islam were often mixed with or adapted to forms of traditional African belief. This is what I'm saying, that Islam was quite heavily present in Africa, and what Africans do best is they just synchronize with other religions and try to match that shit up with their own. In the case in point, it is recorded for the Dahomey among the amulets and charms. The principle is a scrap of parchment containing a sentence of the Quran, which the natives purchase from the Moors who visit the country. As we shall see, Muslim slaves became particularly noted in the New World for the powers of their magical charms. It says, similarly, it is possible that a few enslaved Africans may have had some contact. See, this is what I'm talking about. So we never said that they weren't. So here, right quick. So we're gonna read this shit real quick. It says, it is possible that a few enslaved Africans may have had some contact with Christianity in the homeland. Okay, that's what we just said. Just so y'all don't think we fucking around. We didn't say it wasn't totally there, but it wasn't a state-sponsored religion, and it says some of them, right? It says attempts to establish European Christianity along the west coast of European Christianity along the coast of West Africa date from the time of the Portuguese missionaries in the early 16th century, right? So this is John Babbitt explaining to you guys around that time, we might have had some Africans with it, with knowledge of Christianity? Was it most? No, they were mostly Islamic, to be quite honest. And that's why
why he didn't want to do the date, because it just said the 16th century. That's the 1500s.
Right. So we get laser focus in here. I'm gonna just let y'all know. That's what we do. So don't just come up here just saying shit, man. So right here, it talks about John.
Hold on.
Yeah,
so
bro.
You mean to tell me Dab don't want to come over here because we gonna cut him off, but he's on a live getting cut off right now?
Oh no, he was just saying that he's scared. That's basically, you got to translate it.
Yeah.
All right.
The translation
he ain't gonna cut him
scared.
off. I won't do that. He can get his shit out. He can talk his shit, and we'll hear it, and then we'll go in. Now let's get this. Look at this, y'all. Now we talk about, well, we're Christian. We were already Christians. We have a little bit of it. Why the fuck did the Portuguese had to bring missionaries in the 1600s? And this is John Barbet, and his account was written in 1682. What did he say? It says the Portuguese missionaries have undergone great labors and ran mighty hazards to convert some of them Africans in the region of Gambia to what? What did he try to convert them to? To Christianity. So you mean to tell me, this is what I was trying to tell y'all. Whenever they came in there, we didn't have a great knowledge of no fucking Christianity. And if we did, they wouldn't have to go through great labors, end quote, on how to convert some of them Africans in the region of Gambia. It says, ever since the beginning of it says real quick, so we all know what we're talking about real quick. Let's blow this shit up. Convert to Christianity ever since the beginning of the last and during this century, but with little success. For though some seem to embrace the doctrine, yet many mix it with pagan ideology and Mohammedanism. What the fuck is Mohammedanism, Mo?
Islam.
Oh. So that mean to tell me they were already practicing Islam over there, like I said at first, right? So they mixed it. They try to synchronize it with whatever they was believing in at first, either a pagan ideology, which would subscribe to the indigenous, or the Mohammedanism would subscribe to
I think he has a small mind about Africa. So he was assuming that because in North Africa they knew about Islam and Christianity and even Judaism, right? And you can go Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, and then Islam. In his head, I think he's like, those are all Africans. They're all in the same area, and they're like, interacting with each other. I guess that's how it was in his head. He doesn't understand how Christianity can arrive after Islam. Yeah, that can happen because people were over there minding their fucking business. And even when the Portuguese pulled up, and who was that? The Dutch pulled up in the southern regions where the Zulus were. They actually didn't get Christianity till like the 1600s. Because they did mind their fucking business, even though they were trading with them. They weren't really worried about that until they saw, like, hold on, we can have better slaves and have more control over these people if we push it like the Arabs and the Christians are doing it. You know what I'm saying? So they start copying the same shit. So you can get one before the other one. Right. That's a huge continent.
Yeah. So it's saying they went through great labors. It says,
and to be clear, hold on, one more thing. Yeah. There are people in Africa who still don't know what Christianity is. It's still being introduced to people all over the damn world. Like, it's people minding their fucking business and they don't know nothing about it still. Or they're holding on to an older version, and you'll walk up to them and say, hey, and you'll start talking the doctrine that you have over here in America and what came after, all of these different canonizations. And they'll tell you some old, like, agnostic shit. Some old Judah, when the Christianity was first coming about, before it was even called that, but they were kind of still Jews. You have those type of Africans over there. So even now today, everybody's not familiar with all of the main version of Christianity all through Africa. So it's like he just wanted to have a quick spill, and that's not how this shit works.
Yeah, we more laser specific, right?
Yeah, Rev, I know. Look, that's why I told Sutton to just be an angel, because I know he was going to try to use that as an excuse, because he couldn't use anything else. He already agreed to it. And then when I seen he was like, oh, I gotta find some way out. He was trying to find a way out, and he kept saying little slick shit like, "See, y'all not letting me talk. See, y'all not letting me talk." And I was like, he about to try to use that shit as an excuse. That's why I was like, don't block him, don't do nothing, just be nice until Saturday, and then fuck him over, because I knew he was gonna try to use that.
Big facts. Big facts. I'm gonna finish up with this, but yeah, this talks about the conversion and the great labors in which the Portuguese had in trying to convert these poor African minds into Christianity. Okay, it says French Capuchins, if I'm pronouncing it right, were working on the Gold Coast in 1635, and the Portuguese were sent out to the kingdom in 1683. There were some African converts. There were some African converts among the Creole societies made up of mulattoes of the Portuguese African descent, which grew up around the European forts. So the only Christians that came out was these European Christians that got converted because they had mixed ancestry, and they were, you know, at this point, the Portuguese practiced Christianity. So if you had a black mom and some type of Portuguese dad, you was gonna be a Christian. That's just kind of how it was. It says
real quick, let me explain something to him real quick. Ron, he said, why does it say European Christianity? Explain that, please. Didn't know there was a difference. It is at this time that he's speaking of, is what I guess the stuff, 15th, 16th, 17th century. There are different types of Christianity. And it was even in its development, but even at this stage when it's more fortified, there's different types, and it has spread around a lot. So there's different types of Christianity, and different types of Christians. So it's being very specific that these are the European Christians, because if you just say the Christians came up, then anybody can get blamed. You say the European Christians, then you know exactly who they're talking about in history. But go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, let me see. There were some African converts among the Creole society made up of the mulattoes, Portuguese African descent, which grew up around the European forts. So these were kids that were mixed, that was growing up around these European forts, that were able to get Christianized. It says the Portuguese had some success in the Congo. We talked about this earlier, where many Congo or Premier King Nganza Mbemba was converted to Christianity and baptized as Dom Alfonso in 1506 and in between 1506 and 1541 in general. However, the early missionaries had very limited success and did not penetrate the interior. Real close, I want you guys to pay attention to this part right here. It says, not until Christianized slaves begin to return from Europe and America to Africa in the late 18th century did the expansion of Christianity on the west coast of Africa began. Christianity was carried further inland by the invasion of the European and American missionaries shortly before and contemporary with the 19th century colonization. Through Islam and to a much smaller extent, Christianity had extended into sub-Saharan Africa. By far, the greatest number of those Africans who fell victim to the Atlantic trade came from peoples who held the indigenous and the traditional beliefs of their fathers. That's very important. Most people who got enslaved were people who didn't recognize Christianity and didn't recognize Islam. They recognized the traditional beliefs of their father. And it says by far the greatest number of those Africans who fell victim to the trade were those people. So you had a strong chance of not becoming enslaved if you subscribe to this shit. What you think niggas gonna do if niggas was getting enslaved? And if you gotta have a choice of being a Christian or Islam, more than likely you might say, you know what, I do believe in Jesus today. You dig? And why was it so hard for the Portuguese missionaries? Why do they have to go through great labors, end quote? They went through hazardous labors And not after they were baptized, they ran back to their to the pagan and their Mohammedanism. All right. It says Christianity came back when Christianized slaves began to return back to Africa. I'm sorry, yeah, but return back to Africa from Europe and America. These brand new ass niggas that went to college and got their little shirt cleaned and pressed, and they look good, and they coming back trying to tell you, you need to do the same thing, brother. Look at me, man. Look at what I did. I got put on, man. You need to do this, man. You still over here with this indigenous stuff. Come over here. That's kind of how that shit went down. I just wanted to share that. That book again is titled Slave Religion. Straight up. Straight up.
Yeah, man. Mo done ran niggas off and shit.
I thought they was gonna make it fun and show up, man. They kind of fun when y'all show up because like, oh shit, they here and it's like, all right, let's go, let's do this thing then.
It's like, no, it's Agent Push, run for the hills.
Yeah, he be intimidating niggas, and I like it. Let's go.
Dude, right. So what that make, like 6 people? You had Nitty, A-Train, Indigenous to America, Big Punch, Dual Dab. There was a couple of other people that was said they was gonna come over here, and they ain't show up.
Let's go. It's like we've been on here 3 hours and they ain't knock on the door or nothing. They ain't ring the doorbell. We got the milk and look, we got the milk and cookies sitting out for y'all niggas, and y'all don't want to eat this shit.
Oh, this is wow.
Christmas, we ready.
What's wrong with these dudes?
Man, oh man.
Where's Rev? Rev, are you coming up, Rev?
Shout out to Rev. Rev in the house?
Yeah, I told Sleepy to get up here too. Sleepy just want to play the game.
Shout out to Rev. Shout out to Kufu, right?
Right.
Yeah, shooting the one that come to the swing. You want to slide, nigga? Like, come to the swing. You ain't doing nothing but slide, nigga. Come to the swing. He's like, what if they don't want to come up? You ain't think about that.
And the slide get you burn, man. It's so fucking hot. You slide
It
down.
be peeling my skin off.
Yeah, come to the swing. It's cool over here. They tripping, bro. Let me see if I got my presentation.
Take your time, man. We just rolling up slow.
I'm going to my old one. I ain't even finna do the new one.
Major push alert.
Boy, he ducked a heavy blow. That boy ducked a heavy blow, but he's gonna get it on the back end though. He can't stay away from TikTok. Stay away from YouTube, but you will not escape TikTok. So I'm gonna bring it over there.
There we go. Did y'all see my screen?
Yeah, etymology.
Yeah. So this is the etymology of Egypt. One of the native names for ancient Egypt was Kim. This is the one that survived into Coptic as Kima, or I want to say that's Xmi. The etymology of this word is generally understood as the meaning of black one.
I think
Kemet.
it's Zimi.
Zimi.
Mm-hmm.
The black one. This is the translation provided by the Werter Birch of Irma in Grapal. Several facts have led researchers to translate this word as the black one. The first of these is the existence of an Egyptian word kim, meaning to be black in a feminine suffix, the T, both of which can be combined to form an adjective meaning black, or secondarily a noun derived from, I can't see the last part, but it's not Egypt, right? So when y'all see that, I gotta go to the come on, go to the next one. This is just the link. Y'all probably can't see it because it's a little small. I don't see the zoom. Hold on, let me find the zoom. I think this is it. Okay. Y'all see it?
Yeah.
So this is Egypt. You got lower and upper. And the upper is always going to be the low part, because they have to unite the land. They have to unite lower and upper, because upper is over there where the Nubians be kicking it at. So they have to come and unite the land. But as you can see here, they're giving you a lot of different names. See, they're just Egypt, 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 Egypt. But you got to go into the cities. So you got Cairo, you got Memphis, you got what is that? Letopolis. Then you got
Letopolis,
yeah,
Saqqara. What is that? Is that Medinet?
I'm
Medinet?
guessing El Fayum. You got Beni Suf, Heka Polaris, and I don't know what Oxy. And then you got Sinopolis, got El Manaya, Zayet El Amwat, Benin Hassan, El Esmenin, El Amarna, Asut. You got a lot.
Hierapolis.
This is a lot of stuff. So when these people tell y'all that Egypt's in America, make them show you all of these places that are in America. That's what my stance be. They just find the name. So now, since y'all seen that, I'm gonna go to.
And remember, Egypt is not going to be there, even though you see it on that map, because they're saying it's before the invasions. They're saying it's the ancient original place. So there should be no Egypt on their maps or anything that they show as a historical artifact showing that, you know, that area was over here. It wouldn't even say Egypt. It would have an older name.
Yep. Now, see, they tell you about Tamari, right? So when you put this in, it's going to say there's one place in the world named Tamari. Only one. And I think that's where it's at.
What's that, America?
That is right before you get to Australia. I want to say that's
Indonesia.
Yeah. So what these people talking about? See, it says map containing the location of all the places in the world called Tamari. And this is the source. And as you can see, you just got one place. So even if they want to say, oh, we don't use Egypt, we're saying Tamari. Okay, well, that's one place. So now we're going to go to the next slide. As you can see on this one, it says there are 21 places in the world named Egypt. In some countries, the place can be found more than once. For example, America and Jamaica. America has the highest number of places called Egypt, spread across 17 regions. The majority of city names Egypt can be found above the equator. The northernmost place is in the region Vermont in America. The southernmost place is in the region Free State in South Africa. So as you can see, this is where majority of them, I know, bear with me because I tried to blow this up, and when I blew it up, it was just messing up the names. As y'all can see, this is parts of America and then into Mexico. Now this right here is what they want to call the Yucatan, right? Or is it's either here or here. But you only got 3 places with that name. South of America, North America. Just 3 places. So I don't know what these people be talking about. And this is in America. Now remember, they show you that old ass map, right, of Egypt being in America, and Egypt is over here, right, on the map. This is another land. This ain't even Egypt. So if we're gonna say that this is really Egypt, and they're using the word Egypt, we would have to find it over here in California, basically right here, because they said this is the Red Sea. So you would have to find the name Egypt over here. But as you can see, they're all coming over here. These people, they just make up stuff. So then this is how many places in South Africa are called Egypt. And as you can see, you get one place. You get one place. The other one is actually Egypt to the north. So now this is the actual, I showed y'all the locations on the map. So now I'm actually giving you the states with Egypt. So you got Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, Mississippi, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and West Virginia. And now this is the other places in the world with Egypt. And now as you can see, it says Riverside, Centerville, Fairview, Midway, Franklin, Greenwood, Union, Marion, Glendale, Salem, Liberty, Farfield, Lincoln, Pleasant Valley, Georgetown. I think this might just be America, but this is just like the cities that have these names in certain areas. So I don't know if this is America or if this is the world, because I think I cut it off when it was actually telling me. And this is another one. You got Farfield, Lincoln, Pleasant Valley, Georgetown, Oakland, Arlington, Florence, Greenville. You got Bethel, Clinton, Springfield, Chester, Newport, Kingston, Clifton, Milton. Yeah, I think these are all in America too. So don't let these people sit there and lie to y'all. We already went over them. Now this is no, I didn't need this in here. I grabbed the wrong one. I was looking for the dictionary. Yeah, so I got to take that out. Now, when you come in here, you see Ta Neter, the southern part of the eastern desert in Arabia. So this is letting you know that the Egyptian, that what we call the Metu Neter, the hieroglyphs, this is just their dictionary what certain stuff means. So as you can see, it's telling you where this place is at. So that means if Egypt was in America, then where's Arabia at? And then you got this word Taman. It says he north the delta lower Egypt. So they're telling you where it exactly is. Then you got Ta'unu Neteru, the land of the gods, Arabia and other countries to the east of Egypt. See what I'm saying? They just like playing with the word Egypt. That's all they do. They don't give you no substance. So then we come over and you go to Ta Nefer right here, right? It says beautiful land, a title of the Tuat. So now we got to find out what the Tuat mean. And forgive me because I forgot to put it in here. The dudes start arguing with Mo and them, and I forgot to put it in here. But when we go down, it tells you right here the Tuat, the above of Osiris in the Tuat. So if you guys ever get to somebody who can actually tell y'all what the Tuat is, because I don't think I got it in here, then they should let you know. So and then this Taim Ma Kaharu, excuse me, NA, land of the truth speaking, a name of the kingdom of Osiris. For land, island may perhaps be read. So now if they're saying that Egypt's over here, then they have to show us this in America, which I don't think they can do. Now I gotta remember the word I was looking for right here. Ta-Meru or Meru. The right here. The people of the land of the Nile flood, i.e., the Egyptians. So now they have to show me that over here in America. I don't think they can do that. So then here's another map right here. You see, look, it says Near East trade with Middle Kingdom Egypt. And this is 1991 to 1640 BC. So they're trading with each other, even in Cyprus. Now look, when they went and they excavated Cyprus, they found a whole bunch of Egyptian artifacts. They said that the Egyptians might have actually ruled Cyprus at one time all the way up to Crete. And Crete is over here. They found I think they found an Egyptian statue in Crete. I think it was buried. But as you can see, we're talking about the Egyptians because they want to say the Bible's real and they're talking about the Old Testament. The Egyptians, you got Egypt, you got Sinai. They're trading with these people. So that means everybody that the Egyptians are associated with, you have to bring up into the Bible. We got to find all of these people over here. And I already told y'all the Egyptians was ruling Canaan. They ruled all of this. And so it says right here, when so-called Moses left, he was on Mount Sinai, I think is down here somewhere. He never left Egypt. So again, this is the same thing I just brought up, but it's going all the way over here. And these are just people I'm gonna just read it, so I won't just freestyle off the top. It says attacks from anti-Egyptian insurgents. In addition, the transit time through Palestine would reduce the effective campaigning seasons for the Egyptian forces to such an extent that they would be incapable of operating against the Mitanni heartland in northeast Syria. Sea power provided the answer. Tutmosis III, 5th to 8th campaign, and it says years 29 to 33 in Syria, Palestine are classic examples of extraordinary operations while the Egyptians controlled the eastern Mediterranean Sea. They were able to project power ashore, utilizing mobility, access, flexibility, and reach to effectively fire the Egyptian army at targets on the shores across the Lebanon into the northeast Syria. Fighting remained land-based, but was now dependent upon the sea routes off the coastline of the Lebanon, with Byblos in other ports serving as major staging points and supply depots. So they were warring. These people were warring with each other. So now, like I said, and if you look, hold on, let me get this. It says Eastern Mediterranean area of operations. This is 1450 BCE. Now I don't know when this fight actually broke out, but this is just a pick. Now, I don't know if the pick is dated to the same time as Tutmosis III, where he was operating and going in fighting these people, or the people were fighting him. I think they started. I don't think the Egyptians started it. So now we got to see the Assyrian Palestine type people. And not only that, you got the Lebanon. You got to see all these people over here fighting these Egyptians. Because this is the Gaza right here, Gaza Strip, where majority of the fighting goes down today. You got Byblos. This is what I'm talking, like they're fighting Palestine. All of these places, all of these people right here, they're still fighting today. And these people right here are whoa. I didn't want to do that. These people right here that are still ruling this stuff are fighting all these people. but they supposed to have been in America. Y'all gotta stop this shit. This is Tutmos the third. This is a pic from 1450 BCE. They didn't even have writing over here in America. They didn't get it to 900 BC. Stop playing with me. Now, this is another map, and it's just this is just trading. So these people were coming up the coast. You can't see it, but this is Africa down here, and they're going up the coastlines, trading with these people, going into other places and stuff. Now, they found Egyptian artifacts in these places. I don't know about these. I haven't looked, but they found them over here in these. So I didn't look at these. This right here might be Crete somewhere. I think this is Crete right here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is Crete, or that might be Crete. But they found Egyptian artifacts on these, and wherever Crete is over here somewhere. Now, I don't know about these places because I ain't looked into that. And now this is dealing with the other side. You see, you got Punt. They say Punt is supposed to be the Nubians, right? The Nubians or Ethiopians or whatever ones they want, because they got a lot. So you got the cataracts, and I think the cataracts is just dealing with water, right? Port. Oh, he probably on the phone. Now this is ancient Egyptian sea power and the origin of maritime forces. So you got Memphis, then we come down to Mursa, Gawasis, then we're coming down into Aswan, and that's the first cataract. And then you go to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth is all the way over here, and the sixth. And then you got Punt. Now, this is what I'm telling y'all. They have to take all of this into account. You have to see Memphis, Mursa, Gawasis, and Aswan over there in America, if Egypt was in America. Now, as you can see here, this is still Egypt, right? This is the Sinai. And then you got early dynastic city-states, right? This is proto-elementary network. This is the Gulf trade. These people are coming in here. They're all trading with each other. And then you got the Egyptian military control. They're ruling this. They're ruling all of this. I don't know about this, but this right here. I don't know if they stretched out onto this, but I know they were ruling to this. So I don't know where these people get this strange ass information from. So now you can just look here. You got the upper and lower still. You got the Red Sea. This is what so-called. I don't even know if he crossed. He might have just tried to cross this, but he still would have met an army right here in this area, because they had a military fort over here, and they were doing campaigns going back and forth. They were going to Memphis. They were coming to Abydos. I don't know if they were going to Thebes, but I think Thebes was coming through this way. Thebes and Aswan would take boats across this way. So they still would have seen these Moses people, right? So now we're going to go to this. You got Elephantine. You have an Elephantine papyrus, right? Then you got Aswan. You got Sawala. You got Nubia, Abu Simbel, Garissa. You got Bahan, and you got Kerma, there's Samina, Celeb, and Anu Dongala. I've never heard of Anu Dongala. Then you got Jabil, you got Monroe, and then you got Kadora and Khartoum. All of these places would have to be in this so-called book. If they're saying that Egypt was in America and the Old Testament is talking about this, then we have to see all of this shit on the map of America during BC time. Not no AD shit. So now we're just going to read this, and I'm almost done with mine. Basically, we can examine three groups of names which have applied to Egypt in the early period of Egypt during the Old Kingdom. Egypt was referred to as Kemet or Kermit, or simply KMT, which means the Black Land. They called themselves the Remech in Kermit, which means the people of the Black Land. The term refers to rich soil found in the Nile Valley and Delta. The Delta is basically the swamp, but it also sometimes referred to as, I don't think I have that in here. Okay, so now we're just gonna go with this. It says in early period of Egypt during the Old Kingdom, Egypt was referred to as Kemet. That's basically with the stuff that I just told y'all. So it ain't like we're not making up none of this stuff. Y'all see it. And then this is just another map. And this is like modern day. So you got Egypt, you got the Sudan. Remember, these people are basically the same people. And then you got Ethiopia, the same people, all three of these people. Now, I don't know what this is. This is Somalia. Somalia, I don't know if they can really classify them, but remember, all these people can be put as the same people. Because they say that Ethiopia is basically like these people. But we know these people originated from these people. So out of these, we have to find out of the Somalian, the Ethiopians, and the Sudanese people who were first. And I don't know that information. So if y'all know it, hey, let me know. So now this is just dealing with the Egyptians and the stuff that they came out with first, or they were the first people that they known to start using stuff. So the discovery of Algo, an ancient Egyptian calendar of lucky and unlucky days composed some 3,200 years ago, is claimed to be the oldest historical document of the discovery of Algol. So you got it's a calendar basically. The earliest sundial, I'm right here for all those. I'm right here. The sundials. The earliest sundials known from the archaeological record are shadow clocks, 15 BC or BCE. 1500 BC or BCE from ancient Egyptian astronomy. Tools and machines. The core drill, the earliest core drill were those used by the ancient Egyptian, invented in 3000 BC. Then you got papyrus paper. Papyrus paper was first manufactured in Egypt as far back as the 4th millennium BCE. The earliest archaeological evidence of papyrus was excavated in 2012 and 2013 at Waju. But remember, they said Egypt was in America. They have no evidence for that. So now this is dealing with the same sundial astronomy, the world's oldest sundial from Egypt's Valley of the Kings, 1500 BC. Deacon. The deacon are 36 groups of stars, small constellations used in the ancient Egyptian astronomy. They rose consistently on the horizon throughout each Earth rotation. The rising of each deacon marked the beginning of a new decennial hour, Greek hora, or the night for the ancient Egyptians, and they were used as a sidereal star clock beginning by at least the 9th or 10th dynasty, 2100 BCE. The discovery of Algol, okay, well, I already did that. The discovery of Algol, an ancient Egyptian calendar of lucky and unlucky. I guess I should have put that at the bottom, but I didn't. So now this is pi. Pi based on the measurement of the Great Pyramid of Giza, 2560 BC. Some Egyptologists have claimed that the ancient Egyptians used an approximation of pi as from as early as the Old Kingdom. The Horind papyrus, dated around 1650 BC, but copied from a document dated to be 1850 BC, has formula for the area of the site of the circle that treats pi as the 16 and a 9. I don't know this math. So if y'all know it, hey, let me know. Math was not my strong suit in school. So now you got the golden number. I should have just went to the website so we can click on this stuff. But I got the website in my email. If y'all need it, I'll let y'all get it. Just hit me up. The arithmetic progression rind mathematical papyrus problem number 40. The P I don't even know how to say that. P-Fosu problem, modern day arithmetic mean, the arithmetic progression, geometric mean, and geometric progression. And then you got the mathematical papyrus. The Rhine mathematical papyrus from around 1550 BC has Egyptian fractions, expansions of different forms for prime and composite numbers. Come on, go down. So this is area. Records of land area also date to the early dynastic period. The Palermo stone. If you guys watched the first presentation, I brought up the Palermo stone. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it up so y'all can see exactly what it looks like. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. Matter of fact, I think this is it right there. Let me go up so you guys can see what it looks like. Whoa. What just happened? Come on, get to the stone. I think I passed it. I want y'all to see this. There it go. That's the Palermo stone. And as you can see, the team found that just a few hundred years later, about 3100 BC, society had transformed to one ruled by a king. So that's the Palermo stone. So now I'm going to go back to my new slide, and that's what we're talking about. Okay, I gotta find my place. Right here, the Palermo stone records grants of the land expressed in terms of the Ka and the Sets. I know I'm fucking up these names. The Setat mathematical papyrus also include units of land area and their problems. For example, several problems in the Moscow mathematical papyrus give the area of rectangular plots of land in terms of setat and the ratio of the side, and then requires the scarab to solve for their exact length. Okay, so it says weight were known since the Old Kingdom and perhaps as early as the early dynastic period. Weights were measured in terms of Debun. This unit would have been equivalent to 13.6 grams in the Old Kingdom. So now we're going to measurements. System of measurements in, I don't even know this word, metrology. Ancient Egypt was one of the first civilizations to have system of measurements. The ancient Egyptians' measuring system contained measuring units for length. Egyptian units of length are assessed from the early dynastic period, although it dates to the 5th dynasty. The Palermo stone, which I just showed you guys, recorded the level of the Nile River during the reign of the early dynastic pharaoh Dozier. So when these people tell y'all that Egypt was in America first, you always can go and reference the Palermo stone, because the Palermo stone did what? It recorded the level of the Nile River during the reign of the early dynastic pharaoh Dozier. So they always say, oh, well, they say something about the river being over there in Egypt, over there in America, but now you got to tell them to show you the stone that recorded the measurements. Did they find the Palermo stone here in America, or did they find it over in Africa in Egypt? They just talk and they don't understand the stuff that they're saying. We go in depth. We do this. The whole squad, the adjustment syndicate, we're all ready. We're all hands on deck. We push. If the car stalls and it runs out of gas, we get out, put that motherfucker in neutral, ports driving, and everybody else getting out and we pushing it to the nearest gas station so we can fill up, so we can keep the push going on. It's not a game. When the height of the Nile was recorded as 6 cubit in one palm, about 3.217 m or 10 feet 6.7 inches, a third dynastic diagram shows how to construct an elliptical vault using sample measuring along an arc. The ostrakhan depicting this diagram was found near the step pyramid of Saqqara. A curve is divided into 5 sections, and the height of the curve is given in cubits, palms, and digits in each of the sections. People don't know what they be talking about. Okay, so this is the regola falsi. The simple false position techniques is found in papyri from ancient Egyptian mathematics. Then you got square root. The Rind mathematical papyrus is a copy from 1650 of an earlier Berlin papyrus, and the other text, possibly the Kahun papyrus, that shows how the Egyptians extracted square roots by an inverse proportion method. And now this is 0. By 1770 BC, the Egyptians had a symbol for 0 in accounting text. The symbol nefer, meaning beautiful, was also used to indicate the base level in drawings of tombs and pyramids in the distance were measured relative to the baseline as being above or below this line. But what I want to do, I want to see if I still got it in my phone. So y'all bear with me. Hold on, I got to see which phone it's in. Okay, so because I want to keep it right here on the 0. Because according to history, now remember it says by 1770 BC, the Egyptians had a symbol for 0 in accounting text. But here it says that some Arabic dude in India created 0. And this is the time period. He was born in 476 and he died in 550 CE. So if he was the first person to create 0, why are the Egyptians having 0 in 1770 BC, way before this man was even born? As a matter of fact, I think the Mayans also have a 0. So they're giving credit to a dude who they claim created 0. I don't know what type of 0 he created, but I'm pretty sure that the Olmec or the Mayans had the 0 before this dude even came on the scene. So I'm just saying. So we're going to go to the mathematical symbols. The Egyptian hieroglyph sign for addition resembled a pair of legs walking in the direction in which the text was written. Egyptians could be written either from right to left or left to right, with the reverse sign indicating subtraction. This is just dealing with some more of their stuff, but that's not what I want to talk about. Right here, the binary, the method used for ancient Egyptian multiplication is also closely related to binary numbers. In this method, Multiplying one number by a second is performed by a sequence of steps in which a value, initially the first of the two numbers, is either doubled or has the first number added back into it. The order in which these steps are to be performed is given by the binary representation of the second number. This method can be seen in use, for instance, in the Rhind mathematical papyrus, which dates to around 1650 BC, fractions in arithmetics, which fractions, the earliest fractions, or I don't even know this word, reciprocals of intrigues, ancient symbols representing one part of two, one part of three, one part of four, and so on. The Egyptians used Egyptian fractions 1000 BC. About 4,000 years ago, the Egyptians divided with fractions using slightly different methods. They used a least common multiplication with unit fractions. Their method gave the same answer as modern methods. So it's one and the same. So this is I don't know the name of this, Orthogonal mythology in the Ebers papyrus from ancient Egypt dating to 1550 BC. A section is devoted to eye disease, mathematics, algebra, numeral system, written evidence of the use. I think I got this slide. I think it's in the wrong place, so y'all bear with me, because the eye disease was something I think is at the end of the thing. So just bear with me. Numeral system, written evidence of the use of mathematics, dates back to at least 3200 BC, with the ivory labels found in tomb Ujet at Abydos. These labels appear to have been used as tags for grave goods, and some are inscribed with numbers. For further evidence of the use of the base 10 number system can be found on the Narmer Mech head, which depicts offerings of 400,000 oxen, 442,000 goats, and 120,000 prisoners. That's a lot of fucking prisoners, yo. So now we're going to go into this pregnancy test. The ancient Egyptians watered bag of wheat and barley with the urine of a possibly pregnant woman. The germination indicated pregnancy. The type of grain that sprouted was taken as an indicator of the fetus sex. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, because me and Port talked about this. I think it might have been between 2 and 4 of the presentations of the push. And we also talked about it on a TikTok where people were trying to act like they knew about Egypt, but they really didn't. So now we're going to go into the birth control. Birth control, the Egyptian Eber papyrus from 1550 BC and the Kahan papyrus from 1850 BC have within them some of the earliest documented descriptions of birth control. The use of honey, I don't know this word, cassia leaves, and lint to be placed on the vagina to block sperm. And the rhinoplasty treatments for the plastic repair of a broken nose are first mentioned in the Edwin Smith papyrus, a transcription of text dated to be Old Kingdom from 3000 to 2500 BCE. Surgical structures. The earliest reports of surgical structure date to 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, and the oldest known structure is in a mummy from 1100 BC. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. So this is toothpaste. Yeah, we got to brush our teeth, don't we? We got to get them pearly whites shining again. You know what I'm saying? So it says, since 5000 BC, the Egyptians made a tooth powder, which consists of powdered ashes of ox hooves, myrrh, powdered and burnt eggshells in permint. So I'm guessing that's where you can find it. Breath mints, tampons, the oldest printed medical document, the Papyrus Ebers, refer to the use of soft papyrus tampons by Egyptian women in the 15th century BC. Okay, so then it just goes to innovations. The guy in theology, the Cahoon, whatever that word is, papyrus, dated to be about 1800 BC, deals with women's health. And it says I don't know this word, so it's the genealogical disease. I don't know what that is. Fertility, pregnancy, contraception, etc. Treatments are non-surgical, comprising applying medicine to the affected body part or swallowing them. The womb is at times seen as the source of complaints manifesting themselves in other body parts. Pregnancy tests. Okay, I think we already talked about that. So this slide and the pregnancy test slide are out of order. So now we're going to go to prosthetics, dealing with the Egyptians. Prosthetics appeared in circa 3000 BC, with the earliest evidence of prosthetics appearing in ancient Egypt and Iran. The earliest recorded mention of eye prosthetics is from the Egyptian story of the Eye of Horus, dates circa 3000 BC, which involves the left eye of Horus being plucked out and then restored by a throat. The Egyptians were early pioneers of foot prosthetics, as shown by the wooden toe found on a body from the New Kingdom, circa, then that's 1000 BC. Intermediary rod, the oldest intermediary nail, was found in the left knee of a mummy named Ursa Montu, the remain of an Egyptian man from more than 3,500 years ago. Researchers believe the pin was inserted after the man's death, but before his burial. Now, I don't know what this word is. Cauterization has been used to stop heavy bleeding since antiquity. The process was described in the Erdwin Smith Papyrus. Okay, let's keep going. And these are surgical tools. I'm going to just read a little bit of this. The inscription detailing ancient Egyptian medical instruments included bone saws, suction cups, knives, and scalpels, retractors, scales, lances, chisels, and dental tools. And this is bandage. The ancient Egyptians were the first to use adhesive bandages and were also the first to treat wounds with honey.
Hey, look, real quick. I've seen this with my own eyes in Kemet. Like straight up, that shit is there. I saw all of this shit on the wall. I was like, damn, keep pushing, bro.
And this is just a prosthetic. This is what they found on the guy. And this is dated around, I'm going to see 12. This is the Chester Beatty medical papyrus. Is one of the extant medical papyrus from ancient Egypt. It is dedicated to magical incarnations against headaches and remedies for incorrectal elements. But this goes back to what I was reading earlier, where they found it. And let me see if I can go back up. It's here. says somewhere in here about the dude in the foot. Because like I said, a lot of this stuff it's not in order. Okay, I don't know what is this hysteria. I'm guessing that's a disease. So I don't know. I thought hysteria was just like you being. I thought it was like something mental. But hey, I learned something new. The oldest record of hysteria dates back to 1900 BC when the Egyptians recorded behavioral abnormalities in adults, women, and on medical papyrus. Okay, so I'm right. It has something to do with the brain, right? The Egyptian attributed the behavioral disturbance to a wandering uterus, thus later dubbing the condition hysteria. To treat hysteria, Egyptian doctors prescribed various medications. For example, doctors put strong smelling substances on the patient's vulvas to encourage the uterus to return to its proper position. Another tactic was to smell or swallow unsavory herbs to encourage the uterus to flee back to the lower part of the female stomach. So I don't know what the hell is hysteria. If it's not dealing with the brain, y'all gotta let me. If females know what it is, let me know. And then you got hermatura, one of the main symptoms of bilharzia was known and treated by the ancient Egyptians. Baldness, the elder papyrus contained several remedies to cure hair loss. Then you got we already talked about the Chester Beatty. So that's just going in because like I said, a lot of this stuff's not my slides ain't in order. Okay, so this is dealing with cancer. The earliest written record regarding cancer is from circa 1600 BC in the Egyptian Edwin Smith papyrus describes breast cancer. Diabetes was one of the first diseases described within an Egyptian manuscript from 15 BCE, mentioning too great emptying of the urine. The Ebers papyrus include a recommendation for a drink to take in such case. The first described cases are believed to have been type 1 diabetes. And the draconiasis or guinea worms disease in its treatment of the Eber papyrus says that the cure to the guinea worms disease is to wrap the emerging end of a worm around a stick and slowly pull it out. 3,500 years later, the remains the standard treatment. What the fuck is guinea worms? Has anybody heard of this? Yo,
Guinea worms?
yeah, it's like the Egyptians was on point.
I'm gonna come back later with that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, bro. That's new to me.
According to the definition, a very long parasilic or like a parasite, pretty much worm, which lives under the skin of the infected human and mammals in rural African and Asia places. Yeah.
Okay, so now this is emerald. Emerald was first mined in Egypt since the New Kingdom. You got amethyst, a form of quartz, was first used by ancient Egyptians. Malachite was mined from deposits near the Lithomis of Suez in the Sinai as early as 4000 BC. Electrum was used as early as the 3rd millennium BC in Old Kingdom of Egypt, sometimes as an exterior coating to the the pyramids atop ancient Egyptian pyramids, and obelisks. It was also used in the making of ancient drinking vessels. Electrum in mentioned in an account of an expedition sent by Pharaoh Sahur of the 5th dynasty of Egypt. Other than that, the ancient Egyptians were the first to use gold, 4000 BC, and lead in 3800 BC. So they basically were the first people to do a lot. And this just goes into more the ancient Egyptians were the first to use lime mortars, which they used to plaster the pyramid at Giza. And it's like 4,000. And then, this is going to the emerald, the stuff that I already talked about. So then now we got the new stuff because they keep saying, oh, well, you have the Moors went in there and they were having paved roads and when they went into Rome. Well, look here, paved road. The world's oldest paved road was discovered near Fayum, dating back to the 26th century BC. And when you go to the website and you click this Fayum, that's going to be in Egypt. So you got rail evidence from the Lake Maurice Quarry Road, 26th century BC, suggests the presence of early wooden rail using wooden logs to. Then you got metal elements, mercury. The earliest known use of mercury dates to ancient Egypt around 1500 BC. Natron was used by ancient Egyptians in mummification. Turquoise was mined in Egypt since at least the 5th dynasty, 3000 BC, and possibly before then. Turquoise was used by the Egyptians and was mined by them in the Sinai Peninsula. This region was known as the country of turquoise by the native Manatu, Sakerbet El Kadim, and Wadi, Mag Hari, believed to be among the oldest of known mines. So they were mining this shit. The stern-mounted steering oar, a predecessor of the rowing oar set aside for steering, appeared on large Egyptian vessels long before the term of Menes, 3100 BC, in the Old Kingdom, 2686 BC to about 2134 BC. As many as 5 steering oars are found on each side of passenger boats. The tiller, at first a small pin run through the stock of the steering oar, can be traced to the 5th dynasty, 2504 to 2347 BC. Both the tiller and the introduction of an upright steering post abaft reduced the usual number of necessary steering oars to 1 each side. Single steering oars put on the stern can be found in a number of tomb models of the time, particularly during the Middle Kingdom, when tomb reliefs suggest them commonly employed in Nile navigation. The first literary reference appeared in the works of the Greek historian Herodotus from 484 to 424 BC, who had spent several months in Egypt. Now, there's a lot of people who speculate that Herodotus didn't even go into Egypt, but hey, I got to give y'all both sides. They make one a rudder, and this is thus through the keel, probably meaning the corch at the end of the keel. Okay. Now this is Holis. Hulls were first built in Egypt as early as 3000 BC, and the painting is an Egyptian sailing ship from 1422 to 1411 BCE. Cloth sails are depicted in pre-dynastic Egypt. At 3300 BC, Harbor dock. The earliest known harbors were those discovered in Wadi al-Jafar, an ancient Egyptian harbor, 2600 to 2550 BC, reign of King Khufu, located on the Red Sea coast. Now, I don't know if I got it. Hold on, I gotta go to this. I just want to see if I got it in here. Y'all bear with me. Yep. Nope, I ain't got it. Damn, I thought I had it. That ain't it. That is not it, people. I thought I had the damn map. Let me go all the way up and see if I got the map. Yep, I got the map. So when we go to this one, and it says that it would be around the earliest harbors were those discovered in Wadi al-Jafaf on ancient Egyptian's harbor, and between in the Red Sea. That would be this shit. So it'll be somewhere in here. I don't know exactly where though, but I get it. So it says mast and bipod mast. The bipod mast is a two-legged mast used originally in Egypt during the 3rd millennium BC and can be described as two poles secured together at the top, forming a thin escalaceous triangle. It did not appear until the Old Kingdom. I don't think I got the other one in here. Okay, now it says the Diversen Dam. The first Diversen Dam is Sad el Kafara Dam, built in Egypt around 27 BC. And then you got Anora. Anora appeared in Egypt in the 4th century BC. Bookkeeping. Domesticated bookkeeping was first recorded in ancient Egypt around 2600 BC, as well as the first use of smoke while contracting the honey from bee nest. So the Egyptians basically the first people to start doing a lot of shit. Horse stables. The world's oldest horse stables were discovered in the ancient city of Pi Ramses in Kintar in ancient Egypt and were established by Ramses II, 3104 to 1213. The stables covered approximately 182,986 square feet, had floor slopes for drainage, and could contain about 480 horses. And then they also had a zoo. The world's first zoo was discovered in Heracleopolis, dating back to 3500 BC. Now, this is my part right here, the daggers. In ancient Egypt, daggers were usually made of copper and bronze, while royalty had gold weapons, at least since pre-dynastic Egypt, 3100 BC. Daggers were adorned as ceremonial objects with golden hilts and later even more ornate in varied construction. One early silver dagger was recovered with mid-rib design. Police dogs and war dogs were used by the Egyptians as early as 4000 BC. Encryptions. One of the earliest forms of encryptions is symbols replacement, which was first found in the tomb of Khnumhotep II, who lived in 1900 BC. Egypt's symbol replacement encryption is non-standard, which means that the symbol required a cipher or key to understand. Agriculture and animal husbandry. The first, okay, we already did that. Okay, and this is the drawbridge. The fortress of Bahim contains the oldest known drawbridges. This is all in Egypt. Battlements, another feature of the Bahim fortress, the construction of the world's oldest battlements. Arrow slits, loopholes are found for the first time in some Middle Kingdom forts. Battering rams. The earliest depiction of a possible battering ram is from the tomb of the 11th dynasty noble Keti, where a pair of soldiers advanced toward a fortress under the protection of a mobile roofed structure carrying a long pole that may represent a simple battering ram. Siege towers. Moving siege towers were invented in Egypt during the first intermediate period. Naval ram. A naval ram were built on ships since at least the reign of Amenhotep. Grappling hooks. The ancient Egyptians used grappling hooks as early as Bronze Age, collapsed in their war with the Sea People. Now, if you guys want to know more about the Sea People, you're going to have to talk to Mo, because I do not know that much about the Sea People. So this is warfare, military organization. As early as the Old Kingdom, 2686 to 2160 BC, Egypt used specific military units, with military hierarchy appearing in the Middle Kingdom, 2055 to 1650 BC. Military scribes in battle recording. The first well-documented battle in the history of the world is the Battle of Megiddo. And this is the reconstruction of Bahim Fortress. And then it says underneath, a catapult dating to the 19th century BC was found in the walls of the fortress of Bahim. We already got that. And I think that is it. And this is the calendar. I don't know if y'all were able to see it though. This is the ancient Egyptian year, was slightly different from what we currently use. They divided their year into three main periods: the inundation season, the sowing and growth of the crop period, the harvest season. Each of the periods was 120 days long. The start of the year coincided with the reappearance of Sirius, the dog star, which appeared in the eastern sky and was around the same time that the yearly flooding of the Nile happened. Over time, it became evident that calendar was short and that was then adjusted to 365 days. Again, over time, an extra day was added every 4 years, which is something we still practice today. And then it says we got the Egyptian clock. The Egyptians were the first to use sundial clocks. They used something called a gnome, which was a stick or a pillar. They correlated the time depending on the length of the shadow. So then you got, we already talked about the irrigation. I don't know what shadow is. This is a crane-like tool that helps with irrigation. As you can see on the photo, we don't have the photograph. It looks like okay, well, we don't have it, so I'm not going to talk about it. I ain't got it. But it's on the website. And now this is just a list of ancient Egyptian inventions: building, shipbuilding, papyrus sheets, writing, mathematics, makeup, tooth care, medicine, the calendar, surgical instruments, black ink, the ox-drawn pole, the sickle. I don't know what the sickle is. The clock, irrigation, the police, the shadow, wigs, and mummification. And I think that is it, because this is just an illustration of a boat. I just put it in there to be put in. This is what they would travel up and down the Red Sea in. At certain periods of time, the boats would get bigger. So with that, I got to get out of this one too. I am done with my stuff.
Pushing to the motherfucking limit, y'all.
Yeah, boy.
Nice, yo. Let me say.
Yo, hey, Suitin.
So,
This nigga Earth Speaks is alive.
yo, let me send you this shit. So,
He live on
Capping.
YouTube.
yeah, I'm about to
He
send you
on
this shit.
YouTube capping. Like while you sitting here saying this shit, this nigga is over there lying about it.
He's watching us.
I don't think he ain't watching us.
No, he's
Just
lying.
bullshit.
It's a coincidence that
Yeah.
he's lying about this shit. Well, no, it ain't a coincidence because we had to put the shit together because he said it. So he's saying the same stupid shit that you just debunked.
I'm gonna send that shit to you, fam. I didn't want to break you up because you was pushing. So me,
Bro, he's scared to say our name, but he's saying Jabari and Sonetta's name.
yeah, he knows.
Jabari's a lot.
He sneak dissing us though.
Mm-hmm. Sneak
He
Dixon.
said, "We ain't here for y'all African consciousness. We ain't with none of that African consciousness.
We trying to create a new consciousness over here in America."
Yeah, and he showed us fucking Ali Muhammad's website that said they ain't nothing but African. He full of shit.
He gonna fuck around, and Ali Muhammad gonna tell him because Ali Muhammad admitted to some of his shit. So, you know, he
hold on.
he
Who is this?
specifically stated that we can add to our myth and culture and stuff like that. So he knows all of
Sean
this.
P. What's up, Sean? Who is Sean? Who that?
What up, Sean?
ABO Slayer in the house.
Yeah, that's Khufu Priest and the Mozzie Warrior clan. What up?
Oh shit! What's up, man?
Peace. Heard about
Where's Sue Tech at? I don't think he can hear us.
Yeah, he was waiting patiently.
No, I can hear y'all, man. My phone was in the car. I was in the store. How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, brother?
I heard someone was looking for me.
Over here?
I think it might have just been in the chat. He just bumping his gums in the chat. He probably didn't get on the panel.
Oh, somebody in the chat looking for you?
Yeah. You know, I'm defending West Africa all day.
Come on over here and talk that shit over here too.
He can come up too. Whoever in the chat, send a request.
It's good with y'all, man. What's going on?
Nothing, bro. In the kitchen, in the lab cooking.
Yeah. So what's up with the rematch y'all was just reading about?
I was just reading about Egypt was basically the first to start doing a lot of this stuff.
Right. Who said they wasn't?
Oh, you don't know?
You know.
No. I don't know. Who?
Our brothers that think they somebody else now. They think they life started in America for humans and Egypt is in America and shit.
And how did they come to that conclusion? Based on what evidence?
Dan Calloway.
Really? That's the only thing they got?
That's all they got, man.
They get downloads too from their ancestors and shit. So.
They don't got nothing. They don't got nothing. Whatever they get, they get it from somebody else.
That's facts. So what we hear a lot about, right? And I'm sure y'all can agree with this. Y'all dealing with the mess too. But what we get a lot is a lot of refuting evidence. You see that they're revisionists. They do this consistently, and this is what they do. They try to denialism. I think that's the biggest thing that you have to deal with in regards to those guys is how well they will deny history, just to act like they don't know something. So they argue oldest pyramids, right? Because they feel like that whatever was built over here in the Americas was pyramids. Well, they're not pyramids if you break down the archaeological definition of what a pyramid is. So that's pointless to argue because they don't understand archaeology. They don't understand paleontology. They don't understand anthropology. So what we have to do is be multidisciplinaries, right? If we're defending something, we have to know more about what we're defending, the origins and the history of it. So the tools that help facilitate life, right? And our understanding of life isn't always going to be in Africa. The evolution of other things will be outside of the continent.
Correct.
So when you start on the continent, right, you quickly begin to see what was great about the continent. If you have the oldest hominids in Africa, what do you think the first thought come from? Right? They were able to visualize their natural world. The
Right.
first problem solving comes from they were having to be able to figure out how to survive. Right? So if we talking about dealing with natural world, we ain't talking about nothing unnatural. Right? I'm talking fire. That was a technology at once upon a time. We take it for granted.
Mm-hmm.
But the start of fire was a significant thing to shape a rock into a spear to hunt, right? Or even throw a spear. That was a technology.
Mm-hmm.
These are things that we take for granted.
Yeah.
They call people
Arrow.
primitive now. The arrow, right?
Bows, yeah, but I was about to say that. I
They
just read
take
about that.
these things for granted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you up the level of technology as man advanced 300,000 years in Africa. And then you start dealing with the brain, how to suck the brain throughout the nose.
Right.
What about the heart? What about dental work? What about replacing bone, resetting bones?
Mm-hmm.
What about your feet? What about
Pregnancy
shoes?
tests.
Right, yeah, right. Contraceptives,
Yeah.
right? You have to think about all of these things, right? You can't find that in other civilizations. Then you have to look at the evolution of man outside of Africa, and then the migratory patterns that transpired. What happens? What happens when you deal with America? It ain't as
It's not as rich.
ancient as you think it is. Right. You look at the old world diseases versus new world diseases. Why is it new world diseases? Because wasn't nobody in the new world. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like they're not dealing with that from that reality. So yeah, they say what they say. But you know what I mean? We just have to stay, like I said, we have to be multi-disciplinaries when we're dealing with the shit that we're dealing with, because these guys, they have no idea.
Yeah, and a lot of
what?
that just accepting terms for the sake of conversation, that stuff has to die off too, and people are getting annoyed with it. But that's how education works, because for the longest we've been entertaining like, oh yeah, there's pyramids here. No, but we should have never been saying that. We should have been saying, no, it ain't. And now that we're saying that, they're not getting it. They're like, bro, you crazy? You saying there's no pyramids here? And they pull up a whole bunch of pictures of temples.
Right.
Like it's not a pyramid. It's not what they called it. It wasn't designed for that. It has different uses. All of that.
Correct.
And it has nothing to do with it. And then we get straight to the point. It's not about the pyramid or the temple. It's, did you build it? Were you here and you built it 20,000 or 20 million, or when the dinosaurs were here? That's what the issue is. You have to place your black ass in that land building it. If you can't do that, it's irrelevant. You're just showing that this is what these people built when they were over here after they migrated from the place where humans started off at.
Well, they can't put themselves here because there's no evidence of Homo sapiens roaming this thing up until 22 to 25,000 years.
Exactly.
So now you have to argue against that. So now, like when I was on Not a Coincidence's channel yesterday, he was playing a replay from those guys, and they were talking about, they were coming up with 4 different stories. One dude said that the white men developed from the hominids in Africa. So what the hell is he if he's not a hominid? If you go look up there, and this is like crazy stuff, and it's elementary that we have to do this, but if you just go back and look at the definition of what a hominid is,
we have to teach these niggas all about that shit.
That's what my presentation was just about earlier. The terminology, they're confused about it. They're literally sitting there saying, "Oh, you guys think you're primates." Like, so what do you think you are? Like, you don't know the definition of a damn primate?
I was just on a live yesterday, and them niggas talking about the monkey shit. I ain't never say that shit. That's the shit the white man said to us, and we took it and ran with it. I said primate, common ancestor. Them the only things close that I get to anything like that.
I think that was the worst thing that happened for the white man was the 19th century pseudoscience and the development of social classes, but more importantly, their inability to understand what they understand now, because they really put their foot in their mouths when they kicked the whole monkey thing, because they couldn't get answers. And
Right.
think about what they were rejecting. The notion that life started on the continent of Africa. That's what the fight was about in the 19th century. They were rewriting history.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And meanwhile,
Think about that.
Yeah, I know you had artifacts come out of Africa that was a lot older, and like we were saying, that you had the pit down man, how they was just making up shit, and then the motherfuckers that was using the monkey bones and shit like that. It's
And
weird.
that exposed them. Do you not agree? That exposed them. The pit down man was the worst thing that happened to them.
If you get caught trying to fake something to say that this is where human life started, then that means you knew that that's not where it started. So faking something is one thing, and then now we find out what your motive was. And the whole time they're doing that, they're rejecting. You know, people are finding things in Africa that students are over there, and they're like, nope. They just ignoring them, and they like, look, we got to do something. We gotta get on board with this shit, you know, and compete with Africa. And we don't have no bones, so we want to make some shit. So they completely told on themselves, and that's why it was easy for even the European later to be like, oh shit, it is Africa, because their own people exposed them. So if they wanted to lie, they couldn't do it.
Yeah. So that was probably the best thing did happen, even though it was some fuck shit, but it opened the door and it exposed the truth that was coming out of Africa, that was undeniably black, and you know, the history that was coming out of there.
Right.
You can't, you know, the article, the archaeological artifacts is uncomparable to anywhere else. We all know that. Everybody sitting on here, we all know that. You can't find us any skeletal remains that predate any of the stuff that comes out of Africa.
The only thing they go to is the Guatemalan skeleton that was found in a layer of earth that's 25 million years old. But when they date the skeleton, they say it's a modern human, and it doesn't go. I think they got it at less than 3,000 years.
If that.
Yeah, and the dates changed significantly regarding the true archaeological date. So a lot of the information is pushed from forbidden archaeology. Think about that. Think about it.
Yeah, and they're not dating
archaeology, bro.
They're not dating no bones. They're dating the as a matter of fact, that specific area, actually they found out that it petrifies faster than other areas. So even that sand under there that it was encased in, it's not as old as they thought it was. So the body ain't that old, and that area in which that layer in which it was found is not that old either. It's just that it's in a unique position, and it can petrify and look like it's older than what it was. But even before that, the other stuff they used, those were limestones, saccharoidal, you know, they were dating rocks. They just got the ability to date the humans. So all of that shit in the 18th century and 16th century, all of their lying is complete cap, because they didn't even have those testing methods yet. And that's why they always got to go back to the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s and get those books that ironically date back before they had the more accurate testing methods. Because it starts looking like humans are 100 and 200 million years old in the Americas and shit.
They better not let us see them books. Every time they pull out a book, we go straight to the book and debunk them.
Even their books,
they're not reading the book, bro. The game plan ain't to read the book. The game plan is to control F and find something that they can extract from that to say, hey, look, this book says this.
Yeah.
But it's like I said, if you're going to be in the fight and you up for it, you got to be able to refute it. So that means whatever they pull up, you got to have enough patience to go and read it. Yeah. Or you can just read what they claim. So let's read let's get full context of what it's saying. Right? As soon as you get full context of what it's saying in that chapter, and then they don't read conclusions. Not only do they not read conclusions, they refuse the conclusion. And then they don't even look at the footnotes or cross-reference the additional sources for additional reading that the author is asking you to do. So that's the battle.
That's it.
Yeah, we were trying to get them to come over here for weeks. They called us out, and then after that, they ain't show up.
They don't come. They don't. You trying to show that, Mo? Okay.
Oh shit, I was muted. Yeah. Damn. It's that
Yeah, play that shit.
That's one of they damn books right here. Oh, this is a clip.
And I think that was the best thing that happened. The fact that we could clip that shit real time.
We can't hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear the sound?
You gotta reshare it from that screen. Remember stream, y'all. Flip.
Now the dude he's showing you, that's the dude that was just on Sonetta TV, the light skinned cat. I debunked him. We had a whole debate, and I pushed this shit in.
We all have. We weak. Shout out to Mossy Warrior Clan for stopping by, y'all. Everybody follow my
appreciate that.
Cause he be pushing in shit too. A whole lot.
Right.
Him and not a coincidence. Shout out to all of them.
I think Mo trying to get the audio to work.
Yeah, remember StreamYard, you got to share that screen because it's going to ask you for the audio.
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did. I think, oh, you know what? I probably didn't put share sound. I don't know if that's what it was. Let me try it again. Window. No, I don't have the option for share sound too.
Nah, you're doing entire screen. Don't do entire screen.
I'm on window in the middle.
One
in the middle.
No. It's like
share the entire screen.
It shouldn't be. If it says share the entire screen, then it shouldn't say share the entire screen because it don't have the audio box at the bottom right. But it should be it should say share window.
Yeah, that's what I'm clicking. Share window.
Right.
Okay, so if you click on the window, now you got to click on the browser tab that you're trying to share, and it's going to link the audio.
It's a PowerPoint.
Oh, so
that's what it is. Let me see.
We'll see if it'll let you. Okay, if it's a PowerPoint and it's got audio on there, then you should still be able to. Let me see. You should still be.
It played the last time. I don't know.
I was about to say we heard that shit before.
I might have to put it directly into the studio. Hold on.
Yeah, I've been meaning to go holler at y'all, man. I just been moving and pushing over here a little bit.
No, you gotta do what you got. You gotta build your channel, bro. You're in the fight. Y'all see. All right, tell you the truth. I don't go on Sonetta. I have my reasons, but I'm not telling no one to not go.
Got you.
Y'all have a tolerance that I don't have anymore. I don't have that. But when I do catch something, I catch it from like maybe Sutek sharing your videos in a group. And if he's got clips, or if not, he got clips and they just catching the replays. So when like y'all go live, I might be tapped in and then I catch the replay. And when I catch the replay, it give me an opportunity to be able to, if I want to address something, I can address it because I'm addressing it using your content.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
No, I got it.
Yeah. So it's just a me thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't have that. I can't go over there and I can't sit there and I listen to a lot of stupid stuff. Plus, I don't really mess with Psy anyway. So it's like we're in two different worlds. But I commend everybody who participate in trying to, correct misinformation along the way. Just don't get sunk into what a lot of people that come into consciousness do when that's personality worship. That's a dangerous place for us.
Yeah.
Because the minute you put somebody on a pedestal, trust me, bro, they got some information that's gonna be like, what? That's not right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, it is what it is, but like not a coincidence was playing some stuff that was said and Uncle's on the panel and Jabari is on the panel and it looked like Jabari is by himself, in my opinion. Although Uncle said that he agrees with him, it still looked to me like he's by himself. There's a reason for that because there's some other turmoil or disagreements that put them there. But Uncle is smart enough to not allow that to conflate the battle with Ali Muhammad.
Oh,
that's the thing.
I got you.
So we have to play that game and play it the way it's got to be played in order for us to be successful in what we're trying to deal with. And ultimately, man, it is what it is. But I commend y'all, man, for doing that work.
Man, right back at you, bro.
Staying in that fight.
Right back
But
at you.
yeah, I'm either going to be supporting, providing additional information for us to be able to refute people. And right now, you know, I try not to make nothing personal. So like whatever I deal with, I kind of deal with it. You know what I mean? Just on the information tip. Now, if I hurt somebody's feelings, I don't care. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you married to the information, I'm gonna hurt your feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Science is gonna hurt your feelings because it's forever changing. And as we get new information and we update, we're supposed to be smart enough to know. As of right now, this is the settled science.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Now, if it's not the theory that's refuted, it is the new information that updates the theory that makes it solid.
Correct.
Big facts.
So when we say out of Africa, that's settled until another continent can produce
Mm-hmm.
each hominid stage and the multitude of bones that has been found we're where we're at, grounded on solid science based on everything, right? And our human experience dictates that. It dictates it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we just gotta go through the flow, and we'll battle them on anything we want. They want to battle on. But like you said, we want all the smoke
Yeah, they
because we got the evidence and they ain't.
yeah.
Let's see if it plays.
Hold on. I didn't even plan that one.
Fucking Daniel Lowe. Is it not
Oh,
playing?
Nah, I can't. I don't think I can play it through here.
Do you think that you can upload that slide to your StreamYard? You know what I'm talking about?
Actually, already it might still be in there.
I don't know how you played that shit the last time we was on.
Because if it's uploaded to the StreamYard as a slide, then you just tap the slide and we cooking.
Do I have? Oh no, that ain't the one I uploaded. Damn. Do I have that clip still? Hold on. TikTok. That ain't it. Let me see.
We got technical difficulties, y'all. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, I do got it. There you go.
I'm about to say, I know you got that shit somewhere, nigga.
They just got so many damn clips of Cap. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I asked them how can you tell who's who when everybody should have 99.9% of DNA that's similar, and they try to tell you who you are based off 0.1, a fraction of a DNA. I mean, a fraction of a percent. How can you tell me who I am off a fraction of percent? Fraudulent, completely fraudulent.
Yeah.
So I showed him that race is not biometric. It's not biological. Race is a status, a political concept. DNA can't tell you your political status whatsoever. He tried to say DNA can tell you your regions. Sir, DNA can tell you your region because the regions, these geographical areas, is not biological. It's not biological.
What the fuck is he talking about?
They
And they
was-
just be eating this shit up. He's not even making any damn sense.
Well, first of all, he doesn't understand that the 0.01%. He doesn't understand it, and they all don't understand it because we're all the same.
Mm-hmm.
What makes phenotype?
The difference is the
Yeah.
migration and everything that happened out of Africa.
Different
what the difference is.
populations. Yeah.
Everything else is the same.
Bro, if you was different, you wouldn't be able to interbreed with different races.
Exactly.
We're different people.
We're the
So that's
same
crazy.
species, just different populations of people.
Yeah.
That's it. And them niggas thought they was cooking me both when they were talking shit on that John. I was like, bro. And this nigga is the same nigga that put his West African DNA out there on the first 5 minutes. Like, yo, I can't believe it.
Debunked itself.
Man, can I tell you what landmass you came from? So therefore, all this concept of what you're coming from is fraudulent. So now he started to talk about. He said the oldest human came out of East Africa. He couldn't even tell me the dang human name. The human was Lucy. And then came out of Ethiopia. I said, pull up that bone, the Australopithecus. Pull up that bone. Monkey bone. Are you a monkey? Yes or no?
Yo, you killed him.
Cap.
See, now
And
that's
it works every time. It's fake.
Now they the one said the monkey shit. I've never said that. You can run back to debate. I ain't mentioned that. I mentioned what I say, primate, common ancestor. Those were the only words I used.
And he used some white supremacist standpoint.
Right.
The monkey bone. You think he came from a monkey, you know? And they fall for it.
Oh, you killed him with the monkey. Yeah, he didn't see shit. He tried to put me in that corner, and I couldn't fit there for him the way he wanted me to. Well, whatever.
And I offered them $2,000 to show me the monkey. Nobody wanted the money.
Money on the table.
And I know they tried. It was just a little, psychological trick to get them to go look. I just wanted them to feel it. Like, what? I'd get $2,000 from him. I'm about to show him this monkey. No, you can't. It doesn't exist. The only place it exists is in white supremacist ideology.
You can't.
Love it. You're aware that he's arguing separate things, right?
Say it again.
My bad. I was crashing out, but you're aware that he's having two different arguments in one conversation.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Think about it. He talked about DNA, then he talked about race. What does DNA doesn't talk about a social construct, doesn't talk about a political perspective. DNA deals with your biological makeup. Are you a human being, right? What do you do to determine if a person is a human or a non-human? You got to look at their makeup, the physical well-being of that person. So what do you need? Every human being has DNA, and there's ways to extract DNA from a human being. And we know that it can put us on our landmass because it's going to take us back to Africa. No matter what, everyone's going to come back to Africa.
Yeah. The whole entire genome is the study of the DNA that came out of Africa. And they think that it's just DNA from people around the world and it's separated. It's still connected. The haplogroups all connect back to one haplogroup. That's in Africa.
Exactly. And the haplogroup that populated the rest of the world is the centerpiece of this entire argument. And it is the L3 haplogroup that you find back on the continent of Africa. Period. Yeah. The L3 haplogroup is the unique piece that does everything else. It's on the continent. They didn't give the continent of Africa other letters. They gave Africa one letter. They gave them L and then ran L 1 through 8. They didn't give them A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They didn't do none of that. Africa's if you look at the haplogroup map, Africa's the only one that got the same consistent. Now, anywhere else that a human being or a hominid, a human being went, mutated and adapted, and became a new people, got a new haplogroup. A distinct people, which takes time. That's the problem.
And look, they're called genetic markers where these where these things take place. They're genetic markers, just like the pigment gene, SLC-L4. I forgot whatever that joint is, but there's a pigment gene, and that occurred around these cold climate areas where you had
the white gene. You had it right for 2458.
You know what I'm talking about? So they had that joint. So I mean, these were extreme weather phenomenons that created these genetic changes. Meanwhile,
the blue-eyed gene too.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Africa, we was cool. You might have a couple of archaic Africans and stuff like that, but like you said, L0, L1, L2, and it was that L3 was the Africans that decided to leave the populated the rest of the fucking world.
Yeah, there just was more archaic admixture outside of the continent that transpired than inside of the continent for specific reasons, which is unique. But no one is crying about that. Well, the argument is simple, bro. It's this simple. Are you a human being or are you not a human being? Period, point blank. And if you're not a human being, you know, that sucks for you.
What the fuck are you then?
Hey, sucks for you, bro. Because you can't even, you know what I mean? You can't even breathe with other people. You know, you can't even get no good toothie. You messed up.
Yeah, you can't even do that.
They sit there and say that we different species, but then say that the European was mating with people and all that. But they can't. If we're a different species, then we would never ever have no kids with anybody.
Exactly.
Bro, like what are we doing smashing the Europeans?
Right. If we're not,
what are we doing?
Yeah.
We're breeding with these people.
They're 9
and we don't have a problem.
15 genome. That's what they are.
Hey, they really do think they something else though. They something else, all right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Awesome. I'm not gonna be able to pull out no old bones out of America. I was just sitting there smiling. I said, "You just really don't know shit about me, don't you?" I said, "There's a reason my brother X and Mo Facts nobody don't want to fucking debate me." Exactly. I said, "There's a lot of reasons Pan Africans don't want to debate me. You were just stupid enough to do it."
And then we initiate the debate, and he runs.
I was the only stupid one that took a debate with him. Y'all heard that shit.
He pushed his own shit in within
he beat
2
us
minutes
out.
of the debate.
Bro, he talked for 2 hours and never showed that we are not African.
Yeah.
He just showed that he was African and then started talking about how DNA is not real and it's entertainment purposes and they tested a lizard. And all this other crap. That's all he said. He never proved.
You know that whole lizard shit was debunked, right?
Oh yeah, we know. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just saying that the tactics that they use are just wild to us, man. Because they use all of this weird stuff to say, "Oh yeah, I got him." No, you can't refute DNA. First of all, you inherit that shit through your parents. I don't know what they are like 23andMe. Give us the DNA. Like, oh, here's your DNA. Like, no, we send in a sample of it and they test it and they run it during the genome sequencing process, and then you get these sequences of genetics that match you with the group of people. That's it. And I'm
gonna drop off y'all and catch y'all in the chat, man.
All right, bro. All right. Thanks for coming up, man. Shout out to Mossy, man. Everybody follow my man too. But yeah, they are like 23andMe give you that shit, and they don't. Like you inherit your shit, so you inherit these genetic markers, and they take his ass straight back to Africa. It says that motherfucker, how much indigenous DNA you got in it? Well, 0. You just worried about, I'm worried about the African part and the non-African part. And he clearly said within the first 5 minutes who he was. So this is one of them debates that you can't get rid of this junk. I'm sorry, natural. That's fucking crazy. Go ahead, play it. My bad.
But you, I pulled out that book I told you earlier, that the Forbidden Histories of America by Daniel. It's called his last name Lowe, Lowe or something like that. In that book, it tells you. I told him, I asked him specifically, how old is the oldest bone that you said? He said we can say 1.8. I said in the book you presented, it said 4 million. So we're gonna say
3.4. Lucy's 3.4. Yeah,
3.4. And he said the Australopithecus was 4 million. I said okay, so I'm gonna give you 4 million, give or take. But I'm gonna let you have it. Took to their book. The book said they found the bones they found in America was 400 million years old.
400 million. Yeah, that's right. 360
million. The footprints was up to 20 million. The tools was up to 20 million. And he couldn't even rebuttal it. He just said, what's the person's name? No, sir. It's about scholarly work. It ain't about how this person lived, what breakfast he eat.
What?
Right.
That's exactly what the fuck it's about.
Right. I clearly was like, who the fuck is this dude?
He got it. Right. He did the right thing. Who the fuck is that? Who said this shit? That's crazy. He should be famous.
Yeah.
He found a 400 million year old human body in the Americas. and we're not supposed to ask who the fuck that is, and we having a damn intellectual conversation.
You know, because of course I'm over here scratching my head like, who said that? Like, what the fuck, bro?
Did he say the name? It's like, nah, it's not ringing a bell, but I guess we're gonna go check it out.
That's funny, man.
What he do on a day-to-day basis, it's about the lies she presented. So the question, I made sure that I said this: the Smithsonians came in.
The Smithsonians came in. They have this funny way of explaining things where it's just like they're in another world. Don't even the Smithsonians came in. It sounds like it's deep.
The Tatars,
like happening.
Tartarians, the Tatars. Ooh, man, y'all funny.
All right, pull up the other one. Oh wait, can I? No, I can't do it. We gotta do it.
Y'all
Is it still there, or do I gotta?
All right, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This the dude he talk.
Yeah.
This the man he talk about, y'all. Daniel O.
That dude right there. That's the 400 million year old bone dude right here.
If you see him, you'll see him on Ancient Aliens. One of them shows with the Ancient Aliens or something. It's one of them documentaries that, or no, it's actually a TV show that comes on. It was a while ago, but that's where I seen him at before I even knew he was an author. I thought he was like an anthropologist or some shit.
Oh, so he's not?
No.
Oh,
no, look, that's his credentials right there. Daniel O teaches writing at the Community College of Allegheny County in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and received his MFA in fiction writing from the University of Pittsburgh. He ain't involved in that field. This dude's a writer, and he's a good writer.
So he just wrote about this shit.
Yeah.
He didn't have any subject matter expertise on it, huh?
Nope.
Oh, all right.
Magazines, novels.
Okay.
You know, he's a teacher. He probably taught English and whatever, excelled there, and then decided to pass that on. Then it wasn't hitting. He wanted to, you know, he's doing the ultimate thing. You can see he even has that look. He knows what he's pulling off. He knows what he's doing. He's like, got him. I got the biggest story ever. You know what I'm saying? I could tell a story, a historical story.
Right.
That's all he did. And he did it for guess what? For religion.
12 toes down.
He did it for religion. It's a choice to be taught to believe in a thing, or educated to believe in a popular, often with motive, way of thinking, excusing the existence of a God. So yes, I will defend my God against those who would diminish, excuse, discount, or reject him from his involvement in all things. So he's up here to defend religion, and he's going to add to the other religious texts that we have with his new historical story to prove that I guess the biblical story is actually historical, saying in this book that Yahweh's bragging about, that y'all just saw in the video. And this book, what it's saying with him representing his God, is that it actually is 6,000 to 10,000 years old, and that those bones that they found here are just deeply buried inside of these different areas in America, and they're not really dinosaur bones or modern humans. What they actually are the Nephilim and other creatures that had passed away during the flood that happened around 4,000 BCE or 2,000 BCE, right? So that's what he's getting at. Or no, actually, they put it at 4,000 BCE. So that's what they're trying to say. But he's using it, saying that these things that they found are actually direct dates of the human bones and not the rock. They both have that part wrong. Yahweh doesn't know that the book is disagreeing with him, but they both seem to miss that the people were dating rocks. They're dating limestone, the sacrodial layer. They're dating things that have nothing to do with the bones. The bones are just encased in that area, and they have a scale for how they date the different layers of the earth. And since that human was found in that layer, they think that that layer is that old. But now the experts of today call that amateur anthropology. That's amateur dating. That's somebody who doesn't know how things actually work. And that's usually somebody that's from 18th, 17th century, and they're excused. They're not even here no more. But nobody today should be doing that shit. And here he admits it himself. It is what seems to be an effort to destroy the concept of God in the mind of the people for the sake of the religion of evolution. Everything and anything that might give credence to the existence of a God or credibility to the history of the Bible or Book of Mormon or any religion of Christ is quickly silenced, destroyed, or hidden. So there goes this. This is like the sales pitch that you see them all do. They're trying to cover it up. They're trying to cover it up. But everything they say is that somebody's trying to cover up. Why do we find it and see that it was presented? People did fall for it for a long period of time in some cases, and they figured out that they were wrong. They never tried to hide it. Some of these things that they talk about, like what Sutton brought up earlier, is still on display. You can go look at it because it is a very important thing that happened in the history of anthropology and archaeology, because they learned that petrification can happen faster, which gives them more accurate dating for layers of the earth, because they were dating the rocks wrong as well. So these things are important. No one's trying to hide it. Even when you get something wrong, that is also part of the learning process. Because like he said earlier, what Sean was saying, is that his name, Sean?
Yeah.
Sean, if I'm saying that right. He was just pointing out how, if some new information comes out, you got to update it. And then this is the guy who was co-signing him, Todd. He does, he's in Utah, residential land expert. These people are not who they claim to be. Like, they're talking like they're experts in the book, or like, they're connected to them or something. And they don't even quote actual scholars or anything in the book. And there go. Oh, is that the flood? No, this is. Oh yeah, this is what he didn't know was in the book either. According to the Aztec record, the Book of Mormon, the Aztec record and the Book of Mormon, these people arrived on this continent about 2400 BC, being the most ancient of Americans, as there is no original. All people on this land migrated here from another continent. And this is the book he's bragging about. Clearly didn't read it. And these are the people they're talking about. The following images might be a more accurate rendition of this later group of Pueblo people than those which have been used in the past. So he's trying to say that this is what we do. We pick up what the European had that didn't work, and we start trying to use it for ourselves. He was trying to say that he was the first one over here, because he's pushing a religion, and this is just what they were doing too, as well, in the 17 and 1800s, and even into the 1900s. This stuff is fake, and you got to go into that. The Jewish Catholic state in the Americas, these things are fake. It's already been proven that it was fake. Let's skim through the information on this internet. Boom, boom, boom. I'm looking for that. Yep, this is where we had to tell them about the primate. Mm-hmm. What is a primate? Primates, including humans, are different to all other animals because they are only mammals. They are the only mammals that have the following combination of features: relatively large, complex brain, forward-facing eyes, and overlapping fields of view that allow depth perception. That's what makes you a primate. And somehow they just, like, a monkey pops up in their head. Here goes the young earth theory. YEC is a form of creationism which holds as a central tenet that the earth and its life forms were created by supernatural acts of the Abrahamic God between approximately 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. Here goes one of the PhDs that I guess they didn't know about, who believes in it, because they don't want to quote these people. I don't know why, but there are people who believe this shit, but they know that they don't have a lot of proof for it. He says, I am convinced there is far more evidence for a recent 6-day creation and a global flood than there is for an old earth and evolution. That's what he's convinced of. Can he prove it? No, because the only thing he has is the same thing that these other people have, these dating of rocks and religion. That's where they're getting it from in the first place. They're not getting the data from the environment and then going, wait a minute, how come nothing won't go back past 6,000 to 10,000 years ago? That's how you're supposed to tell the story. You're not supposed to read a book and then go, oh, on the first day, okay, he created the world 6 days, and a couple thousand years after that, okay, so it's about 10,000 years old. You're getting the dates from the book, and then now you're going to try to go out into the earth and prove that the book was right. You let the earth speak, pun intended. Dubious archaeology. This is what, ironically, you can find all of their shit in this thing. They bring up stuff, and I just go in there just out of curiosity to see if it's in there. And then, it's almost everything they bring up is found in this goddamn book. This is those crosses and stuff you seen earlier, And this is one of the ways they prove that it was a forgery and it was fake, because the person who did the forgery on these so-called Roman artifacts that they found in the Americas when they weren't supposed to be here yet, to try to prove that this is the old world, the person fucked up because they went to a library, probably at their school or somewhere else, or even bought it, and they copied from the dictionary and these different teaching guides for curriculums that professors use to teach the language. They copied it word for word from these books and then carved it into the artifacts that they were trying to fake. So they got caught. And they always do it anonymous, just in case they do get caught. Here goes the Tucson artifacts is another example of attempts made to connect an ancient old world culture to America long before the voyages of Christopher Columbus. Like so many of the others, the Tucson artifacts are frauds. Further reading for a thorough and extremely well-written debunking of the Tucson artifacts, see the article published in 2009 in the Journal of Southwest titled Romans in Tucson. So this stuff is cap. Here goes this stuff they think is corn, and it's not even corn. I broke down what this actually was. It's a plant that they actually have over there. It's a cone. They call it it's a type of pine that they had over there, and wheat. That's what these things are. And then one of these temples, I think it might be, I'm not sure which one. It's one of these temples that it's no surprise that they have the corn, because the people would have already arrived when the temple was built with the corn. The Europeans already brought corn from the Americas, so there's no surprise that the temple is depicting people having corn. So one of these is corn, but the date of the temple is after those people have already had corn. So that's blown out the fucking water too. But they assume that it was ancient. This is like in BC times. No, it's not. It's in AD times when they built the temple. Here goes the fake doctor that he's quoting in the book. And this doctor right here is not even a doctor, because I looked him up. And he is just, he's just, what is it? Damn, I thought I had it right. Who's Dr. Jarvis? All those tough, man. I think it's John Jock. I don't know why the rest of the shit is not. Where's he at? Oh, there he is. I don't know. This is all mixed up for some reason. He's just Joseph Robert Jockman. That's it. And now he believes something else. He has a website, and he's talking about aliens and stuff. He's not even on that shit anymore. You know what I'm saying? He's like, these are my last days, guys. I'm getting old, and I just want to let out, what I've discovered and all that. Saying he done left the younger stuff alone. He's talking about the world is ancient and there's aliens and spicing humans and all of this stuff and star seeds. He's into some other shit now, because he know that it was bullshit. They go from one piece of shit to the next piece of shit. But this is what he said. Matter of fact, hold on, because that's important. The creation flood model offers a workable solution to the mystery of out-of-place fossil relics, which is also consistent with the observable geologic phenomena based on a catastrophic premise. The model also explains similarities and parallels between the out-of-place finds and diverse layers, which no other model can do. That was an assumption. They've already explained it, but they're trying to push the Bible. So they're going, nobody can explain how this happened. Yes, they can. They studying petrification in different areas, and including that we are far into our industrialization in the Americas. So a lot of these artifacts were dropped into these deep holes we're digging. People have fallen in there. We've had work accidents. We probably can connect these things to different collapses that happen in these little caverns, caves, and mines and stuff. And it makes perfect sense that you would find a person right there in a mine by themselves with their belt buckle and their phone. Not their phone, but their watch and stuff. And you're like, whoa, how the hell is it down here in this layer? And he has a watch and he has this belt buckle, but we didn't even create the belt buckle until this time. And they didn't have the watch until that time, because that's Michael Kors. We know when that was created. This is crazy. So how long have we been here? Millions and millions of years we've been in the Americas. And it's the cycle repeated. It goes into this fantasy world. And nobody acknowledges what's right in front of their face. The guy fell in there. He fell in a damn mine. That's what happened. And that's why it's not a site. It's what? What does it say here, y'all? Multiple times. Out of place finds in diverse layers. He even said it up here, out of place fossil relics. Yes, they are out of place. That's what gives you the red flag that something's not right here, because we're not finding a whole civilization. We're not finding a group of people living here. We don't see no pottery. We don't see the wife, the children. If this was some type of collapse or some accident that happened, we should see multiple family members here. We should see some type of site. It should be in situ, but it's not. It's just one guy. He clearly just fell in a damn mine. Someone dropped something that they got from somewhere else in the world inside of one of these places, and that's why it's just sitting there by itself and nothing else is with it.
Yep, and them niggas think that shit's special.
Right, and the experts know now not to make that mistake, because they used to make that mistake all the time when they would just think that, oh, this must be this old because I found it here, and it messed them up plenty of times. And here goes the shit he's bragging about exactly, right? This is the original right here, source. There goes Jockman. You see it doesn't say doctor. Strange relics from the depths of the earth's. Hold on, I gotta wait for this thing to move out the way. Oh, damn, it came back. Hold on. Strange relics from the depths of the earth, United States Bible Science Association, 1981. What do you know? And this is the tertiary source, the forbidden history of the Americas, more evidence of ancient American geography and the advanced civilizations of the first Americans, page 195, 194, 199, 201 by Daniel Lowe, 2019. This is what he doesn't get about how to research. He's just reading this. The guy in the book tells you where he got it from. So then you go to this guy, and it is a little hard to find. It took me weeks, but I found it. And I got, because a lot of people use his shit, and I just wanted to get to the direct source. But this is what happens when you don't actually check the background of these people and find out where the hell they got it from. You're going to start following his motive, and this guy is not following his motive. None of these people are on the same page. These are not professionals. They're not trying to just figure out the truth. They have agendas they're pushing, and now he has his agenda, but his foundation is bullshit. All of this stuff is cap. So as best as can be calculated, the vein in which the items were situated was 135 million years old by present geological standards. This is what he's bragging about. The items that were situated. The vein. Go to the next one. The rock. Compounding the mystery further was the fact that the rock in which the bones were found was dated geologically to the era of dinosaurs, the Jurassic, over 185 million years ago. The rock that the bones were found. You see, again here, Saccharoidal sandstone of the Lower Silurian, dated an incredible 425 million years ago. When they dug up the second or Saccharoidal sandstone, that's not the bones. Again down here, calculated from the type of rock depicted. Again down here. But as if it were not enough mystery, the limestone in which the prints and paper appear is dated. The limestone. Not one time did this dude in any of his examples date the human remains. Didn't do it. And there's a reason why. Because they could not do it at the time. that they didn't have the ability to do it. And that, unfortunately, does happen in our history. And pretty much, I know what this is. This is from the Bible. The whole Mormon belief that the 6 toes is the Negro. This is the footprint example I gave, but that's not exactly from the site that was mentioned in the book. It was just an example of the 6 toes and stuff that they talk about. And yeah, they said that we look, Mr. Priest says, a few miles south of Bracetown, which is the headwaters of the Tennessee River, are found impressed on the surface of the solid rock a great number of tracks as turkeys, bears, horses, and human beings, as perfect as they could be made on snow or sand. The human tracks are remarkable for having uniformly 6 toes each, like the Anakim of Scripture. One only expected, which appears to be the footprint of a Negro's foot. And as you know, the Mormons say that the black race comes from the cursed beings who would not choose sides in the war between the devil and God. So that's they're pushing their belief system into the realm of academia.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yo. 12 toes down, y'all. Fuck. I can't, man. That's what they thought of us, yo. You know what I mean? I'm laughing, yo.
That's it fucked up, bro.
All right, I'm gonna go on pause. Go ahead, bro.
There goes the flood. Y'all know they're saying that this stuff down here, it basically during the flood it came up, and all of the bodies that were up here, those aliens and angels, whatever you want to call them, our cursed ancestors that we come from, that we got our cursed skin from the the other beings, the men of renown, Nephilim, whatever the fuck you want to call them. They ended up getting encased in these layers because the waters didn't come. The earth didn't get flooded the way we think, told in the the common story. So they quote this Genesis 7:11, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, on the day all the fountains of the great deep burst forward, and the windows of the heavens were open. So they're saying that it came from down here and was pushed up. The flood didn't just come from rain; it came from the waters of the deep getting pushed up to the surface where the people are. So at this time, we would have been not only walking closer to these areas because it was that long ago, but they also believe that whatever was down here was coming up there anyway. And then as it settled down, we were encased in it. Sounds good, but it just can't be proven through using actual, scientific scrutiny. Development and development and implementation of the absolute dating methods. Scientists first developed the absolute dating techniques at the end of the 19th century. That explains it all. Notice that all of the sources that these people are using, the Negro's foot, the Anakim, it's 125 million years old, 185 million, 350 million, 425 million. All of that shit is dating before we actually realized that we were doing it wrong. That's where all the sources come from. And that's why they would even brag about it. Where that book from? And we go, oh, it's from 1980. Oh, you got to get the books from the 16 and the 1700s and the 1800s.
Because they didn't know what the fuck they was doing back then.
You got to go back to when we didn't know what the fuck we was doing in order for my shit to make sense.
Ooh, man. Major push season coming right back at y'all niggas.
Yeah, we just skimming. There goes the deductive dating methods. Here goes the layers. That's where these dates come from. Check out the numbers. Remember, look familiar? That's these dates. This is what they're doing. They're using these layers, and they find a human in here, a pot or whatever. They go, "Ooh, that is as old as the rock," and it's foolishness.
Now hold on, real quick, man. I know we laughing and shit.
Mm-hmm.
When we ask you job ass turkeys, when I say show us the out of America theory, and when y'all go to these fake ass, whatever these dudes is that my man's showing you, these pseudo folks, these pseudo sciences and shit like that, and you see this shit, you need to understand, you don't got nothing over here. It's all made up pseudo shit. So we can confidently say, hey, we do have an out of Africa. You don't have to agree with it, but the science and everything is there. Like, I don't understand why these people can't see that they're just like these European folks was making shit up as they go. Go ahead, bro. I just was like, what the fuck? Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's about it, though. I'm just skimming, showing, we know the dating methods. Here goes the Bible Science Association people. Yeah. Recent development, and we're still developing more accurate dating methods. So we're getting way more precise as technology advances. That's why we always have, like, when you're in the thousands, they have like a 500-year window. When you're in the hundreds, they give you like a 50 to 100-year window, because we know it could keep bouncing around in there, and you have standard deviation and all that. How there's a number that changes over time and shit like that. Here goes some of the older people who started these dating methods. They did build the foundation and stuff like that, but they were inaccurate with some of the things that they were doing at the time. Some of it was right, some of it was wrong. They stayed where they were at, stuck, and that's what happens. We're gonna get stuck somewhere, and it's up to us to tell the truth about where we're at, how we came to these conclusions, and then pass it on to the next people. That's just how it goes. And this is 8th grade standard science, so because unfortunately that's where I got it from. I'm trying to look it up and see if anybody, the only place I could really pinpoint something real simple with this stuff, with somebody telling you about the history of it, is in the 8th grade, because that's where they're telling you where it's developing. They're giving you the history behind the dating methods and the people who set the standards back then, and how we're maneuvering into different testing methods and how it's more accurate. So he's one of them too. He had some of these strange beliefs, but he, it was corrected because at least the honesty was there, the mistakes are there, and it's all part of the learning process. And of course, this is him saying that books are more credible than articles. That's not true. If I say something to you and you check it and it doesn't check out, it doesn't align with what the experts are saying, then I'm not credible. The same thing goes for books, articles, text messages, fucking videos, whatever the fuck it is. If it checks out, it checks out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's the end of the goddamn story.
Big facts, big push.
And this was just like some extra shit from somewhere. So yeah.
Big push.
But I'm gonna show y'all a little clip of what's the name was about to get real quick. I'll show y'all just a little brief clip. Where's this shit at? Microsoft Edge. I wanted to show. Well, I'm gonna show the morality thing. Y'all see this?
Oh shit, my bad, man.
You good?
Which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's this one.
It says, "How do we develop morality?"
Yeah, I got you.
Doing them good.
Yeah, you good.
There are many theories on how children develop their sense of right and wrong. One of the most prominent of these theories, I might have to blow this up. Theories is by psychologist Lawrence Kohlberg. Kohlberg developed different theorized stages of morality and changed as children grew and developed. He tested these theories using the Heinz dilemma, where a man's wife has cancer and only a single drug may save her. A local pharmacist discovered the drug and can make it for $200. However, he sells it for $2,000. The woman's husband, Heinz, is only able to gather $1,000 to purchase the drug, excuse me, from the pharmacist. The pharmacist wouldn't negotiate, so Heinz breaks into the pharmacy in the night and steals the drug to cure his sick wife. Kohlberg then asked the children, should Heinz have done that? The answers the children gave weren't so much judged as right or wrong, but why they believe so. From here, Kohlberg developed his stages of morality. Pre-conventional stage of morality. This stage is the one most often exercised by younger children, though it can be used by people throughout the lifespan. In this stage, people view rules as important above all else. They believe morality is about avoiding punishment, so kids at this stage may say what Heinz did was wrong because he broke the law by stealing. Conventional stage of morality. This stage is present in older children, but like the pre-conventional stage of morality, it can be used by older people as well. This stage mostly focuses on conformity. People in this stage judge morality on their actions based on whether or not people would be mad at them, whether or not an act is nice, or if an action is normal or not. Since people in this stage try to think more of society as a whole and not just the self, they may say that it's not nice to steal from the pharmacist, but he may need the money to take care of his own family. And law and order should be maintained, authority respected. Post-conventional stage of morality. This stage is where people focus in on abstract reasoning and universal principles of ethics. These ideas may not conform to laws and generally held beliefs in society. For example, someone may say stealing the drug is right because it's unethical to profit off the sick and dying for personal gain. There are many criticisms of Kohlberg's theory. His sample was biased toward white middle-class male children. Psychologists such as Carol Gilligan observed that more often women remain in the third stage of development as they were generally more concerned with the well-being of others in social relationships. People also say that there's a difference between knowing what to do versus our actions. Even if someone thinks it's right to steal the drug, that may not actually be their course of action due to fear of consequences. Morality is a complicated concept, as is figuring out how we develop morality as we grow up. Kohlberg's theory is just one of many ways to begin thinking about it. Okay, so this is has nothing to do with anyone dominating anybody, as you can see. So there's no way that morality it comes about because someone is dominating you. It comes from the human experience, like I tried to tell him before he decided to lock in a debate that he knew damn well he wasn't going to show up for. I tried to tell him, and all he had to do was concede, but his ego got in the way because he just wanted to believe that the dominant race or these dominant classes, whatever the fuck he calls it, they're the ones that create morality. As if I walk up to you and just knock you on your motherfucking back pockets, then all of a sudden I can just start, out of that punch, there's a morality that gets created off of me dominating your ass. That is impossible. That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. Our feelings towards something when something happens to us is what creates it. Our memory is also tied in because we don't want it to happen again. Then we have empathy and sympathy because we have the memory to go back and go, that happened to me. I did not like that. I don't want to do that to somebody else. And I don't want that to happen to other people that I care about. Boom. That's where it comes from. It's part of our experience. It's the human experience. And we're developing these things over time. That's just common sense, and survival has something to do with it because your well-being, your stress, your physical harm, your property, your shelter you're in, your family members and stuff like that, the people you care about, people you do business with, trade with, whatever it may be. You want to protect those things. So it's not about dominance. It's about preservation and the human experience, everything you experience and you're using in your present day-to-day life, your routine and shit. So that's one, and then I'm not going to go through all of them because it was extensive. I'm just going to go. I showed you that, and I'm going to show you the why this is important because he was also speaking about white supremacy and shit, acting like he's not a black white supremacist, like Susan said. So now I'm going to show you, this shit right here. This is ridiculous, and I can't stand this shit. Pisses me off, and I just don't understand why we got. This is our African brother too, allegedly. There, because I'm not sure what's going on with that shit coming out his face, but that just don't look like. It don't seem right to me. But so check. Oh, let me go to the title. FBI warned of white supremacists in law enforcement 10 years ago. Has anything changed? Increased attention toward the killing of black men and women by police throughout the past year has ignited national conversation on racism in law enforcement. From Freddie Gray in April 2015 to Deborah Danner, an emotionally disturbed woman fatally shot this week by an NYPD officer. Protests around the country have forced many Americans to reassess how police engage with communities, in light of, or perhaps despite, the increased scrutiny. FBI Director James Comey told police officers at a national conference last Sunday that because of the insufficient data on use of force, Americans actually have no idea whether racial bias in policing is really an epidemic, pointing to current public outrage over police killings of African Americans. Comey said the absence of good information and data has aided in the growing belief that police officers target particular communities. Read more here. White people don't understand the trauma of viral police killing videos. And so now notice that mentality of what that person said. We all know what it is, and even most white people know. It's just these few little weirdos who would say some weird ass shit like that, right? And ironically, until it starts happening to them, then they start understanding it for a minute just to get some justice, and then they kick us to the curb again, and then act like we tripping, right? It's just the weirdest shit. But keep in mind that mentality that you just heard about, because it's going to tie it back in to this dominance and morality thing. That is the narrative. He told the attendees of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, it is a narrative driven by video images of real misconduct, possible misconduct, and perceived misconduct. And that's actually true, kind of. But even if there aren't hard statistics, the problem of racial bias among police isn't new. In fact, it's been a concern of the FBI for at least a decade. And I want y'all to go up and look at this date here. This is 2016, y'all. 2016. And obviously they said it before 2016 because this is when the article was written. It says, even if there aren't any hard statistics, the problem of racial bias amongst police isn't new. In fact, it's been a concern of the FBI for at least a decade. Exactly 10 years ago this week, the FBI, remember we're in 2016 when they're saying this, exactly 10 years ago this week, the FBI warned of the potential consequences, including bias of white supremacist groups infiltrating local and state law enforcement, indicating it was a significant threat to national security. In the 2006 bulletin, the FBI detailed the threat of white supremacists, white nationalists, and the skinheads infiltrating police in order to disrupt investigations against fellow members and recruit other supremacists. The bulletin was released during a period of scandal for many law enforcement agencies throughout the country, including a neo-Nazi gang formed by members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department who harassed Black and Latino communities. Similar investigations revealed officers and entire agencies with hate group ties in Illinois, Ohio, and Texas. That's insane, y'all. We're not saying we're surprised about it, but dealing with morality is ridiculous. How this guy is saying that the people who are in people who dominate, they're the ones who actually create the morality. Check this out. Much of the bulletin has been redacted, but in it, the FBI identified white supremacists and law enforcement as a concern because of their access to both restricted areas vulnerable to sabotage, and elected officials or people who could be seen as potential targets for violence. The memo also warned of ghost skins, hate group members who don't overtly display their beliefs in order to blend into society and covertly advance white supremacist causes. At least one white supremacist group has reportedly encouraged ghost skins to seek positions in law enforcement for the capability of alerting skinhead crews of pending investigation action against them. The report read, problems with the white supremacists and law enforcement have surfaced since that report. 2014, 2 Florida officers, including a deputy police chief, were fired after a FBI informant outed them as members of the Ku Klux Klan. It marked the second time within 5 years that the agency uncovered an officer's membership in the KKK. Several agencies nationwide have also launched investigations into personnel who may not be formal hate group members, but face allegations of race-based misconduct. And it just goes into the different cases that happened to show that this is that basically the FBI was correct and people should have been jumping on board with this. And the FBI has a lot of power. Do we all agree on that? FBI has a lot of power.
Facts.
I don't think we would be, and that's PBS, y'all, in case y'all were wondering. But the FBI has a lot of power, and I'm gonna do a little rant for a second, and I'm done. So the FBI does have a lot of power. So do the other groups who were involved in trying to do the damage control with these supremacist group and hate groups and stuff, infiltrating the different authorities, the people who are supposed to be protecting the civilians. With all the power that they had, the one thing that they couldn't beat is the mentality of people. Those people who didn't have the same standards as everybody else. It didn't matter who the fuck was in power. They aligned with who they aligned with. So you have the whole FBI, and even though it's probably, let's just get, this is just a number I'm throwing out, 5. Let's say there's 5 white supremacist people in there, and then there's like 3 people who could possibly be converted, right? Potential conversions, right? You have those 8 people against what, thousands of agents, right? That's a lot of power, firepower, a lot of internal affairs, investigations, cameras, fingerprints, psychological evaluations, testing, training, all types of shit that's going on, right? That is hella power. That's dominance. But your mentality, if you and me agree, I want to go over here and hit this bank up, that's what we're going to do. Because me and you have that same mindset, and those people have that same mindset, so they use them to start changing the way that other people are thinking and recruiting people to do things that they want. But it doesn't make it right. It's still wrong. The rest of the agency know that it's wrong. The people who are doing it know that it's wrong. That's why they're hiding it. If it was right, they wouldn't try to do it in a sneaky way. You see what I'm saying? And they know they're not doing the right thing.
Facts.
But yeah, that's all I had to say about that. That was just a little sneak peek of what he was going to get without getting too extensive into it.
It's your boy right here. This is just the strange shit he said. So I'm gonna play about 4 minutes. I gotta take it right here.
Give me something.
In Africa were used in order to help people, transverse into the afterlife. The pyramids in America, they were more temples praising their gods.
What?
Yeah.
So you think this is a religion?
No, that's what they used it for. You asked.
They were praising their gods. Listen, brother.
They were
Listen,
used
brother.
as
We
temples.
made the pyramids to astral project to the star that they're under. Don't you know the pyramids are underneath the star, bro?
Yeah.
Did y'all hear that?
Yep.
This nigga say what now? We use the pyramids to astral
Hold on,
project.
we gonna rewind.
Run that back.
Fuck.
What?
Yeah.
So you think this is a religion?
No, that's what they used it for. You asked.
They were praising their gods. Listen, brother.
They were used
brother.
as
We made
temples.
the pyramids to astral project to the star that they're under. Don't you know the pyramids are underneath the star, bro?
Yeah.
What?
What isn't underneath the star?
That's why we can't talk to these brothers, man. That's probably why I refused even, we the astral project to the star that's under us.
Right?
Okay.
That's that fucking Dr. Malachi Z. York. Fucking what's his name? Rashad Jamal shit.
Projection. So where do you think the word astro, and astral projection comes
Have
from,
you
bro?
ever astral projected?
You think when you project
Where you
around
astral
here,
projecting to?
so you just gonna talk over me while I'm talking?
Yeah, I was talking. You talked over me.
I don't understand.
This is why I don't be coming in your lives, man, because you be having weird people in here.
Nah, you weird. You blocked me. But I did want to get
Yeah,
into,
because you be being weird and you don't get.
Now just listen to what this man says. When Vanta asks him a specific question, watch the craziness that he says.
Yo, Vanta was like, "Where you gonna astral project to?" That's
He said, "Where do you
And
astral?"
this when I think this when Vanta first started coming around. I feel sorry I put him in this.
Wow, family.
But he asked him a real good question, and watch this man's answer.
Get it, and this is why this is low vibrational channel, man.
What I gotta say, you always bring up Africa, but you always seem to miss that the Sahara Desert.
I never bring up Africa.
Yeah, because you bring up that it doesn't have any fresh water. It doesn't have any.
That's right.
The Sahara Desert used to be green and it had some of the largest lakes, and it had rivers running all through Africa.
Listen. They ain't never seen a tomato before the 1500s, buddy. They never seen a tomato or squash or papayas or wild rice or none of these things before, or vanilla or chocolate.
Now you hear how
that shit is cap.
What? Oh hell no!
That shit is crazy.
This nigga said chocolate. Does he not know Ghana produced 73% of the world's fucking cocoa? You don't have any. Where's the cocoa's plants and shit over here? Do we have any?
He was asking him. He's asking him questions, and this man started talking about fruit.
This nigga said.
That's what they do, though. This is their tactic.
That's why I can't fuck with that dude like that, man.
Yeah, he just thinks for some reason that them having a tomato or some chocolate makes it that Africa is somehow less than. You can take things from here and take it over there, which they do, and mass produce it.
You can't grow no fucking cocoa trees over here in America.
That ground is it's fertile as fuck.
Now watch this shit. Watch what else he say.
Or nothing before the 1500s, homie. So what don't you get? What don't you get?
Do you not know that the Sahara Desert
How you don't get that?
the Amazon? Do you not understand that?
You what?
The Sahara Desert fertilizes the Amazon. because of the dust storms that get carried over.
Man, it
from
fertilizes the ocean, man. You don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, I do.
Did y'all hear that?
It fertilizes the ocean.
That's on point. That is true. You can look that up at the NASA website, and it'll show you an illustration.
Yeah. And it's on its way now, y'all. By the way, perfect timing. It's on its way now to fertilize it.
It's called phosphorus acid. That I think phosphorus that collects up in West Africa, goes over there to the fucking rainforest and drop those nutritional phosphorus rains that occur in the rain season.
And that's why they used to think that it was the old world and there must have been somebody here treating the soil. They assumed that until they figured out, like, oh shit, it's coming from over here. That's what's happening. And then the Ice Age also contributed to it as well.
Yeah,
that really helped them out.
Now I want the viewers to listen, because when we was, I think it was presentation 1, 2, and 3, it might have been 1 and 2, where Mo showed the multiple planting system. Now, what's the other name that you had on there, Mo?
For
when it starts switching on the multiple planting system, it's like an N word or IN or something.
Oh, the Terra Preta?
Yeah, now listen, because he when he was on Sinetta, he started talking about this stuff, right?
Yeah,
but he kept bringing up the multiple planting system. He didn't know nothing about the Terra Preta at this time.
Right.
So watch what he says. He got the Terra Preta from watching Mo and listening to the shit that Mo said. He knew nothing of it. Now watch this.
Fertilizes the ocean, man. The minerals from Africa fertilize the ocean, boss.
You can't say you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about, man.
This, so you just got.
You don't know what you're talking about. The minerals from Africa fertilize the ocean, homie. Give the ocean its minerals. How you don't know that?
No, I said the Sahara Desert fertilizes the Amazon by.
First of all, my man, we made the Amazon. We created the Amazon. The Amazon was created
that people use in order to sell over here.
Hold on, bro. We created the Amazon. The Amazon is a milpa planting system. We created the forest down there. You ain't know that?
Actually, no. Actually, there's actually a civilization that's in the Amazon, and that it actually got outgrown.
We created the forest, my man.
You heard what Vanta said, right?
That's right. Vanta on point.
He didn't know this, and Mo brought that shit up during the presentation. So he just talking out his ass, and now he on.
So okay, during this time he didn't know this shit, and then we pushed this shit in with the information, and he takes this.
No, he didn't know about the Terra Preta. He just knew about the multiple planting system.
Right, and but now he take the new gain knowledge on the Sinetta. Is that what he did?
Yeah. But he got the multiple planting system. I mean, not the multiple, but the what's the word I'm looking for, Mo?
The Terra Preta.
The Terra Preta. He got the Terra Preta from listening to us.
Shout out to Natural for exposing this job ass turkey for doing shit like that.
Yeah, that's what he do. You can't knock that one. He do that shit. And look, that civilization that was there in the Mayan forest, which is what he's talking about. He keeps talking about the Amazon, but fuck it. The Amazon did have civilizations that collapsed in the Mayan forest, which is what he's really talking about, and he doesn't even know it. They had civilizations that collapsed as well, because that system they used was good. It was real good, and they still use it today, but they're careful how they use it, because it made these deep water pockets that would just fill in, because it would just use up all of the resources and everything, all of the nutrients, everything in that soil, and then it would collapse over time and get filled with water. So then they would try to plant stuff, and it would just sink in and cave in, sinkholes and stuff like that, and they would move somewhere else and then fight with people, take their shit, and then fuck up their land too, and keep going. And they never realized that they were just fucking up all of the land. The same thing they did with the corn. They didn't know that they were messing it up by selective breeding. So it had its positives, but then it also had a lot of negative effects that we learned about later. And he's misunderstanding the whole development about it. And that's what they all do. They don't know the development of things, and then they misconstrue information and then come to a false conclusion.
Yeah, real quick, Val B, cocoa tastes fucking good. That shit's different than what I thought. Yes, I was in St. Lucia and I tried some, but yeah, thank you, Val B, for pointing that out.
Created those forests. We made those forests. You don't know that?
Americans were very great at agriculture.
Get yourself together, my man.
Listen. It says to replenish.
You didn't do that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like being on somebody else's. That's why I don't like being on somebody else's live, because I can't just provide my receipts right here, because I have the milpa planting system on how the Mayans and our people created the forest. I have that receipt right here loaded up. I have the receipt.
I just don't understand how any of this information proves that in America that was the first human existence.
Because how you don't get it when I just told you? I just said that this was the first land that came out of, it was the first dry land to come out the ocean. How can anything come from Africa when Africa did not exist yet?
If that is true, you're just talking about.
No, that is true.
Wait, the reason why
now, is there any way we can prove that this was the first land out of the water? Because when they go back, you got the supercontinent, but all the land masses was together.
Right.
So he just be saying shit.
The land of milk and honey, from what that nigga say.
It's not true.
Other people's lives is because you have to hear other people's information.
That's a fact, bro.
If that is the case, then that still doesn't prove that humans were here just because the part of the continent was here.
So I guess humans was swimming around Africa. They was swimming, waiting for Africa to come up then. Because this land was here for millions of years before anything came along.
Okay, and again, bro, you keep saying the land was here for millions of years.
Yes.
And we were here for millions of years. So now you got to show me the bone that proved we were here for millions of years.
Now, you want me to pull up a bone on the live stream, huh?
No, I'm asking.
This is what I'm saying. Now you got to pull up a bone.
Bro,
you got to pull a bone up. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do.
You invent with this talking, right? And before I can get into how the Sahara Desert helps replenish the Amazon, I got cut the fuck off. So for all the 81 people that's in the chat, if you go look up, does the Sahara fertilize the Amazon? You're going to see where it says that the Amazon receives help from surprisingly relationship with the Sahara Desert. And you just said
it's a connected planet.
You said no to that.
That's what I said. And then when you talk about prehumans, bro, earliest prehumans are found in Europe, the Mediterranean, and also in
they always say that. Who found them? Who found these things? Who found these things?
Don't cut me off. Shut up.
You always want to talk about. You always want to talk about the same crap every time, man. You are agent.
Where's your proof? I'm bringing up proof,
brother.
Y'all heard he said you always want to talk about the same crap. Every time we talk to this man, he bring up the same shit. Tomatoes. We were the first people out of the water. The Amazon.
Right. Crazy shit, man.
What's a turtle? So his talking points ain't changed. And if y'all was watching the Sonetta, y'all saw his talking point ain't changed.
Nope. We planted the rain.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, yep, his shit ain't changed. He's the same record keeps repeating and stuff like that. He hadn't changed.
Right. They keep asking, like, why are we talking about the same shit? Why don't y'all shut the fuck up about it? Why would we let y'all lie to the community? That shit is ridiculous. We supposed to just sit back and let y'all keep on capping?
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Hell no, it's not happening.
We don't roll like
if you talking, we talking.
Always.
Agent, I'm gonna say it to your face. You're an agent.
You just say you can't bring any.
Man, I don't want to be in your stream no more, man, because it's low vibrational.
Yeah, exactly. Run.
It's low vibrational. Ain't nothing to run from. You just don't get it. You ain't the one. You ain't the one.
Ben, hold on, Vanna.
It ain't about being
You're not the one to be teaching nobody none of these things, my man.
Our shop is
I can. No problem.
Nah, bro, you don't supposed to be teaching nobody nothing, bro. I want to give you a job. I want to give you a department head of a mop closet, homeboy.
Let's talk real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna use
a website where it says that we've been in America for millions of years.
Man, I done already told you, man.
You
I done
never
already
told
told
me.
you. I done dropped plenty receipts. I done told you who the Olmecs is. I done told you that
Hold
they had
on,
a
bro.
dynasty in
Hold on.
Asia. I done told you all of
Olmec
these things. Why don't you just go
civilization is
look?
not
Why
older
don't
than
you
the
just go
Egyptian
look?
civilization,
I
and they're
talked
not
about
Hey, the
older than
God
the
got all the
Nubians.
receipts for the God got all the receipts for everything he's saying, man. Y'all just gotta pay
Yeah, I
attention
do
to it.
too. Peru
Now
had
you
the
ain't got no
oldest
receipts,
civilization
brother.
in
You
the
ain't got
world.
no
You
receipts,
ain't
man.
got none.
Everybody let me
You a
talk.
department. You a
That's
department
the
head of a
internet
block
you
party
got.
somewhere. I don't know
Peru
where,
Why
had
but
y'all
the
keep
oldest
somewhere.
talking and I'm the
civilization in
host?
America.
Let me get out what I'm saying.
You got the internet.
Nord, let me get it out. If he has
Nord,
the
peace to the
receipts,
God,
then
Nord, man.
tag
Peace
me
to the
in
God,
them
Nord,
Peace,
so
man.
I
God.
can see the
Peace,
receipts
God.
myself. Because y'all keep saying, all y'all say, we got the receipts to prove we were over here for millions of years. And I say, okay, I need bodies. And y'all just say, we got the receipts. So show me the receipt then. If you're not showing the receipt, then you just talking out the side of your mouth.
Exactly. And he
What
cut
you
me
want
off
to do?
when I
You
was
want to
getting
drop down and
into it.
come to my
Like, let
live
me,
stream? Because I'll
can
show
I
you all
finish
the
what I'm
No,
receipts right
saying?
tag
now.
Because
me
he
in
cut
the
me off when I was
video.
Okay,
getting
I
into it.
can't pull up no receipts right now, obviously, because I'm on your stream. But
You can't pull up the receipts because you're in my stream. That don't make no sense, man. He's all cap.
He was on this live talking that dumb shit still.
All cap. Now I think if you go back to around the 30, that's when he started talking about I think that's the grand.
I have to agree with it.
Okay, bro, just pause for a second. I'm sticking with you. I just don't want you to run past my understanding. Just come back a little bit. And you said the South, the people, where did you get that they're not from Asia?
Well, see, that's what from my research. Looks like from my research, Africa is the last place we I'm not eliminating Africa. I never said America and the islands. All of these places was all fertile land. This was all. Why you think they called Costa Rica the rich coast? Why you think they called Puerto Rico the rich port? Because that's what that means. Puerto Rico means the rich port. Costa Rica means the rich coast. That's what that is. That shows you that they never seen none of these crops before the 1500s. And we've been here for millions of years, my friend.
That's what I'm saying.
See, he just brought up some names.
He said they called it rich port and rich coast. That's how you know they never seen none of this stuff over here. What?
Weird.
You conclude like that.
Right. So we're not. So forget about the rice coast and the gold coast of West Africa, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a specific part where he starts talking about the grand unified field equation.
We can't tell them to cut it out because they might fuck around and actually cut it out. Put it to the side.
Hey, if you guys are watching and haven't hit that like button, go ahead and do that, yo. Get that algorithm cooking. But yo, they tripping.
Drawing people's attraction.
No. They did not give them the grand unified field equation.
There you go.
Hold on. No, they didn't give them the grand unified.
When you go to the glyph where Khufu is stating how he built the pyramid, they're showing you on the glyph in the metanetter how they did it.
Okay.
They're just telling you the majority of people who can't read it are saying, oh, we don't know how they built the pyramids because they want you to draw in people's attraction.
No. They did not give them the grand unified field equation.
Or the people who
hold
this nigga. No.
They didn't give them the grand unified.
I'm gonna say that shit one more time and then I'm done. Oh shit.
The fool, man. Is this your king?
Okay.
They're just telling you the majority of people who can't read it are saying, oh, we don't know how they built the pyramids because they want you to draw in people's attraction.
No. They did not give them the grand unified field equation.
Or the people who
hold on. No, they didn't give them the grand unified field equation. The mathematics to the flower of life. That's why they don't know how to do that. They don't know the grand unified field equation. They don't know nothing about it. That's why they made up our mathematics. Our mathematics was made up.
I'm done.
Play on that.
Out of it.
Hey, he said the flower of life. That's from Egypt. Now, I don't know what the grand unified field equation is. If any of y'all know what it is, and y'all can find a link to it.
No, it's the grand unification energy and and unified field theory, and he's like mashing them together into some type of thing. But that's something that they're studying, and they're trying to figure it out with like electromagnetism and how it happens like on a subatomic level and shit like that. It has nothing to do with what the fuck
sound smart by some fucking word play, dumbass shit. Man, don't know what the fuck he talking about still to this day.
Oh, and if you guys want to go watch that video, hold on, I gotta get out of it.
Wow.
It is Earth Speaks, Don't Let No One Talk. You can start at 1 hour and 36 minutes to hear the full, because I think he stays on there until like 1:52, then he drops off. So from 1:36 to 1:52, and the video's called Earth Speaks, Don't Let No One Talk on my YouTube, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about.
Grand field unified equation.
They didn't give him the grand unified field equation.
That's all we was missing. Word.
Yeah, because if you go to an hour and 36 minutes, he says, matter of fact, I'm gonna show you it for it. Wow, but you won't think I made it up.
Y'all see what we got to deal with?
Tell you. Hey, y'all hit that like button, yo. Smash that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
Smash, yes.
I'm gonna show you exactly what that man said. Am I on the screen?
Yeah.
The indigenous inhabitants of Australia is what they trace back to, and in New Guinea, the Solomon Islands.
It makes sense. It certainly makes sense.
That's still a theory. Those are the two theories. That area.
Now hold on, but that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. It makes sense. Same thing with what's the name? He's from here too. Mansa Musa. He's from here too. They all from here. All of those lines going to trace back to here.
He's so damn slow. I'm disagreeing with him, and he's saying that makes sense.
Africa, and we started sailing back to the old world. That's what happened, man. We
walked from America into Africa, and then we started sailing back. So that means, by his theory, they walked into Africa because they couldn't build no damn boats. Then when they got into Africa, the Africans taught them how to build boats because we was building boats before we had contact with these niggas. And then they finally sailed back home.
Yep. In his book that he was bragging about, I wouldn't say he was bragging about it, but he was bragging about the contents of the book. When we looked in the book, remember it said that those people went to Africa and ran into those people, and they were in the middle of a war, and they ended up helping them. So there's no way that these people were already over. They ran into them and met them for the first time. They didn't even know who the fuck they were. But we started here and then walked to Africa and forgot that we were over there.
Because we had the grand field unified equation.
Right.
Get shit done with that.
Look, I'm just waiting because the moment Jabari start going in on this man, it's over with. His career about to be over with. It'd be different if he was like a naturalist or Yahweh, because naturalist kind of maneuver because he got away with words.
Mm-hmm.
Earth Speaks don't. He ain't even reading books. He get his shit from YouTube. That Colonial cat.
Right. Is he going up against Jabari? Or that was got to be some random.
He said when he was up there, he'll debate anybody on the subject. And y'all all know Jabari doesn't back down from any debate.
I didn't see the whole joint. Then I got to wonder.
Earth Speaks doesn't understand. In a debate, you can't just talk.
Nope.
If they're going to do a debate on the internet, on the stream, you're going to have to put your information on the screen.
It's going to make
just talk.
It's going to make him look real silly. And he going to think he's looking really smooth on that shit.
Yeah, because his members just like that Toto. What's his name? Toto Cal dude with the afro with the feather in his fucking head.
Yeah, he's stuck in this spot.
Go ahead.
He can't place those people there. That's what he doesn't get. He's just like a retarded person that walks up and keeps banging their head on the door, open it and walk through. Like he don't get why he ends up there and he goes, really? Y'all stupid, and start calling people names and saying Saw Netter and Jabari Slow, because you're supposed to place the humans there and you removed all the humans. You removed the people by saying this predates the people. So now you can't place them there. You got to place the people there. He's sitting there shocked about what the fuck happened, but he does catch it. He's catching when he gets caught, but he knows those people are watching him. So he's like, I got to keep on fighting, even though I'm losing. I'm gonna just go down kicking and screaming.
Yeah, man, it's y'all know what it is. If he can't come over there and handle us on a TikTok, you think you about to go over to the Sonetta TV, where it's the toughest place on YouTube to try to do a debate, and you can't even handle us. Y'all don't even respond to us when we go into our accounts and we see that we not blocked. We go in y'all lives to ask y'all questions, and y'all can't deal with the questions, so y'all block us. So you think even after the debate, and it's time for Q&A, you can't just say, I'm out. No. You got to answer the questions. You got to stand in it. You got to stand up in it and answer them questions. Because this is what it's going to be. Everybody knows, because I don't think Earth Speaks knows the formality of a debate. You give your information, the other person gives their information. The second round is the refutation round. So each opponent gets to go against or oppose the other person's information. And then the third round, if there's a third round, then it might be more debunking. Or it might be them trying to, well, you said you debunked this in the second round, but you actually had it wrong, so I'm basically correcting your debunk. And then it's Q&A. So I don't think he's ready for that. So, well, I see like he's copying our style though, because at first he didn't know what the fuck StreamYard and none of that shit.
I noticed that shit.
All of a sudden the niggas on StreamYard and shit.
I'm like, look, you need to get on YouTube. I gave him advice about.
Yeah, he wasn't on YouTube until after I was on YouTube doing my own.
Come up there, man.
My TikToks on there.
I went on his live and said that shit.
Now he on here think he the GOAT. You ain't the fucking GOAT. I should play that shit. You ain't the.
I'm glad you recorded what you got. I'm so glad. I'm eating right now. My bad. I'm so glad y'all recorded that shit, because we got like a whole vault of shit. We got this nigga greatest hits.
He bodied himself with that Muhammad Ali shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that Ali Muhammad.
So if I see that nigga again,
go to this website right here.
I'm gonna call you, dog, and tell you to get on that jump and rock that shit.
Hey, he better not go back over there.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, look, I'm gonna put my request in quick. I'm like, hey, what's up, Herb? He gonna get nervous and shit. Yeah, man, it's suiting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Like, yeah, man, you know we got you recording, dog.
If Sekhmet wasn't there, I would have went up there for real. I would have been like, yo, I'll be right back, y'all. I would, because that's what I wanted to do. But I was like, who is that up there anyway? I thought it was somebody that was waiting to respond to him. And I looked, and then he was, at the same time I was seeing what the name said, he said, hey, Sekhmet, something, something, something. I said, oh, nope. Because she knows, to me, I think she knows, but she likes him. So
are you talking about his moderator?
Yeah, she blocks people. She knows who can debunk his information, because she'll let somebody come in there and get real disrespectful with him, talk about his mom, kids, threatening him and all that stuff. And she'll let him stay up there because they don't know nothing. They just arguing with him. But when we get in there, we don't say none of this stuff, not even remotely close to the shit that they be saying. And she know to just get us the fuck up out of there.
We get is that his like co-host and shit? That chick?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's his mod and shit. That was his number one mod from the jump.
I got you. But yeah, they don't got nothing for us, man. They never have and they never will. But it's
Fonzie. I tell Adam, as long as they stay in their fucking lane, he come over here thinking he big bamboo. Put your information on the screen.
Yeah.
Put your information on the screen. I give you $1,000.
He know how we roll. That's why he kept our name out of his mouth. It kept our name out of his mouth, and that's why he kind of blocked us. And he kind of flying a little low.
Yeah, he blocked.
But he see what we be at though. But it's like my man Mo, me and him, we realize he be doing subliminal disses and shit to us.
They all do that.
Yeah.
I don't have time for that, bro. I'm gonna say your fucking name.
This bro, hey, why this nigga say come to the Discord? He said, and he said, don't go over there. Somebody said something about Africa. He's like, yeah, don't go over there. And I'm gonna tell y'all what's gonna happen when you go over there. He was about to say it, and then he was like, you know what? Go to the Discord. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell y'all what's gonna happen to you if you go to Africa. Why don't you just say it?
Why don't you say it?
You know what happened when you make a claim like that. You know who's coming.
He on his ass. He know he coming. All us, Mossy, all it's free game because this nigga on YouTube now. So
if this was a couple of years ago, they'd be on it, but a lot of them it kind of died down. Because I talked to Rob Bourne and Garfield and what's his name? What the fuck is his name? Damn, I forgot the brother's name. The light skinned cat.
It's different now.
They part of
Oh, you talking about Reggie?
It's a light skinned brother that's part of I think he's Team Osiris. Now he might be they got the book, they got the Egyptian book. He like the muscular light skinned cat. I keep forgetting his fucking name though.
I don't know if I seen my man.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm just saying he on here now, so he is free game. It
was when they was about to do the debate with Seti and Young Pharaoh. They all was on the stage. He was the light skinned cat up there, and they all said basically this was I think last year. They all was like, yeah, I think around like September, October, November. I was like, yeah, we're not really getting into that no more. It was like they gonna say what they want, and then all of a sudden, Rob Bourne and Garfield was back on the scene with this indigenous shit a couple months ago.
Man, it's like, man, we were talking about that shit, and them niggas ran with that shit hard. And I'm glad they did though. They did a lot of good work though. Pushing shit on YouTube, but I know we were already talking about doing what we're doing now for a hot minute.
Yeah, I've been on Earth Speaks Ass since last year. It ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, he come over here. He better not talk no shit. I want to be showing screens.
Good luck.
He
gonna show you images, but he ain't gonna go to no fucking website.
He showed that little piece of clip of a newspaper about a dude unaliving himself with killing himself with a pen. Mm-hmm. He was like, yeah, the power of the pen is mightier than the power of the sword and all that shit.
Yeah, like, man.
I don't know what point he was getting at with that shit, but some dude, like in some article, they said that he killed himself with a pen. And he thought that was some point. And before that, he was putting up a definition and he had that shit all ass backwards. Napoleon saying the slave shit didn't happen because the fucked up division he was doing. Everything he said was straight cap.
Mm-hmm.
He don't know how to put a presentation together.
Huh?
He don't know how to put a.
No, he don't. He don't. You can tell. It's a little better of the copy and paste what he like. It's just he's copy and pasting on YouTube is what he's doing. That's kind of I see it as. It's the same.
See, we barely do that. Like, Mo will go to the PowerPoint. I'm gonna go to the PowerPoint. You go to the PowerPoint. But at some point in the presentation, we're gonna go to the actual article and website. Right.
He don't do all of that. He don't. He don't do that. He don't really tell you where you're getting this information from. There's a lot of shades of gray with how he shows the information. What we do here, we tell you, we source up, we tell you where we get the sources from, and we just more honest and more transparent where we get our information from. It's just his shit. It's always some mystery. Oh, I got the jewels, and I'm the only motherfucker that got them, but I got them from somebody else. It's just weird, but
he better stay on his own shit because the moment he pop up over here,
he here now. It's free game. I mean, if you want to fuck around and find out. Let's go.
They just gonna block us, bro. They ain't gonna be no different.
They can't block us over here. I mean, I guess they can.
And I'm talking about if I go over there, and y'all know me.
Yeah.
I'll go over there quick. Like my animosity with him ain't as like with naturalists or y'all with. So I can go back and forth. Me and our species can disrespect each other, and then still be cool. But I can't do that shit with naturalists.
I feel you. So I mean, you know, me and Mo thought about doing a drive on that nigga today because he was getting out of pocket, and I was like, you know what, we should just. But she was already going through your shit. I didn't want to say anything.
Oh, nigga, we could have stopped this shit and went over there.
I know.
It's nothing. That shit, everything I showed was based from my PowerPoint I put together. Y'all was talking to the dude. I was like, hey, we be back. I'll show y'all my PowerPoint slides on the TikTok. We would have straight went over there. He said Reggie pseudo.
But let him
get I don't Reggie he all right, brother, but I fuck with Smash Rockwell, aka Jonathan Owens. That's my dude on there.
Let him get warmed up and shit. And then we'll go at him and shit. Like we'll chop at him. We gonna hit him up like the killer whales and shit. He little seals swimming out there in the deep water, and we're gonna have to run up on him.
We're the mole of that. Smash this nigga's brains, cuz.
And flop that motherfucker across the ocean like the damn killer whales do.
Right.
The seals.
Fuck that nigga. I'm like on a fucking cat's hand and shit. Just playing.
Shout out to him and shout out to his channel. He's got a channel, family, for all y'all pseudo people. That's
Ben had that channel.
You know, but we stick with real information over here. That's the difference. You'll see the difference between what we talk about over here and what he talks about over there, and that should y'all should already know. You know what I mean? And
I think he gonna try it. I think he gonna try to come over here.
Yeah, he like that shit.
He was doing that shit on TikTok. Come over to my. So I'm gonna come over there.
Like the attention. He likes that shit. He'll like me. Like most say, he's be the only fool that like he likes that shit. He likes the ego and the you know what I mean, the publicity and all of this other dumb shit. You know what I mean? He likes that.
Yeah, but see, like he don't have
But he don't got.
Damn, they might correct my shit complex. Like over here, we try to give the information to the best of our ability. They don't give a fuck about being right.
Man, he don't care. He just cares about being seen and you know who's looking at them. All right, I'm gonna get in there. If they got 200, I'm going in, or you know what I mean. That's why the only reason why he's on Sonetta, because you know it's like, oh, I can get seen. It ain't for educational. Like
that's a different ball game.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's just looking for attention, I think. And whether he's right or wrong, he don't care. He just likes the attention. He'll deal with the shit either way. Fuck it. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, hey, I'm getting attention. My account growing, yada, 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 that shit. I think the ego tripping. Which is okay. He can come over here and ego trip all he want. We just going to try. I want to hold that nigga feet to the fire with the information. That's my thing. Come over here, talk your shit, but we going to put your feet to the fire and hold you there and roast your ass for a hot minute. And you can't just squirm out and just, like, I want to just stay close to the information. What these niggas do is they start talking about everything. And I don't want to do that with them jokers.
But yeah, that nigga, he's undercooked. Rotate his ass real quick. You know, we gotta crispy him on both sides and shit.
Talking about specific shit, specifics, not no weird. We all in aliens.
No, brother, it's the tomatoes. The reason why Africa was the last land up.
Like, man, come on. Squash off a topic.
My nigga, you ever had some squash, my nigga? Nigga, squash with some cheese. Like, what the fuck you talking about?
Did they ever provide a source for that?
Nope.
Like we need
he provided
it was just bouncing back and forth between Africa and Asia for the longest time.
He provided a source when we did the debate. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, it said modern day crops brought into Africa.
Well, I'm talking about for the land coming out the water.
No, they never do, bro. Kenya says he got that from her. I was like, well, that's pseudo because it was a supercontinent. I said we had a couple of super continents. So how the fucking Africa be the last land out of the water? How would you fucking tell that? Nobody was on this planet. That was millions upon millions upon millions of years ago. Y'all can measure that shit now?
Funny shit.
Stop.
That's funny, man.
They go as far as to say the dude that came out with continental drift, his information is fake.
So he didn't know what he's talking about.
Because some dude wrote a book saying
in.
that continents weren't always connected, but he wasn't the dude that was part of the part of geology. He wasn't a dude part of that. Like the dude that I referenced, because I was the naturalist of Yahweh brought that shit up. I killed his ass with that dude. The dude came up with the continental drifts, and he was telling them people about the shit. And then Earth Speaks the next day went live trying to tell people that the dude that was talking about continental drifts and the landmass being connected because they found one part of a fossil somewhere in, I think, in South America, and then they found the other part in Africa. The same motherfucking fossil. Trying to say that shit was fake. I was like, is he low key trying to debunk my information without really saying my name? So I said, okay, I'm just gonna say this nigga's name because I said his name the first time I did this shit. Like, I don't do subliminals, nigga. If I'm gonna debunk you, I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm debunking this nigga's information. Fuck him. Care about them. That don't matter if it's Haitian Los, Earth Speaks, Naturalist of Yahweh, Wild Motherfucking Indian.
Anybody can get it, is what Sue said. That's fine.
They love to talk. They don't want to put their information up. Put your information up. Let's see if it's credible.
Yeah, we've been here for 6 straight hours and none of you motherfuckers show up. The link was in the chat several times. We had our cool guest stop by. Shout out to Mossy Warrior Tribe. You know, but where y'all bitch ass niggas at?
Right, they ain't showing up. Bro.
Yeah, we had our friends show up today, not you bitch ass me. But man, that's funny. What happened to them boys?
That's funny. I ain't going over there, Val B. I dropped in and said hi and rolled out because they still doing that messy shit with that godly shit.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
I'm not gonna provide this nigga's arrest sheet. Woo. What the fuck he went to jail for? Then y'all just playing an assumption at this point.
You know.
I don't give a fuck about a mugshot. I want to see this nigga's arrest sheet.
But why he ain't saying that? No, did he say? I mean, from what I heard,
Golly went live a couple of times and to refute the information. He did that. He did that last week.
Oh, he already addressed it.
Yeah, he did that last week and the week before.
Well, so did he put up the paperwork?
No, hell no, he ain't do
that. I mean, that's what the fuck I would do. You gotta put out the paperwork. If you got a mugshot, right?
Like, yeah, nigga,
right. That's ain't that the first thing you? Ain't that the first thing you would do? It's like, yo, this dude assaulted a woman. And they're like, nah, what you talking about? I robbed the 7-Eleven. And you just put it up, show the mugshot, and show the charge, the number, the time you did, the case, the judge, the lawyer, whatever. Boom.
That's some serious shit. Yeah.
You got to. You can't sit there and just be arguing with people. You just put up the paperwork. Hold on, let's get this out the way. And then I'm going to argue at y'all niggas.
Yeah. Especially when it's talking about kids, man. I don't fuck around when it comes. The kids are off limits and all that dumb shit. So if it's in your past, it's in your past. But don't be trying to like act like this shit ain't happened, because if it's public record, motherfuckers are gonna find out about weird shit like that. I mean, ask
nigga, all I need is his full name.
Yeah, ask brother Polite that's going through what he's going through. So
all I need is that nigga's full name and his age and where he from. And I tell my sister to look this nigga up, and she'll give me the information within 20 minutes.
You know.
Yep, I could do a background check too. We got to do background checks every year.
Crazy.
Every year, any employee, any new person, boom, we got to do the background check.
But that's wow.
Checking my damn shit.
I'm joking. I'm like, Mo, man,
if he would have put that shit up, bro. I'm saying, I know you. It ain't right to say anything before you actually see paperwork, but I'm saying he's not even putting up no damn paperwork.
Yeah.
So that's kind of weird.
Kind of sketch. Like if you did what you did and you served your time and you're past that, that's understandable. I wouldn't even fuck with you like that. Like other than the awareness part, you know. But you know, I'm not gonna, you know, if you did, you do. But if you're hiding certain things and you just, especially that, Other than that, ain't nobody's business. But you know, when it come to kids, that's off limits, and you know what I mean.
That has to.
I don't put shit past nobody. Like my cousin, that motherfucker was the nicest, sweetest motherfucker I met from Chicago. And nigga was bench pressing damn near he might have been bench pressing 500 cock diesel, nice as shit. And then them niggas told me he was on the run for killing 5 people in the house with his bare fucking hands. I was like, what the fuck? His brother was in jail for killing people. I'm like, what? Like, so I was like, yeah, man, you don't never judge a book by its cover. Just because it sound nice and shit don't mean shit. You never fucking know. And this is how the nigga got caught. He robbed a Welch's donut shop. Matter of fact, if you go on, I think it's on George Washington Boulevard, Mo, where that Pizza Hut is, you got a Pizza Hut and a bank. Right there, it used to be you can still see the sign, the Welch Donut sign, but it's not there. You just see the little image of it, right? That's the motherfucker where he robbed the chick at. They say he robbed her and sexually assaulted her. And that nigga like was walking down the street with the money, and that's how they picked it. He had on the same fucking clothes. He was walking down the same fucking street with the same fucking clothes on. And they picked that nigga up. And I was like, he had to have been on drugs. And sure enough, they ran that nigga shit and he was on drugs. I just think he wanted to go back to jail. I think he was just tired of running. So you never judge a book by its cover, man. I was talking to I was talking to Port earlier. A dude, look, I grew up with this man, right? But they didn't stay on the same block. His brother lived with the other brother. And because they moved in, he used to stay with his big brother. Then he moved in with his second to oldest big brother. He started telling me all this strange shit that brother did to him and everybody in the family. And I was playing basketball with this cat and everything. And then when I found out, I just wanted to beat the nigga's ass. Every time he came over, I wanted to beat his fucking ass. So you can never judge a book by its fucking cover. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Big facts.
Especially when you already on some strange shit.
Yeah.
You're like, damn, you ain't even that far from it.
Right.
You barking up the same tree other people barked up, and we know what happened when they climbed up them damn trees. And that's what it is. They don't be knowing what the fuck they picking up, but those same mentalities align with each other. It's the same mentality. That's why they end up there. Outer space, aliens, no reality. Now you outside of reality. And so now it makes sense that a whole bunch of shit you're doing is going to be kind of weird, you know?
Yeah, man, it's crazy, bro.
Big facts.
Damn, I was going to show that. I can't find it, though.
They just accept people in their groups. That's what it is. They need members, bro.
Yeah, that's what is a cult type thing, man. It ain't about truth. It's just about the size of the group. I think they focus on that more than seeking truth. Like I'm not here for that. I'm just here to just spread the truth. And if we grow a following, hey, that's great. And we want that, but that we're not ego crazy with the egos and shit. So it's just weird. I think it's cult-like activity. They just want to grow as many minds like that they can. It's not about being right. It's just how they can just grow that weird shit that they're doing.
Yeah, they be cool, and then they just flip out. Like y'all see us, like we be on TikTok, and then like you get pushed to that point, but y'all see it boiling up, and then like I'll just wig the fuck out because I get tired of the shit.
Oh yeah.
But them niggas, they just wig out for no reason. Y'all be having a civil conversation, and they're like, "Fuck Africa, then, cuz." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, now you a bitch ass nigga. I'm like, "What?" I just asked you for your information. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, and that's when the emotion comes out. After we damaged you with the evidence, and you don't have anything to back it up. So you go back to this emotional state and you just, well, fuck you then.
Then they put like some like suspect and shit. Nigga, grab your pennies from your ankles and pull them up. Like what the fuck you talking about? Like
some weird.
It just be some weird shit.
Mm-hmm. They don't. Yeah. And that's why we these bitch ass niggas and these deadpan, all these weird ass names y'all call us, because that's all y'all can do. And we can do that. Like I can get gutter and talk shit, like, but that's not, I'm not even trying to do that. Like I got books, I don't gotta do that.
Yeah, and it don't even feel right when you do like lose your cool and shit. Man, and then you sit there and think about it, I'm like, I just fucking snap.
Yeah, well, I
you know what I'm saying? That don't even feel good. So I'll be trying to avoid it as long as I can because I'm not even proud of it when I go out.
That nigga lying to y'all. That shit feels amazing.
It depends though.
It depends on if it's just a situation where it's not.
If you from the hood, you just try to get away from that shit. You like, man, I don't need, you know what I mean? Like,
if it comes from the passion of you representing your people and your history and all of that, but when it's something like real personal and they just tick you off and they ain't got nothing to do with no information, I don't like that. Because it's like, what the fuck did we just do for 15 minutes? Yeah, we weren't even talking about information. It was just some personal weird shit that was happening.
Yeah. And they can't stay to the subject matter, man. And they get frustrated. And then that's when the name call and the emotion shit come. Because we hold your feet to the fire and they don't like that part about it. Like, no. Come back. We talking about this. Like, let's stick to one joint. Like, and that's kind of what we got to, I think, keep doing. And we got to probably expect for motherfuckers to be talking like that. But if we just stay focused to whatever subject matter that we're talking about and not deviate from that shit. If it ain't about what we talked about, I don't want to hear it. Or us trying to, basically go at your shit directly. If it ain't about that, I don't care about no aliens, man. I don't care about no non-ether beings. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a shit. I just want to talk about Prince Henry. I want to talk about the Orders of Christ. I want to talk about Islam going into Africa. What time periods, time specificity, shit like that. DNA, haplogroups. If it ain't about that, I don't want to hear that shit, man. Like, y'all are just making a mess and a bunch of noise at that point. And then we all look like idiots in front of these people because we do have an identity crisis in front of everybody. You know what I mean? And me and Mo, we all like we're brothers and sisters, so we ain't really going at y'all like that. We just want to make sure we all get the knowledge out there. But y'all making us look silly when y'all want to just do nothing but argue and don't want to bring any books to the library and go over the information. Okay, you don't believe me. Okay, you don't agree. That's fine. That's cool. But don't be trying to like cuss me out, call us names like weird shit. Like, bring your books and let's go page for page, bar for bar, and have a civil discussion so that we can show these motherfuckers that we can talk about this shit in a way and not be on no dumbass shit and arguing. Because like all of us, me, Mo, we can get in here and we can talk all the shit and make y'all feel bad just on talking shit. You all this gangster huffy puff, like, come on, man. Like, we all from a crazy part of fucking area, but we can get on that shit if we have to. But we trying to rise above that. We don't have to do that.
That's the thing, Paul. Some of them, they ain't left that yet.
Yeah, like
I can't be out here trying to spew information to the people. Then when people challenge y'all, start getting back into some gangster shit.
That dumb shit, man. Like, now don't get it twisted. We talk shit, but it's on a scholastic basis. I got a whole library. I'm gonna hit you with the books. When I say we going at you, we gonna do these scholastic drive-bys. That's what we talking about. So if you can't come up here on that level, I don't want to fucking deal with you. I'm gonna be real clear with that shit. And I ain't pressed either. I can just keep moving forward and looking at the front. Keep going past you fools. But if you got issues, that's fine. But don't come up here with your emotions on your sleeve and just be crying and whining. Like, all you doing is like, just show what you got, and then we have an exchange. That's it.
Yeah, like that shit hard.
Yeah, is it too hard to ask for? We do like all of the work and shit we do. Y'all, I know y'all can do it. I know you can do it.
They don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I'm gonna start doing them though. Whenever they veer off somewhere else, I'm like, you ain't talking to me.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna have to do it. You can't be talking to me because I ain't what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, I gotta stop getting mad and getting pissed off when these niggas start name calling because that's what they do. At that point, you should realize, oh, okay, he don't know. I got you.
That shit hard though.
Are we going live tonight?
You on your TikTok?
Yeah,
if you go, I might can pull up for a minute or
you gonna go to sleep. This nigga always go to sleep.
Nigga, you don't say that after last night. I was up hardcore with y'all.
Look, somebody got up there and started talking about some Islam shit. This nigga put his request in quick as fuck.
What you say, nigga? No, what that nigga in the back say?
Right. You said something about Islam, nigga?
Oh shit, yo, I was ready.
Because when you already got that information in your head and they say it, it triggers it, and that whole shit just starts running a loop in your head.
What the nigga say? What the nigga say? No, fuck this.
We was out there talking mad shit about Christianity before they ain't show up. The moment these niggas brought Islam, all I saw was get request. So what'd you say about Islam going into Africa? I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I was ready for some fucking smoke last night, yo.
This is good though. People need to see it. They gotta get it from both sides. So
yeah. I ain't even know what I was walking into. I just heard because I woke up, I think, and y'all. Oh, okay, y'all. All right, cool. Yeah. But now, go ahead, man. If I might show up, man. And rock.
I don't know. I ain't got shit to talk about. And we talked about it all.
And what more can I say?
I need that TikTok pots to show up.
What more can I say?
That nigga be talking about, or business, okay, let's deal with it. You don't want to address it.
Yeah, we're running victory. That's why I titled this show Victory Lab. Because we really done a lot of
and I'm not letting Dual Dab in. I'll let him in for 5 minutes. If he show up here, I'll let him in for 5 minutes so he can explain himself. But I'm not talking to that brother because he had a chance to come over here and get that work. And he talking about, port and push ain't gonna let me talk. So you really think I'm gonna let you talk in my TikTok live? No, I'm not doing that shit.
But then you're gonna make him right.
How?
Because I don't know how you keep on missing these tricks. It's not about trying to hit the person back. He did some bitch ass shit. As a man, he said he was gonna show up, do this and it's for the community anyway. It's not really between us personally. He's failing the community and his people that are rooting for him, and the people who may be trying to figure out what does this guy got to say. They want to see these two, sides stand and oppose each other in an academic environment, right? So he does the bitch ass thing, right? That's what he has to do by himself. We have to maintain our integrity and stay the same way. If we reverse back and we go, oh, you did that? Well, I'm going to do this. Then it goes into default. He's already capping. Now he gets to say, see, this is why I didn't come up there because he's just going to block me anyway. He gets to keep spinning the illusion.
I ain't going to block him. He got 5 minutes.
But that's what he's going to say, block. He's going to say, you're going to get me out of here. Block.
Keep the door open and know that he's not going to come through it. The door has always been open for all of these foods. They just
that nigga can't. If he can't come over here, and he can't come over here.
I just want him to. Ultimately, it's your choice, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just putting it out there in the atmosphere. It is just better, in my opinion, that he just says, "I want to do this debate," and he just doesn't show up, and that's it. Nothing else happens. Nobody's knocking him off the live. Nobody's trying to block him, report him. Nothing else happens. Then he's just completely wrong. If we start throwing blows back at him, then he goes, see, that's why I didn't go over there. See, that's why I didn't go over there. We want to just have him sitting in his fear. There's nothing else happening. You claim you wanted to see these niggas, and what's going on? Nothing's going on. He's just sitting here scared. You see, and that's why I was trying to say, like, I don't want to give him any type of fucking excuse because that dude is super dangerous. That is super fucking dangerous because he's an African. He's a whole fucking African. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. Mm-hmm. And he comes over here 6, 7, 8 years old, and all of a sudden he's a black white supremacist.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's with some.
His parents might be from the continent, but that nigga ain't from
He said he Igbo, right?
Matter of fact, he might have been just adopted.
You said he Igbo.
Yeah, he might have been adopted from African, like to a white person's house, like Charlie Thorne and shit, like, and just was raised with white people.
He said his parents came over here from Africa.
He can say what he wants, but I ain't buying it.
Yeah, I don't even think he's African. It's possible that he is. It's quite possible.
He ain't African, like.
I ain't never heard no African talk how he talk.
They never talk. Yeah, he ain't talking like one. He talk like
no, I have in Colorado.
Yep. He talk like he conservative.
That dude, I was like, bro, what in the hell?
He talk like
I thought I was reconnecting with an African brother. This dude was a lost soul. I said, what the hell is going on here?
He talking like
the white man civilized us and brought us to this world, and you guys need to really take advantage of your opportunities because we don't have the same opportunities. I said, he gone.
He talks like he's a Republican, like he's a damn GOP conservative. He talked like he wore penny loafers. That man talked like, I'm telling you, that's the talking point. He talked like he voted for Trump.
I can't find this video, y'all. I don't know what the fuck happened. I got to go to my other computer and try to find it. We'll probably run it back some other time. Damn, I don't know what happened. Then I lost my little documentary. That's crazy. I just wanted to play that damn Terra Preta part. But y'all seen it. That shit is cap. He don't know what he's talking about. There's a whole history behind the Amazon and the Mayan forest.
Oh, you trying to play the one on the Terra Preta?
Yeah, I was just I can do it some other time.
I think that's on 3.
Shout out the motherfucking Bata. I see you. Shout out to Bata. Shout out to Rob. Everybody in the house.
He said the streets is going crazy tonight. It is.
Oh, the 6-hour joint. They wilding.
They getting wild.
It's rowdy, man. The summer getting hot.
The sun peak is in July, ain't it? It's too hot.
Tell me. Funny, man. But them jive turkeys never show up, man. We do what we do, and they don't show. So that's why they having this civil war within each other, man. I mean, at this point, there's a lot of infighting. All types of weird, provocative information has come out with these niggas, and it's just weird.
Protect your neck.
Gotta protect your neck, man. Vampires of consciousness.
I was over there talking about, woo, 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 get him, godly, get him, do this, get him, opium, do this. Next thing you know, all of the bitches and hoes and strange fetishes, and it's not going to stop there. The shit going to keep going.
Cult shit.
Y'all don't get it. People who do not deal with reality have other areas where they don't deal with reality. And y'all going to learn this shit the hard way. Y'all keep thinking we enemies and we trying to protect y'all because we already seen what this type of thinking does to our community. We've seen it already. We've been there. We've heard the stories. We've seen a lot of these books and shit that y'all talking about, the fake anthropology. We've seen all of this shit. We weren't like deeply in it like that because we knew what was going on after we did a little bit of studying and was like, oh shit, whoa, that's cap. We just left it alone. We didn't go all the way down the rabbit hole because we knew where it was going to lead, into outer space. We're on Earth trying to do things for us as a people who exist here. I'm not trying to leave this motherfucker.
Them niggas on some.
I see a portal. I'm gonna destroy that bitch. I'm here. Portals, I'm not trying to go nowhere else.
A whole portal. Like, you just gotta stop the conversation and be like, a portal, bro. We're talking history. You talking about portals? In what, the Grand Canyon portal? Has anybody seen this portal? No. What you guys talking about? Endless amounts of bullshit.
Endless. Should just keep going. Slavery started in 1865.
Tourette. Yeah. They just spit out dumb shit.
Just say random shit.
Happened in reverse.
We made the rainforest.
Right. We planted it.
We did it before any humans existed on Earth. But then who the fuck did it? You're stupid.
Egypt's in America. Random shit. We got more pyramids than you got.
You see the corn? Corn. They always got to say that randomly. We were just talking like, yeah, I went to the store yesterday, came back home, tried on my shoes, got the wrong size, thought it was a 9. It was actually a 6. I had to go back, take it back. Corn. Like, what you say, brother? You said what? Oh, my shoes. No, I thought you just said corn. I did? Yeah, that shit taking old.
And corn don't got no goddamn nutritional value, family. I don't understand what's so special about the corn.
Oh, yeah. That's 1722 shit. It's like it's a wig.
Let's look at this corn shit. Let me see this shit. Fucking corn. What is the nutritional facts of corn? I'm just curious.
None.
Oh, y'all, let's see this corn shit.
Check it out. Oh, look at that fiber right there. 2 grams of fiber, 6 grams of sugar. Oh, it got 7 milligrams of vitamin C.
That's all you niggas gonna get out of this corn.
That's probably 0.5 of your daily value.
Word up. I don't want to hear nothing. Corn. This is what y'all niggas got? Huh? Corn? Corn. We're talking about corn, family. Corn. Cornflake. Y'all know y'all can make gasoline and a Happy Meal out of corn. There's no nutritional value. There's none. And you know what? And then meanwhile, because I'm gonna start saying shit. That's what I'm saying. I had to show that corn shit. What's this? What we got? Because we gotta talk about the fucking bow tree.
Oh yeah. That it ain't even supposed to exist.
Why?
How the fuck that should even exist?
You know? Let me see if I can find this shit.
Golly's mama got called a liar. Los mama got called Haitian, and a picture of Iopium's mama got put on pig screen and called ugly. Everybody fumming about disrespect. Yeah, that's what they do. That's the type of activity they on, bro. We just trying to push the information, trying to get people to stay educated. Like, yo, and this is the best time to educate yourself. If any time exists in human history to educate yourself, it's now with the technology we got.
Yeah, it's so easy to just research now than it has ever been. Now, this is the baobab tree. Me and Vanta always talk about this. This is one of the oldest trees in Africa that bear fruit. Now, compare this shit to the corn, right? 50 calories, 1 gram of protein, 16 grams of carbs, 0 fats, 9 grams of fiber. Vitamin C, 58%. Vitamin B6, 24%. Niacin, 20%. Iron, 9%. Potassium, 9%. Magnesium, 8%. Calcium, 7%. Now, compare that shit to the goddamn corn. The corn don't got shit.
And you know how hard it is to get niacin naturally?
Yo.
And that's just naturally in the plant, and that connects to the telomere I was telling y'all about earlier with the anti-aging. It slows that process, the niacin. And that's in an African tree, actually, that produces fruit.
Now, I don't give a fuck how much corn rolls, no point intended, y'all niggas got out here. Y'all ain't really healthy like that. So don't compare. Talking about we got corn and making it look like y'all corn is better than anything y'all that come out of Africa with your little 2 grams of fiber and your little 6 grams of sugar. You know what I mean?
They can't even digest the shit.
The shit will go right through you. That's why when you take a shit, you see some corny ass shit. No point intended.
Shit coming out looking like a brown corn cob.
Really? Sprinkled with corn.
Corn all in your shit.
That shit will pass right through you. Your body don't know what the fuck is going on. when you eat this shit right
Yeah,
here.
and we like corn, matter of fact, because we're gonna be all in y'all shit.
Yeah.
With all this capping. We're gonna be all in your shit.
Ever talk about the shit no more.
Talking to us about some damn corn. Show me some corn in Africa and I'll believe that we started there. That's all it takes, bro. That means you need to stop eating that shit because something in it.
Right. You think we needed corn to
Something
survive?
gotta be in it. Someone's like, I ain't going to Africa. They got crack. They got crack in Africa. That's the only way I'll believe that we're from there. What? How does that become a stipulation of you determining where humans come from? Because corn is in Africa. Bro, I don't know what the fuck they got in their air or their water, wherever the fuck they at. That shit is just out of hand.
Like corn sustains life, nigga. No, it don't.
Yeah, right. And that's what they first said. What Taylor said. Remember, they said Africa can't grow anything.
See?
Not even their hair. Nothing.
Like corn sustain life. Like y'all
found it.
So these are black folks. So they're saying that at this time, there was nothing but black folks. And I'm telling you that this, and I am showing you and proving you that this is the milpa planting system, how we planted the Amazon rainforest, which predates the hominids.
Volume 2.
That boy is lost. Peace, man. If you want to hop in, let me know. We still cruising on into us, man. So yeah.
And that chart y'all see right there,
link in the chat to get you in the building. Peace
It's
to your
8,000
fam. Peace
BC.
to your fam.
I
I hope y'all enjoying yourself.
You must don't know what you about to find out.
Oh, pivot.
Come on.
The milpa, the slash and burn system, and the terra preta. Between 6,000 and 10,000 years ago, Native Americans living in what is now Mexico began domesticating teosinte, or the grain of the gods, as the name has been interpreted to mean. Scientists cannot yet say how long this domestication process took, but they do know that around 4,500 years ago, a plant recognizable as today's corn was present across the Americas. But history is not that clear and cut, because thousands of years before Gregor Mendel postulated his theories on genetics and heredity, indigenous Americans were breeding corn to select for desirable traits. By selectively breeding each generation, ancient farmers drastically changed teosinte's appearance, yield, grain quality, and survivability, culminating in today's corn. In fact, teosinte is so unlike modern corn, 19th century botanists did not even consider the two to be related. Now, why is that important? Because corn as we know it today would not exist if it weren't for the humans that cultivated and developed it from teosinte. It is a human invention, a plant that does not exist naturally in the wild. It can only survive if planted and protected by humans. Scientists believe people living in central Mexico developed corn at least 7,000 years ago. It was started from a wild grass called teosinte. Teosinte looked very different from our corn today. The kernels were small and were not placed close together like kernels on the husk ear of modern corn. Also known as maize, Indians throughout North and South America eventually depended upon this crop for much of their food. From Mexico, maize spread north into the southwestern United States and then south down to the coast of Peru. About 1,000 years ago, as Indian people migrated north to the eastern woodlands of present-day North America, they brought corn with them. When the Europeans like Columbus made contact with these people living in North and South America, corn was a major part of the diet of most native people. When Columbus discovered America, he also discovered corn. But up to this time, people living in Europe did not know about corn. The first Thanksgiving was held in 1621. While sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, and pumpkin pie were not on the menu, Indian corn certainly would have been. Now, before we get into the slash and burn systems and the terra preta, I'm going to give you the difference between GMO and selective breeding. Selective breeding is the process in which organisms with desired traits, and thus with the desired genes, are used to breed the next generation, and organisms lacking the trait are not bred.
Let me know when you want me to
Plants and
pause it.
animals have been domesticated for thousands of years using selective breeding. Genetically modified organisms, GMOs, are plants or animals that have undergone a process where scientists alter the genes with DNA from different species of living organisms, bacteria, or viruses to get desired traits such as resistance to disease or tolerance to pesticides. Genetic modification began about 30 years ago and really only got speed in the last 20 years. Being in its infancy, we have yet to see the long-term effects, both good and bad. Because of selective breeding, future generations of selectively bred plants and animals will all share very similar genes, which will reduce variation. Genes and their different alleles within a population are known as a gene pool. Inbreeding can lead to a reduced gene pool, making it more difficult to produce new varieties in the future. This also makes the organisms prone to certain diseases or inherited defects. Reduced genetic variation can lead to the attack by specific insects or disease, which could be extremely destructive. Also, rare disease genes can be unknowingly selected as part of a positive trait, leading to problems with specific organisms. Example, a high percentage of Dalmatian dogs are deaf. Lastly, it can create physical problems in specific organisms. Example, some breed of dogs have hip dysplasia due to the hips not being formed correctly. In a nutshell, pun intended, GMO and selective breeding, they both have negatives because nature is suppressing certain genes for a reason. Whether it's because it was a defect, because it's trying to adapt to the environment, or because it has become harmful to the ecosystem, one of those reasons is why it's going to suppress it. So if you pick to bring out something because the external presentation or what it can do for you is better, and you like that, you can also bring out what nature was trying to suppress. And this type of practice can lead to the demise of natural plants and animals, as we have seen. But continuing on, welcome to part 2. We're going to pick up where we left off, speaking about the selective engineering and GMO. Now, I hope you are paying attention to everything that was previously presented, because it's going to tie into where I'm going next. Now, according to the experts, understanding how corn is not healthy or paleo breaks down into 2 questions. Is it nutritious? And is it potentially toxic? Says, unless we're talking about a specific person's reaction to a food, those are really the only 2 questions that matter. Healthiness is a spectrum. Asking these 2 questions doesn't mean that any particular food needs to be the most nutritious food that you could eat, or that it needs to be 100% non-toxic. It's really more of a spectrum. Vegetable and seed oil might be on one end of the spectrum. They have almost 0 nutritional value, and they are highly toxic in a variety of ways. They disrupt your gut flora, cause omega-6 and 3 imbalances, disrupt proper hormone functioning and signaling. On the other hand, oysters and pastured beef liver might be on the other end of the spectrum. These foods have tons of nutrients, particularly vitamins and minerals, and there are very few potential toxins to harm your body. Corn has very little nutritional value, like most grains. This doesn't mean that it has 0 vitamins or minerals, but per amount that you eat, it has far fewer than most vegetables, seafood, meats, fruits, or nuts. This is simply a matter of figuring out how many vitamins and minerals corn provides. Like all grains, corn contains prolamins, which are a class of proteins that your body can't properly break down and which can lead to or exacerbate leaky gut and the growth of bad bacteria in your gut. In addition, almost all corn grown in the US is GMO. Now, being GMO is actually less of a concern than known toxins like prolamins. So now, as you can see, this corn is not something to brag about. In fact, the paleo diet that these experts are talking about is speaking about what humans were eating and how we can try to eat those same foods from millions of years up to 10,000 years ago. And this corn was selectively engineered and genetically modified in recent times, not making the mark for 10,000 years ago. But a word from our sponsor.
Greetings, everyone. This is pseudoscience professor Capilot of Mayak University,
located at the foothills of Kilimanjaro, Las Vegas, Nevada, across from the portal 15EB, short for 15 Ether Being. Now, I have some special information for you guys. As it turns out, our work is truly paying off. And all of the content is putting inescapable pressure on the Smithsonian to the point they were forced to release some information that will change history forever. Unfortunately, immediately after the artifacts and damning evidence was released, a sinkhole opened up right under the evidence and destroyed it. I assure you, this fight is not over. We will prove that more men and women of color were here in the Americas since the beginning of time. The movie, The Land Before Time, is about us, and Noah's Ark was a secret message from the Galactic Federation.
Whoa, listen, wow. Okay, I'm sorry about that, y'all. I thought he was, just don't worry about that. Let's get back into it. As previously stated in this segment, you heard that the ancient corn that was used in the Milpa system is not a corn that was planted by the people who used it in the Milpa system. Neither is it the corn we see today that has underwent genetic modification and selective engineering, actually ultimately wiping out the wild grass known as teosinte. See, the key thing to pay attention to here, the takeaway, is that the people who use the Milpa system were trying to adapt to the environment the best way that they could, while choosing the specific traits that they wanted as they found them sprouting up here and there. As nature did its own mutations for its own purpose, humans decided to go against it. And eventually, as you're about to see when we get into the slash and burn and the terra preta, they had a problem, because this adaptation could only go but so far, because nature is doing what it's doing and you're doing what you're doing. So it's artificial, okay? Such activity had to come to an end, but they figured out another way to buy themselves more time to interfere with nature and get what they wanted, because that's what we do. That's how we survive. Let's get to it. Now, the Milpa system, known as the Three Sisters, or La Milpa, and the Three Sisters, are not only a traditional system of growing corn, beans, and squash together, but they are also a symbol of indigenous identity. See, what some people don't understand about the Milpa system is it also has a Milpa cycle, okay? And in this cycle, it involves 2 years of cultivation, 8 years of follow or secondary growth to allow for natural regeneration of vegetation. As long as the rotation continues without shortening follow periods, the system can be sustained indefinitely. So as you can see here, it is still adaptation. These people are not planting the Amazon rainforest. These people are not even in the Amazon rainforest. They're in the Mayan forest at this point. And trust me, guys, I've been searching near and far. I even went to Mayak University and spoke to Professor Capelot, and I still couldn't find one shred of evidence that the Mayans even stepped foot in the Amazon rainforest. No, you're done. You're done. Yeah, Pause it real quick. I'm starting to think you're not even a professor, but anyway. This dude thinks that the Mayans planted the fucking Amazon rainforest. And the stuff he was talking about was from the Mayan forest. And I just could not get it through my goddamn head. Like, I was like, why in the hell am I even, like, am I researching this shit wrong? I thought I couldn't figure it out. And it's because I'm thinking that what he's saying is correct and he's getting it wrong. He has it completely wrong. This is not even about the Amazon rainforest. It was about the Mayan forest. But what happened is, since he's trying to make it seem like the Mayans are the oldest people, and it's black people. I don't know why the fuck he's putting himself in it, because he's just almost black. But anyway, he's trying to make it seem it's like it's the rich melanated people who started here in America, and we're actually the Mayans. He has to pick different things from different areas to put his story together. So that's why he took some shit from the Amazon, because it does have fertile soil, and it's one of the most fertile places, like for well, not fertile, but it has the most diversity of life, and that's explained next up with the Ice Age and all that shit. But he has to take from that, take from the Mayans. Then he also has to take from Africa. And if y'all pay attention to it, that's how they piece together. Even the cult leaders that come before them, they piece the story together from taking things from multiple civilizations of people who weren't even interacting with each other, people who developed things on their own. Even though it does start in Africa, there's other developments that happen that wasn't in Africa. You see what I'm saying? And they'll take that, piece that together, take some shit from here, there, and then they form it together. And then it's like, yeah, look. And there's no negatives in it. There's nothing wrong. It was perfect. There's this perfect world that we used to live in, and we need to go back to it. And one of them, of course, are going to be the leaders, because when they have that information that they provide to you, that's psychologically telling you that, oh, that person is the one that's going to be able to sustain us when we go back to live in the Mayan temples. He's going to be the god. You get what I'm saying? And you got to pay attention to where the cult leader's going. Who else has the information? Nobody, because he made it up. He's piecing it together himself. What are the odds that somebody will put together? Look at all the cult leaders we got, the top dogs. What are the odds that they would piece together the same components to fit, to illustrate something to us? That's what they're not going to pick. They have never picked the same combination. So they're only trying to make themselves the source. Like he says, I am the source. It's a Freudian slip. You ever heard of a Freudian slip? He's telling it on. That's what the brain does. It tells on itself sometimes. He's like, I am the source. So he's saying you can only get this from me, and he's true. He's telling the truth about that. The way he comprised it, nobody else would do it. Yahweh has his own combination. Beefero has her combination. Everybody has their own combination.
It's tailor-made.
Right. Well, go ahead.
Where were we? Oh yeah, music. The Mayan civilization was located in the northern region of South America and Central America, including Honduras, El Salvador, Belize, Guatemala, and Mexico. On the other hand, the Amazon can be found further south, spanning across regions such as Brazil, Peru, and Ecuador. And according to the Smithsonian, they say now the plot has taken a new twist as scientists have discovered that ancient cities really did exist in the Amazon. And while urban ruins remain extremely difficult to find in thick, remote forests, a key technology has helped change the game. Perched in a helicopter some 600 feet up, scientists use light-based remote sensing technology, LiDAR, to digitally deforest the canopy and identify the ancient ruins of a vast urban settlement around Llanos de Mojos in the Bolivian Amazon that was abandoned some 600 years ago. The new images reveal in detail a stronghold of the socially complex Kasarabi culture from 500 to 1400 CE, with urban centers boasting monumental platform and pyramid architecture. Raised causeways connected a constellation of suburban-like settlements which stretched for miles across a landscape that was shaped by a massive water control and distribution system with reservoirs and canals. The site, described this week in Nature, is the most striking discovery to suggest that Amazon's rainforest wilderness was actually heavily populated and in place quite urbanized for many centuries before recorded history of the region began. Co-author Heiko Prumers of the German Archaeological Institute references an old Spanish proverb asserting no one is blind as the one who doesn't want to see. It's a myth that was created by Europeans who really spoke of a jungle and vast regions untouched by humans, he says. So a lot of people didn't want to see that there were archaeological sites here that merit exploration. I'm sure that in the next 10 to 20 years, we'll see a lot of these cities and some even bigger than the ones we are presenting in our paper, he adds. Michael Heckenberger, an anthropologist of the University of Florida, wasn't involved in the research, but has been studying urbanism in the pre-Columbian Amazon for nearly 2 decades. He notes that the elements of the settlement at Llanos de Mojos, like moats and causeways, and a modified landscape of parklands, working forests, and fish farms have been seen elsewhere in the ancient Amazon. But the new research unveils something quite new. Previous examples of urbanism in the Amazon include the Upper Xingu region of the Brazilian Amazon, where Heckenberger works with the Quiquiro or Quiquiro nation. Such settlements might be described as groups of villages networked together. They aren't technically urban, Some experts have argued because they lack clearly defined larger centers with monumental architecture like platform mounds and U-shaped temples. But those urban centers can be found in Llanos de Mojos. This, in my mind, is the clearest case of a fully urbanized Amazonian landscape Heckenberger notes. It's a marvelous piece of work. It shows really remarkable range of things that humans did in the past to work with their landscapes and work with larger and larger populations. Previous hands-on archaeological work and other remote sensing efforts have revealed hundreds of isolated sites across more than 1,700 square miles of the Llano de Mojos region, including settlements inhabited year-round by the Kasarabi, who hunted, fished, and farmed staple crops like maize. Some 600 miles of causeways and canals had also been identified, but the logistical challenges of mapping them in a remote tropical forest hampered efforts to connect the dots and see if or how they were related to one another. The remote forested area is difficult to explore and the remains difficult to spot, even from the air. There's no way to know what's down there until you get there, and when you get there, you have problems trying to find and orientate the sites, says Prumers. So the team conducted airborne LiDAR mapping of 6 different areas ranging in size from 4 square miles to 32 square miles for a bird's eye view of what was the heartland of Bolivia's Kasarabi culture between about 500 and 1400 CE. From an aircraft, a LiDAR system fires down a grid of infrared beams, hundreds of thousands per second. And when each beam strikes something on the Earth's surface, it bounces back with a measure of distance. This produces an enormous cloud of data points, which can be fed into computer software that creates high-resolution images in which scientists digitally deforest the Amazon. By scrubbing away trees, the maps reveal the Earth's surface and the archaeological features on it. In this case, the images clearly showed 26 unique sites, including 11 that were previously unknown. Among the 26 sites were 2 large urban centers, Landavar and Kataka. They were already known to exist, but the new maps detailed their archaeological complexity and vast size, 1.2 and 0.5 square miles respectively. Each large center is surrounded by successive rings of moat and rampart fortifications. The site boasts artificial terraces, huge earthen platform buildings, and conical pyramids over 70 feet tall. All these impressive civic and ceremonial buildings are also oriented to the north-northwest, which scientists believe reflects a cosmological worldview observed elsewhere at ancient sites in the Amazon. The aerial view with trees stripped away revealed 2 centers, each anchored by a large network of regional settlements connected by numerous causeways. Those passageways radiate out from the centers like spokes on a wheel, and they stretch for several miles. These connect suburban settlements ranging from small settlements closer to the centers to more distant and even smaller sites that may have been used as temporary campsites. Similarly, canals also stretch from the main centers and connect to rivers in Laguna San Jose, which apparently delivered water to Kataka. Basically, they remolded the landscape in terms of their cosmology, which is mind-blowing, says Chris Fisher, a Colorado State University archaeologist not involved in the study but specialized in Mesoamerica. The only problem is that the architecture was made from mud brick. So while at the same time, it was as fantastic looking as the Maya region, the Maya monuments have endured because they had limestone, while these just weren't as durable. The Kasarabi certainly aren't as well known as the Maya. So who are they? A decade of archaeological work on the region has shown that the culture was distinct, and the region they inhabited was likely an annually flooded savanna with riverside forests, rather than the vast of unbroken stands of timber one finds in the area today. Now, the rest of the article goes into how many people could have populated the area, what caused their downfall, the amount of droughts, and how these people were a pre-Spanish and pre-Columbian people. So I'm not seeing how we can compare the Maya to the people, the Amazonians of the Amazon rainforest, and still say that the Mayans planted the rainforest, or Earth Speaks and his people, the invisible group of people who we still haven't seen yet in history. They planted the rainforest. You know, we just don't see evidence for that. But if you guys have that evidence that the things that he's talking about are done by people outside of the Maya forest, I would love for you guys to come up and please explain that to us, because I'm just not finding it. But continuing on, we're going to show you exactly how the rainforest actually came about. But first, I want to read one more highlight from this article because it sticks out and it connects good with this next piece of information I have to share. Though it faced an unknown end, the culture that thrived here adds to the growing evidence that the Amazon isn't actually one of the world's greatest untouched wilderness areas and wasn't even an unbroken forest until relatively modern times. Paleoclimate studies have suggested that much of the Amazon forest is a lot younger than suspected, and that the large swaths of the Amazon, perhaps a fifth, were actually open savanna environments before Europeans arrived in the Americas. Such an environment would have facilitated a type of landscape engineering that it's increasingly evident was practiced by the Amazonians, many of whom likely lived in urban or suburban settlements with a high level of socio-political organization. So as you can see, not only is this place not as old as they thought, but the actual Amazon rainforest is itself a ecosystem of its own. And what people had done there to make the land suitable for them to be there, that all died off, and that's why they had to leave. Okay, so it is impossible for a person to have planted the Amazon rainforest. All right, cultivating practices, the milpa system, the slash and burn system, the terra preta, all of these things were destroying the Amazon rainforest. These things were destroying the Maya forest, which is different from the Amazon rainforest. And as you guys are about to see, unless the humans in Mesoamerica were responsible for the Ice Age, it's nearly impossible for them to have been responsible for creating the Maya forest or the Amazon rainforest. What do I mean by that? Let's get to it. Now, according to the experts over at ResearchGate, Encyclopedia Britannica, Manga Bay, and the Rainforest Partnership, in a brief 200 million year history of the Amazon rainforest by Raina Chinitz, when most people think of the Amazon, they think of a vast green forest alive with the sound of monkeys, colorful birds, and millions of insect species. I think of those things too, but I also think about what lies beneath the surface. I've spent the past 4 years studying geology, learning what rocks can tell us about the long 4.6 billion years long story of our planet. So I wanted to write about something not many people think about. Why do these massive and beautiful forests exist? How did they form, and where does its story begin? The story of the Amazon, its rich biodiversity, ecological and cultural diversity, and role in global climatic and political systems is driven by geology. The changes and movements in the earth itself over millions of years have created the modern conditions for the modern Amazon to exist. The complex, dramatic, and fascinating story begins, as the very best stories do, with rocks. Pay attention. At one point in time, Earth's land masses were fused together as giant supercontinents. About 184 million years ago, one of the most intense massive periods of volcanic activity began. This volcanism was so powerful that it broke up the Gondwana supercontinent, which at one point contained present-day Africa, South America, Australia, Antarctica, and parts of Asia. After Pangaea and Gondwana broke apart, two of the Earth's tectonic plates drifted into each other. This collision would eventually cause the rise of the Andes Mountains, which began around 25 million years ago. 15 million years ago, a massive freshwater lake covered the Amazon basin, but during the several ice ages that followed, water started to flow eastward from the Andes, sea levels fell, and the lake started to drain out to the ocean, and the Amazon River was born. From rock to forest. The water flowing from the Andes Mountains eroded the landscape and brought sediment from the mountains to the Amazon basin. This movement of sediment created the soils necessary for the rainforest to grow. How ice ages create the biodiversity of the Amazon. There is still a lot of scientific debate on how such incredible biodiversity emerged in the Amazon. Here are some theories. During periodic ice ages, Earth's colder and drier climate reduced the Amazon into isolated patches of rainforest instead of the vast continuous forest it is today, accepting deforestation. This separated and isolated animals, which increased competition between them. Competition often leads to the emergence of new species. Another theory is that the biodiversity rose because the geology of the region was so dynamic. Sea levels rose and fell, the climate cooled and warmed, and the rising of Andes caused deposition, erosion, faulting, and earthquakes. These stresses can also quicken the pace of speciation. More stress, more species, more biodiversity. Lastly, some argue that the tropics were left uncovered by ice during the last ice age. When glaciers creep over landscapes, many species die and new ones emerge when the ice melts. But if the tropics weren't covered by ice, then the species that lived there survived. This means that there was just more time for new species to form and for all species to evolve. Can anyone tell me why it is nearly impossible for us to have created the rainforest? According to the information from the experts, humans had nothing to do with the rainforest. In fact, I would say the earth does speak, but earth speaks is too busy speaking to listen to what the earth has said.
Yo, that's a classic right there, Nick.
I forgot about all that shit.
Oh, I forgot about that show too.
Yeah, you gotta send me part 1 and 2 so I can post that shit.
Bro, I gotta find it, bro. I couldn't find that shit. I fucked up big time, bro.
You gotta find part 2.
I gotta find the whole documentary. I think it is that you see the pictures that's in there. The pictures are I used the AI thing to generate the pictures on my other computer. So I think what happened was I saved it on the computer and then I probably emailed it to myself and then I deleted my downloads to save space on this computer. So I think that's what happened because I didn't make it. While I was looking at it, I figured out that I didn't make it on this computer. So it's on my other computer. But yeah, I got you. I'll send it or upload it to the drive and shit. And I got to start posting shorts of that shit on TikTok and fucking YouTube, bro.
I was just thinking that shit. You should create a series with that on your TikTok.
That's cold blooded right there, dog. Good work.
Subscription, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm putting that shit. That shit on my YouTube.
Yeah, that's fly.
That's how amped I was, bro. I was trying to do that shit right because I thought it was gonna be some pushback. So I was like, let me.
Yeah, we were ready.
Like they ain't even doing that. You done fucked up all my goddamn passion behind the shit. I was like, fuck it. I ain't gonna go that hard about it, but hey. And that's what the fuck he wanted to do, man. He put that information out there, and all I did, if you look at it, I'm not really trying to give you like a history of the Native Americans in the Americas or anything like that. I'm just trying to find what he's talking about, and it's just not there. None of that information he's talking about is there.
What's dude named Natural? What's his name? Natural something?
Natural.
That was for Earth though.
And
Earth
he just got drugged just a little while ago, about 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, by Dr. No Job.
By who?
Dr. No Job.
Yeah, he was. Dr.
Why he keep going over there?
Nah, because they was in there speaking port name, and Dr. No Job went up there and drugged the shit out there.
Yeah. What they saying about me?
You know, you got phony. You know how they do it with that garbage.
Damn.
Whose live was it?
It was whose live is that? It was Kenya's live.
Shout out to fucking No Job.
Was it Kenya's live or Josh's live?
Then that's who it was. Then no, he was there though. I don't know if he owned the live, but
yeah, it's hard to see now because you can keep switching the shit around.
Nah, it was on Doc Live because they shut it down. It was on his live.
Oh, all right.
Good looking. Shout out.
Oh, they blocked him?
Yeah, they shut that.
Oh, it got heated.
Damn.
Yeah, it went.
So what? So what was going on?
Well, they was talking about Port first, and not Port, Godly first with whatever's going on with him, and then he started to say, the last time I was on your show, you let them brothers jump me, and he brought up y'all name, and No Job just drug him out. He just dug into the history, like they used this against you, that against you, Death Row cleaned you up, like this shit looks horrible, yo. It looks horrible.
If anybody got it on tape?
His wife was in there, all that. His wife was in there wilding and all that.
Oh man, do anybody got to record? Did anybody record that?
I got some of it. I by the time I thought about it, But I got something. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it in the chat. Yeah, man. I'm gonna throw it in our chat. I'm trying to throw it in there early, but it's about 6 minutes I got.
That's funny.
You know, he did not get jumped, bro.
Listen, he got
What
more.
the
All
fuck?
of them guys. I'm talking about all of them came into the building, and he was in there dragging their ass.
That's how they do, though.
Yeah, he was. He was not playing with him. He had a few people riding with him. I was just sitting up there like, wow, look at this shit right here.
Damn, son.
Word. It was no good. It wasn't nice. It wasn't nice.
Man, we didn't even do him dirty, though. Like, we sat there and let him talk and ask his hypotheticals. He's on his live saying that this shit is facts, and he knows they covered it up. He has proof. And then he gets up there like, hey, could it possibly be, and all of this other crazy shit. And I'm the one that's trying to get to the information that he had stated that was incorrect. Nobody jumped him. He didn't even want to address it. His wife jumped in and jumped us.
Hold on, you talking about that day we all was on the joint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was worse than that, yo. It was worse than that.
Yeah, we was pretty flexible, man.
It was worse than that shit. I kid you not.
I wish I would have saw that, man. That's funny.
Wow, that shit went on for about a good 45 minutes. I'm talking about reckless. For real. Whoever his wife is, she got a reckless mouth, but somebody was in there clowning. I was like, damn, and they letting this shit go on. That's like, whoop.
That's funny.
They got a hell of a dynamic, though, bro. He wasted it. That's a hell of a fucking dynamic. That nigga throw the right. She already got the knife in your back. He like, yeah, what's up? She already done stuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, if he was doing that,
it out to her, yeah, for that.
If he was doing some righteous shit, niggas would be on some other. Like, they'd be doing so much work for the community. Now, I'm not going to say that he would be as big as he is right now, because it's like actual knowledge is not that attractive. It's boring. You see what I'm saying? That fanciful shit that they do, that extraordinary supernatural shit that they be talking about, that's more appealing. And people are kind of bored with just, you know, the cat crossed the street and got a piece of fish and ate it and licked his ass and walked away. It's too simple. It's like, no, the human turned into the cat and the cat comes from the alien and we have the DNA of the non-ether being. It's like, oh, what? You know, you get to be something else. You get to dress up and people, and they start passing out them outfits and people take it and run with it. But that energy could have been used for something else, because that backup that he got, she don't let nobody play with him. What she know, like, oh no, you about to do what? You ain't about to land that punch on his chin. And she'll jump in there even when he about to take it. She'll let him know, hey, no, you about to take a L. So she's protecting what he's building, and that's honorable, but not for our community though. That was not honorable to that extent. Like, it only goes but so far.
Yeah, he fucked up, man. He fucked up. He fucked up. As a matter of fact, we're gonna run this back. Where's Joe now?
Stop lying. Stop welling.
Stop welling. Damn, that's
he from Wellington Oaks. That's what we said. That's what we.
I remember
from Wellington Oaks.
Welling, yo.
They was on both of their lives, I guess. That nigga better shut it the fuck up with his correctional officer ass.
My results, it says Nigerian, 38%. Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people, 18%. Ivory Coast, Ghana, 14%. Benin, Togo, 10%. Senegal, 5%. England, well, you just...
Hold on, y'all both playing two videos at the same time.
Playing, yeah, so we can't hear it.
Oh, shit.
It's two things playing.
You got to restart the time.
Are we good? I'm gonna rerun. I'm gonna run it back.
You know, mostly, I just wanted to see what percentage-wise of African DNA is running through your veins, my brother. Okay, it says 30. Well, we got that part. Okay. Nigeria's East Central, 2%. And that's all I see. Oh, yeah, Mali, 4%. That's all I see concerning the continent of Africa. Okay, good deal, good deal. My second question was, how much Native American ancestry do you possess? Well, according to Ancestry.com, again, it says I have Indigenous American, Bolivia and Peru, 1%. And Indigenous Americans, Mexico, 1%. Well, less 1%.
That's it. Nail in the coffin right there. I got
That
your
was the end of
DNA.
that.
I got his DNA on file, y'all. Go ahead, Baton, my bad.
Poor, you got killed. That boy got up there and said, I'm gonna do myself in.
Yeah.
He thought he had the master plan, bro. I know he was talking about that shit. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do this, then I'm gonna hit him with the left and I'm gonna duck it, weave it. He knocked himself out. He swung too hard. Yeah. He swung so hard he knocked himself out. And Port, and look, you can see Port's voice, right? His whole shit changed. He acted like he was in an interview or like he was a therapist. Like his whole vibe switched. He was like, good deal, good deal. So, well, the next question I want to ask, like he knew the debate was over. He said that's the end of it.
Right.
Yeah, that's all I needed to know. I got your DNA on file, dog. Forever. We always gonna run to this clip. I'm telling you.
That shit gotta be torture, bro. Hey, Yahweh, you might as well just concede, let it be what it is, and then bro, it's a lot of fanciful shit you can say. I mean, you don't
listen. This is how they sound. This is how they sound.
It's gonna torture you because we're gonna keep running it.
Oh, you about to play the joint?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is TikTok. I can ain't that serious. So why y'all accusing this man of touching kids? The voice. That's the one who said it, dog. The one at the bottom. Drop her ass. She gonna get your home. Drop her.
Golly, you missed it. Golly just lied. He said that picture looked doctored, that it looked like somebody placed his
Y'all haven't even functioned. Y'all haven't even functioned. And you already going this hard for him? You going this hard for him over phone sex? Over phone sex? Bitch, fuck out of here.
Yo.
You say he ain't got no good dick. Yo, they was wilding, yo.
Yo, man, what the?
Who was that?
That's godly.
Over phone sex? Over phone sex?
That's right, yo. I'm telling you.
Who was that? Who was that? Kenya and who?
Kenya. What's the dude? Natural. What's his name?
Natural Yahweh.
His wife.
Natural Lisa.
Whatever her name is, yeah. Them two was really and godly, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, they was going on.
Okay, let me ask you this: did Godly show some paperwork or something?
Nah, he ain't do nothing like that.
What was his response to that, like specific?
He got a childhood friend that's gonna come in and say, he ain't done nothing like that.
So the mug shot, right, that they're using,
that's doctored, but it is actually an old picture, but they say it's doctored. But
does it look? I mean, come on, we good with that. What it look like? I ain't see it. What it look like?
I've seen it. I don't know what he looked like.
All right, yeah. Well, I ain't gonna put you there. But then if I would have seen, I would know. I could go show it to my daughter too and see if it got any traces of some type.
I'll
of
send it to you. They got that shit plastered on the screen. They're not playing.
Yeah, I've been. They not sending me nothing though. They said They told me. People told me they got the paperwork in the comments when they was going off this morning. That shit woke me all the way the fuck up.
Yeah,
I was about to lay back down
early. Yo, I was like, damn.
I said, oh shit, I'm up.
Yeah.
They said they're gonna send me the paperwork. I still ain't got it. It's been like 8 hours.
Some girl that know that he didn't do nothing like that, tell the real story, some extra stuff. I was like, wow.
Yeah, we need paperwork. Yeah, I ain't gonna do nothing.
And the one that was speaking to him like that, the other voice was, you know who the voice is?
No.
And Vicky.
I don't know. These some new characters to me.
Yeah, that's who was hollering back at him. That shit was chaotic.
At Golly?
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn, I'm getting ready to send that to the chat right now.
That shit.
Damn, it's too fucking long. How do I get this over there?
That shit, wow.
I can airdrop. No, I can't airdrop it.
What? You can put it in a private joint, right?
We already got one. It's too big to go in there. It's 6
In
minutes.
here? Oh shit.
No, on our joint on the phone.
Man, I need to get my phone right because I'm out of the whole loop.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You don't get to wake up, huh?
I don't get none of that shit.
Wake up. For real. I check that shit like I check the news. I kid you not. I be on there like it's emails. Like, what's the update? Damn, I'm trying to see how this shit.
But yeah, they was wilding out the day. I was like, Indigenous Civil War. Who'd figure after 12 consecutive weeks of us just being out here putting, decent information out, them niggas on the fence right now. Implosions, Civil War, allegations, famine, corn is running low. The niggas corn running low over there, yo. The corn is running low. And they flipping out.
They flipping on over one dude. My thing is the fuck the mugshot and let me see that arrest shit. Put his crimes up there. All the shit that nigga's convicted of when he got booked. Put that shit on the fucking screen. Don't just say, "Oh, he did this." No, I need to see what that nigga was charged with. If y'all not showing that, it sounds like y'all just making up shit.
Right.
On him, making up shit on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, don't be making up shit because that's serious right there. You know what I mean? So you can't be fucking around like that. Because if in the event that he done some shit other than that, and they just making up some shit, that's kind of fucked up. Because y'all kind of slandering the nigga name and shit, and I don't like that either. But like, either way, that's something that he's got to get himself out of, I think, one way or the other. So I guess we got to see how that plays out. So I don't know.
That shit is strange, man.
That shit hella weird. I woke up this morning like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, oh damn.
I was knocked out. I don't know what the fuck. That godly shit, that ain't new. They was talking about that like a month or two ago. But
that's what I was hearing. I ain't know. I just found out today. That's why I'm like, what the fuck?
My stance is,
I don't think I heard that shit before.
Fuck the mugshot. Put the charges on the screen.
Yeah. That's serious. Yeah.
If y'all say he did this, put the charges on the screen. And if y'all doing y'all research, then y'all know where he grew up at, right? Then I'm pretty sure y'all can somebody knows whoever this happened to. So if y'all find out whoever it happened to, be like, hey, did this happen? I don't want to hear from his childhood fucking friends.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear from the motherfucker that accused this nigga of doing this shit.
Right.
Your childhood friend gonna get up there and protect your ass. Oh, he didn't do it. Scat. That like all of them. All y'all lost the debate. We all lost the debate because that's your friend. But when y'all not friends no more, we won the debate.
That's fucked up.
And the natural dude was like, next time you play with me, I'm gonna expose it all. I'm like, wow. So you just gonna do that shit?
That's what fucked me up with like, I told y'all, Patience and Rocky said the same thing, and whenever we bump heads, that's when we gonna bump heads. But that shit was not right to me. You can't say that when my bad. I just came back. I don't know if that it sounded like this what y'all was talking about, what Patai was just saying. But it sounds like they saying, I knew this already, but I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just leave it alone and part ways with these people because we didn't get along or whatever. He's with her and it didn't work out, or he lied to me, whatever the fuck was going on, and they just ended up parting ways. But she said she already knew, and that she didn't say nothing until they kept bothering her. They kept doing lives about her, and they were doing that, talking a bunch of shit, whatever. And then she said, well, since y'all want to keep fucking with me and I'm minding my business, I'm not even on this app. Well, let me tell you some of this shit. That don't sound right. Like, you should have did that
should have been
cool, but you did it at the wrong time. You were supposed to do it even when you were still cool with the nigga.
Not in spite of.
Yeah, we talked. Me and Port talked about that earlier before he went live on the presentation. That if y'all got this information, I don't give a fuck if that's y'all friend. Y'all should have addressed it then and was telling people this is what's going on. Now that nigga needs to come out and explain himself.
Yeah, at least say something
on the topic. All of the other emotional shit you can get to it later. It ain't gonna go nowhere. But you gotta address that. You gotta the jacket is out. You gotta put it on. Do it.
Like you can't talk over him. You gotta let that shit come out.
Yeah. Yeah, but I called both y'all niggas early. I was like, yo, cause I don't like accusing nobody of shit because I keep my mouth closed. Right now, it's all speculation and allegations to me right now. But I have an opinion on the matter when it comes to kids and shit like that, and I think they're off limits. And if there's a situation that that's like that, just address it. That's all. And I think everybody would be okay with that. And I respect you more if you come out. You know what? I had a situation. It is what it is. I got discipline for the shit. Whoop de whoop. Okay, it is what it is, and then everybody can decide from there. But the more you hide and put shit in the way, I mean, it makes it look weird.
Everything else becomes irrelevant. Ain't no Indians, no Africans, none of all of that is out the way. That shit is.
We all unite under that because it's like
relationships. It's just what the fuck is this mugshot? What is the actual charge? Where's the paperwork? And shut the fuck up. That's the end of it. There's nothing else to talk about. We don't even know nobody else, and they're not gonna put that child's name in the paperwork. Only the adult's name is gonna be in the damn paperwork. So leave the shit the fuck alone. Let them argue. They're gonna say what they say, but let him have the floor so he can say exactly what the fuck is going on. Because
that's my point.
If you're running around and we're going over here and going over there and going over here, we just watch Polite do the same thing. Where are you going? You keep talking about everything, literally everything else, DNA, investments, and what Sonetta said. And he said, yo, what about what the fuck happened though? Like this is a real thing. So you got to say what happened and show us the real paperwork. If that paperwork fake or if they're exaggerating, show us the legal code, whatever the fuck it is you saying, show it. It don't matter because nobody can beat you. Only the evidence is going to beat you.
Yeah.
Right? So you can say whatever the fuck you want. That'd be a trick that people use too. I can't say nothing because it's an open case. It don't fucking matter. You innocent anyway, so it's irrelevant. What you going to do is expose that somebody was setting you up if you actually got proof. Exactly. Why would you not show the proof if somebody is trying to sabotage you?
I don't know because my cousin did that shit. He told me he couldn't talk about his shit because it was an open case. And that was
with pedophilia?
No.
Okay, no.
Yeah, when they come to that one, it's different.
Oh shit! Damn, I ain't mean to do that.
I was going to say, what on you? You what the fuck?
Fuck, my bad, Mo. I try to remove the little I got this little presentation screen and shit. Damn, Mo, my bad.
You kicking us to the curb.
Come back, Mo. Fuck, man.
Come back.
Damn. I ain't mean to do that. Ain't that a bitch? There my man go. My bad, Mo. I ain't mean to do you like that, bro.
We just picked the vice president.
My bad, dog.
I was like, yo, this ain't TikTok. I know I ain't getting
like,
hit.
hold up.
How the fuck?
Yeah, I tried to close out one of the screens and I guess it was attached. I didn't know how that worked. My bad, dog.
Who the fuck you working for, Nick?
Oh shit.
No, I'm just playing.
No bullshit.
But yeah. I forgot what the fuck. What was I saying?
He dropped you because he was taking up for his indigenousness because Papa Pat's gonna.
Oh, that shit coming online.
It's coming out, man.
It's coming out.
They over there playing with a crystal ball and shit.
Nah, he was upset yesterday. He was upset. He was trying to duck that shit.
Yo, them niggas, man. I'm a whole Indian, y'all.
Oh, I was saying, when it's other type of cases and shit like that, yeah, you do shut the fuck up. We be kind of in the wrong sometimes. You know what I'm saying? With that, you don't be saying nothing. Yeah, and then even if you're not in the wrong with those type of situations, we do come from that background. This weird shit.
Like you can't go on the like that.
Yeah, that's weird. So it's like you want the public to know and everything. Especially if somebody's lying. you got to hurry up and tell the truth because they're lying on you, right?
Yeah.
There's no reputation behind this shit. This is just some out of the blue stuff, and they can't, that's hard to just put together. Like, this happened, that happened, you was over here, did it, and you ain't got no alibi, nothing, can't take yourself out the situation, none of that. That's not gonna happen. That happens when you come from a background where maybe it's some hood shit going on in your area, you was hanging out with the wrong people, and you may be innocent, or you just a black man walking down the street, but it ain't like, oh, okay, this person got violated, this kid or whatever, so let me go get this black dude. That's not randomly picking somebody out. This is obviously some shit that exists, and I'm not saying for him specifically, but I'm saying if it is there, that is there, and you got to talk about that, not the TikTok profiles and personalities and that's all fake. That is erased, and now we're talking about reality. We're talking about children, and we're talking about some accusation that's made, and it does happen where the jacket don't fit, but you got to just talk about the damn jacket, man. It's hanging right there. All you got to do is just put it on. Put it on. If it don't fit, we want to leave it alone.
Yeah, show us that it don't fit.
That's my opinion. If he ain't say nothing directly, because that's how you would approach the situation, man. Hold the fuck up. That's exactly what I would do. Oh, you robbed the store. Mirror, I'm about to get my paperwork. Hold up. These niggas got me fucked up. I'm gonna real quick.
No. Yeah, so
that's the first thing you go to, and then I'm gonna get wild and ghetto and cuss you the fuck out after I show the paperwork.
Yeah, that's a serious little allegation, man. And
yeah, you better get that paperwork first, though.
Yeah, that's serious. That's serious. That's serious, Pasad. You know that. That you don't fuck around with that, man. You got
I just don't like to speak on shit without it's appropriate steps. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Can't speak for other people, but when it comes to me, the judgment I make got to be. And that's what some people are mad at. Like, y'all gonna be biased? Ain't got nothing to do with being no bias.
I ain't biased.
Bullshit sometimes takes place.
Yeah, no, it's just we saying if we're talking in the hypothetical, like if that's what it is, we just saying how we would react. The reaction is what I'm disagreeing with. I don't agree with this reaction. I'm not saying I didn't see, nobody sent me shit yet, and I didn't even see anything, but be for all talking, I missed all of it. So I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying for how serious the situation is, people are not reacting right on both sides. The people accused and the people who already knew the information.
The fucking response, exactly. The response is not right. Not for where we from.
Right. And at this point with me is just accusations and allegations and shit right now, right? And then secondly, I'm for the kids. That's it. And that's where I'm at right now. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. But I'm not gonna say you're wrong unless I know you're wrong either. You know what I mean? Like there's a thin line too, but
yeah, we're gonna mash gas. If that shit end up being concrete, we be mashing gas.
Look, if your live didn't end last night, I was getting ready to box him, man.
Nigga, I went to sleep.
Then that shit.
I know. He woke up and said, "What
time was
hey,
that?"
Look, hey, Sutin woke up. It was like, "What the fuck?" Boop. He said, "Man, go to fuck to sleep. What the fuck is y'all doing?" Because I knew it was. I said, "Yo, this dude cannot be up right now." Because somebody said something that I knew would piss you off, and I said, "Yo, Sutin didn't hear that shit. He out."
What time was that?
That was like what?
No. I woke up and I saw my phone. I saw my phone light, and then I looked over and I saw y'all talking, and I was like, "No, I'm going to bed." I just
you don't even give nobody a warning.
Nah, because you got to. Because
I used to do that, bro. But the people keep talking.
We'll kick. Yeah, I do it too. I would do it. Yo, but he would sit there.
Nah, I do it.
He would say, "Yo, listen, look, I'm gonna tell you how fucked up this TikTok shit is. It's like dope. We smoke crack. Look at this. He would text me and say, "Look, I'm not doing this shit tonight. You know, nigga, 10:15. All right, we going live 6:30. He'll tell me that's what the fuck it is, or call me like that's what it is. They could cut it because I ain't gonna say nothing. Just end it. That's it. Close out. Because I do a nice segue into the closing out. People be slick, and I will just wander them straight to the exit, right? So he'll hit me up, do that, boom, and my ass be the one that's dragging it out. I'll keep responding. I'm like, all right, y'all, yeah, but we about to get off. And they'll say something, and I know I'm not supposed to respond. And I
no.
keep talking. And then I'll pull him in So I'm making it worse. It's not just only us talking, but now since the conversation is going, he's responding. We like 2 hours over, and then the next day he gonna come back pissed the fuck off. This nigga's already short tempered. When he don't get all of the sleep he need, and he tired, he know he want to go live, but he tired. He like, but I'm going live anyway, even though I'm tired. Now he's short fused. Give me this goddamn evidence. He forgets the whole technique. We got to let him walk around in circles. He ain't dealing with none of that shit, nigga. Like, what the fuck is going on? You ain't got shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Full press.
Fuse is short.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Y'all got me rolling over.
Yeah, I'll be fucking it up.
Everybody
too.
say that shit. They say my wife balances me out. I'm like, man, I don't see that shit. And they're like, oh, we see it.
Nah, it's true. You smile more when she around. Like you got a playful side.
Nah, she can get that work too.
Yeah, but you still got a playful side when she around.
Yeah. He hold his cool.
Right.
Really, he's like, man, I'm gonna chill out.
Keep you balanced, though. I'm
Yeah, take a few more quarters in the game to make you go on.
I'm telling y'all, when she go off,
when she leave though, watch out. This nigga for
yeah, but see, but that this thing is when the TikTok over with, it's just over with. If she start like when she was cussing old girl out, when the TikTok was over with, she kept going on about this. Nah, she needs to give me her fucking address. I'm pulling up, but like, babe, it ain't that shit. No, fuck that. Cause you think I'm playing.
You the target.
No, I wasn't that nice. She was just,
you with them niggas?
She was on the phone with her job and shit. Like, yeah, y'all got anything in Texas? Like, yo.
Oh man. Like ready to go.
Yeah, she like that for real.
Love game. Well, shit, y'all. Are you going to you on TikTok tonight soon?
Yeah, it's past.
I don't care.
Bedtime.
Nah, look, he gonna be asleep.
Yeah,
and then he just gonna hear some Islam and they gonna wake up.
Wake the fuck up. Cause that was right soon. I was kind of chilling. Like, it's Islam, you know, we can't. I'm like, oh, whoa, what? I just hop in that shit. I was surprised I stayed up that late. I'm like, oh shit. Well, what time did the live end after I got off?
It was like 5 something.
Okay.
5, 6 something.
I happened to
on your side, it was probably like 6 or 7.
Yeah, my kids was up already.
Or 7 or 8. It was like 7 or 8.
I saw a little light outside. I was like mad as shit. Like, God damn.
Yeah, fucked up, didn't you? Yo, I used to go. Who in the chat? I want to know who was here when I used to do like 2 days. You remember that shit?
Yeah, man. I
still do that shit every day.
I'm talking about, bro. I'm talking about. I would take a damn nap on the live and come back.
Yeah,
it's going. The shit going. Like I'm talking about 30 something. It ain't 2 full days, but it's like 36, whatever. And then get off, and then we come back, and then finish. It'll go past 48. And I'll get off for maybe like an hour or two, something like that. But that shit used to be wild as fuck because there was so many people that wanted to challenge it. They was like, we ain't never heard nobody talk like this about Christianity and Judaism and Islam. And they kept thinking it was a joke. So it was, especially with the European people, they thought it was like, I'm gonna go up here and smack this nigga around real quick.
Yeah.
And they would keep getting up there talking about, I got a degree in theology and I'm a reverend. I was like, nigga, I'm about to smash your shit.
I didn't want to hear that either.
Your shit about to get cooked. Yo, that shit was fun as hell, but they figured it out. They was like, look, don't fuck with that nigga.
Yeah.
Leave
them
him
religious
the fuck alone.
Cooking, man. Like, yeah, them be heated up. So y'all can come over here with that too. Cause Mo will cut your grass on that.
Bro, that TikTok is addictive. I was telling Reb that shit. He's like, no, man, I only enter the chat when I see y'all on. I'm like, you saying that now, but you gonna see some interesting ass TikToks. That shit gonna get spicy. You gonna put that request in.
Right.
Rev need a death row chain.
Yeah, he kind of do.
Yeah, what up?
Yeah, we can't be biased.
Oh no, he be put what he Christian, right?
I mean, I'm gonna be on his. He know where we at.
Yeah, it's
you know
okay.
what I'm saying. He know where we at. It's we there. We right there with it. So he know what it is. Boom, and he's able to sit there and stand in that type of environment.
To him,
so
man.
that would be a Christian that should be with it then.
Yeah, he know a lot of Roman history.
Yeah, shout out to him, man, because he be pushing some shit back on the ABOs, and I got to give him that. He like, nah, we can't.
The Romans that's his favorite civilization.
That shit was funny, man. Shout out to
Yeah,
Rev,
you know they shit.
aka Khufu.
Oh yeah, it's Khufu, y'all. If y'all wondering who we're talking about, it's Khufu.
Yeah, man. Khufu be like, nah, man, these ABOs was talking that shit. Nah,
But he got a point though, because they be using the N-word and shit.
Yeah, he right though.
It ain't got nothing to do with them, so they shouldn't even be using it.
Yeah, he was saying everything. I was like, yep, you know.
As soon as they walk in the building, the gloves come off for me. I don't even give a fuck.
But it's like
Rev the nigga on the block, like, who the fuck is this weird ass nigga? Why he wearing that shit? Like, we don't wear Chucks over here. What the fuck is
yeah,
why they wearing that shit? He got a feather in it.
Word up, nigga. Like,
he got a feather in his head, man. We trying to keep the peace a little bit, but he was right.
He was right. He was 100
He's right from his standpoint though, because that we're trying to preserve what we have in our community. It's a whole bunch of negative shit that come with our culture. That's cool. You know, that's what it is. We own it, right? And we're the ones responsible for repairing it, right? But they're a part of it though. They still using the vernacular. They know the code, the slang. We could talk in front of a European and we all know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. Like, how the fuck is that even possible if we two completely different people?
Mm-hmm.
That's cap.
Yeah,
you can't be over here act like you with us, and then but over here I do this little thing on the side. But that thing on the side you doing is involving our identity as a whole. We need all our numbers. I ain't got no problem with you being a black indigenous, but I'm saying you're not about to just wipe your ass with Africa. That is
really
retarded.
That's crazy, man.
Right.
That's what we all like. Nah, fuck that. And people with like common sense just understand that. Like, it's like,
And when this shit first started, that was kind of trying to shit on Africa. Now, since the empire struck back, they're trying to be cool with Africans, get the Africans to turn on us. And what the fuck with y'all?
Man, nah, man. I'm not turning on nobody. Nobody.
Look, that's where the indigenous get me when they be like, "Oh, that's African erasure to our brothers," and I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? African erasure? They are who they are, and I'm who I am."
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers think that we supposed to just battle them.
Yeah.
Give us kudos. Nigga, I don't need you to praise me for doing some shit I was gonna do it any fucking way.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, y'all gotta stop that shit.
Just because they dark skinned, you don't like them.
Yeah.
God damn, they be coming up there with deep throats and shit. Oh my God, I love the way you guys are so fucking amazing. You just like, shut the fuck up.
And then they call somebody name, but Pat, you are like, hold on, I thought you were so.
Oh no, guys, I know this guy. I know him. He's a like, you about to come in here and rearrange and that's what the setup is about. It's the carnage capitalist.
You know,
the carnage capitalist, the person that sees some type of division and they go in and exploit it so that they can compromise each the sides that are opposing each other and then take over your resources in the direction in which your civilization is going. That's what they are, carnage capitalists.
Yeah.
So this is like family business. Like, we can still argue amongst our family members, yo. Like, and they don't understand that. It's like, nah, you need to turn on them, and here's the blade, cut them.
We know when they cross the line. When they cross the line, they're gonna get hit. Cross that line, your ass gonna get hit.
Yeah, that's why Be For All and certain individuals can come, and we ain't gonna it's information, and I don't, it's nothing above and beyond that. They, so anybody outside our group looking in, they like, yeah, look at them, so it makes it look bad. That's what I think we was trying to convey to Khufu when, because I can understand where Khufu coming, but at the same time, when Soon was like, we are Pan-Africans and we do see them as our brothers that are kind of lost and shit like that. So that all comes into
the same way they see us as they brothers,
right,
and we lost.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And that's how you know the difference between the two, because you got the group of people who like, man, they just don't know they Indian, and they kind of, it's a passionate argument, and then it's other people like, he ain't with my hoax.
Right.
Fuck this nigga. Right. Yo, so what the fuck? Am I Indian or not? See, because I still think your ass African and you lost.
Right.
Because you don't believe me. I'm not about to make it seem like you're actually a different person.
Right.
You see, you gotta pay attention to that shit. It's a quick transition.
Yeah, so Tech, you don't even get into that shit, bro. She gonna call her cavalry and get your whole TikTok page sniped.
Yeah, I wouldn't even. Yeah, some shit you gotta just pick and choose your own battles.
She tried that battle shit with me over some shit Sue Tech said because I stitched this video and said some of them is racist.
Hey, but it's not our place. She right.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be speaking on it. If it crosses over into our history, then we have to speak about it.
I will talk on it.
I don't disagree, but they don't need to be coming on my shit talking about you don't call out race. I call out every fucking thing I say on my shit.
This ain't your business.
Right. I'll tell you one thing. One thing I'm gonna do, like my man said, when it cross over, we gonna fucking talk about it. When we talk about natives and enslaving Africans, we gonna talk about that shit. That's
right.
Good, the bad, and the fucking ugly.
Right.
And
now look, let me
I don't want to hear
little...
none of that bullshit. And everybody that knows me very well knows that I don't give a fuck because we've talked about that in our presentation. I don't give a fuck. And I'll just say what I gotta say about the situation. And I say this is the good, the bad, and ugly, and we bring it all out there. I don't need nobody coming to me telling me I shouldn't say that because I'm causing some division and shit. No, motherfucker, this is history, and it needs to be told. And this is how we need to convey the shit to our people because our people don't know. That's all.
Look, and I know I gave Pat some good information last night. He probably gonna act like I didn't, but watch you start beginning to hear him speak about things like the drummer wars of 1722. Watch you begin to hear him speak about that sugar cane, how they was enslaving through it. Because he know, and if he choose a side, then he just choose the side that that was actually doing the enslaving. That's all. It's there. I'm not holding you responsible though, but you're not. Yeah. The history don't exist.
That's exactly. That's what we're saying, and that's with Islam, Christianity, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Hey, and leave that woman alone, man. Who's that? Sutek? Yeah, leave her alone, bro. I'm telling you, we already been in the live, and me and Sutin, like, we in the back, like, texting each other, like, say this, say, hold on, did you hear that? Yeah, and we caught it, and we had to go back. We made sure that we weren't wrong about what we heard. We were even ran it back after that. Yep, that's what she said. And then we asked her a few more questions, and we caught her. She is not what you think she is. Like, that whole shit she doing is fake. That shit is fake as fuck. And there's other people that, like the dude who came up there, let's say he was just trying to, support his people and he's looking for allies. We'll get up there and say what's going on with your people, how we can assist you and how you can assist us. And we can like exchange resources, connections or something like that. That's it. Don't come up there talking about Patch doing this and that. We still black though. That's the end of it. We just over here black and then he's saying he not and we arguing about it and you over here trying to make it seem like, well, oh, you guys going to accept that you African, so I'm with you guys. And this guy, nah, that's not how that's working. He's not an enemy to us. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can't be we don't have enough ground to establish needing an ally in the first place. So if those are the talks you want to have, you need to talk like that. Talk like you're looking for resources and you have something to offer us and we got something to offer you. We know we make everything commercial. We'll get you a t-shirt, bumper sticker. We'll make a song about it, slogan, add some shit to Ebonics, all types of shit. We will cancel our women will cancel your ass, all types of shit. We got a lot to offer. So that's why they come to us for that package, the black package. But if that's what you want, we know what we got to offer. So what do you have to offer our people? Because you have connections as well. You can help the black indigenous people. You don't have to agree with what they believe, but you can help them out with what they're trying to accomplish because you have a common opposition, I'm gonna say. So you got to be aware of people who be pretending like, oh, I'm just trying to do this ally thing and teach history and make sure everything is accurate, but then turn around and they're saying the same exact shit that the black indigenous people are saying, but they're just not dark skinned. You got to be aware of that shit.
Look, if you take it back, Mo and Sutin, if you take it back, you remember I was saying fuck them and everything else. It wasn't until y'all kept bringing that up. I'm like, all right, let me go try this shit. But all I see is the demise when you try to stick with them, where they want to knife somebody else around. You know what I mean? It ain't even. You're like, wow, are you serious? That should be shaking me. Like that, like the main one that got me was that statue was a monkey.
It's a helmet,
bro. That's where we caught her. That's where we caught her at. 3 different people was given different explanations, right? And she picked the one that after one got debunked, she jumped to the next one. Facts. Yup, facts. That's not what the fuck you said it was. You didn't even know what the hell it was. Patah, me and Patah was talking in the back on what we was doing with that to get to the point of what it actually was. We doing the research to get to the point of it. She's up here just trying to find a way to debunk it. However I can debunk the shit, I just need to debunk it. So that shows that she's not looking for the information and then letting the information speak. The evidence talks. It has the last word. She's trying to find anything to refute it. So when one person's shit didn't work, he gets off the live, gets disgruntled, whatever, he's out of there. Then the next person jumps up. Hey, let me tell y'all. So basically, these people used to look like that. I mean, that we have people in South America who look like that. Yeah, that's right. Right, or those are rubber helmets. The next guy comes, no, that's a drum, and it's actually a monkey. She agreed with every single one.
That's the shit that got me.
That's cap. You gotta say you didn't know that, and then go research it and check the sources. It's gonna take some time. You can come back the next day after you study it, and then say, okay, I agree with this one. It was actually this one. Then when somebody else gets up there and they say it was a monkey, you go, no, that was a real person. It was a prisoner, and they turned them into.
It got worse the next day because Patah brought up the museum.
Hell yeah!
Yep. And showed multiple of them to show that they were depicting people,
right?
Yeah. Not monkeys.
Look, I was like, Mo, I need this. Could you help me with this right quick? Because I knew I was gonna be reading this shit. I was like, could you get this? He went and got that shit for me. Boom! I was like, all right, now they got a problem.
Oh yeah. Yep. Sent that jump. Boom.
That shit was like El de Negro. Yeah, shit to do, no fucking monkey.
And he already knew what it was. He just had to like refresh his memory. He was like, it's something. It's like, once I got the keywords, I already knew how to find the shit. Whatever. It was already known. These things weren't a big deal. Right. It was known. It was just like it's so, I guess, faded back into the curriculums. I guess it's just not out there in the front. And both people are lost. The black, indigenous, and the natives. They don't know their own people. To sit there and think that you, and then let's scratch all that shit. You're basically calling me a monkey.
I mean, and
that's what you're calling me, a monkey, bro. Like, what? How else do we figure that out? Like, you just said that it was. You said it was your people when somebody else popped up, but when it looked like us, you said it was a monkey. Think about that.
Oh yeah.
When it looked like us, it was a monkey. The other guy gets up there and shows you that no, people look like that down in Mexico and shit. Those people still exist. They look just like that. You would think they're African, right? And then she goes, "Yeah, wait a minute though. It's not a monkey no more? It should still be a monkey, even though your people look like that, right? It's only a monkey when it's a person of African descent."
Yeah, I felt that
Gotta
too.
Pay attention.
Yeah,
I play chess, my nigga.
Right.
I play chess, but I will go straight through your mind. That's what, once I seen that type of shit, I was like, yeah, I know what the fuck she was.
Yeah. And then she started taking blows after that. Once that museum came out with the information, she started taking blows. I started seeing it.
Now she ain't come back up since then.
Right. I started seeing people posting it on that side though, on the indigenous side. I mean, on the Native American side, they was posting it crazy. I got a few Native American friends. You know what I mean? I have a few Native American friends. They don't speak like that. I even got one that's in a wheelchair. She's a TikToker and all that too, but she's on a few platforms. She's a Native American, but she don't talk that shit. She don't talk the way they talk ever.
Sutek, we told them to do the stuff that we do before we even did the first presentation. We told them that they need to get together and start doing presentations. They said they're not going to do it.
That's all I was saying to them. I was like, y'all need to get together and go through that, and they never did it. Ever.
You know why we got to do it when y'all doing it?
Yeah.
We're not doing it for y'all though.
Right.
Y'all need to do it for y'all people.
That's right. What's up, Mr. Robinson in the house and shit?
What's going on?
Jeez, man.
Wanted to slide through. Was watching that. Want to slide through, man. I feel bad today.
Oh shit.
Rob was trying to hang with the big dogs. But we go all the way into the point of no return and still find our way back, man. You gotta he in recovery. He like, man, what the fuck just happened? You gotta get out of there, man. You gotta know when to get the fuck out.
I drank a little bit. Next thing I know, I woke up. I was like, dang, when the hell did I get off alive? God dang.
Nigga, I grabbed my phone, I laid down. I said, I'm just gonna lay here and listen. Nope, nigga, I knocked out.
So you missed everything.
I hella did.
I was trying to drag him into deep water, and they kept trying to get disgruntled, and Mo kept kind of guiding them back, like, no, let's just go through it. Because I want him to really see it, for real, for real. That's what he, like all of these treaties that was created during that period in time. Why were they created? You know,
he got away from them plantations. I kept on asking about them plantations. He tried to switch that shit quick.
I like him though. He's a good dude. He's when he run into shit that he got an issue with, he worked with it. I like him.
But it's the same issue though. All of these people get upset at the dark skinned indigenous. The moment they see a person with dark skin claiming to be them, they only attack.
Yeah, I don't mess with none of that. They even come to me on some of my videos. It's like, oh, wow, bro. I was like, man, have you even watched the whole video? I was like, you just go to any black person, don't you?
Yep.
Like, what the hell?
Hey, ally, like they just call you ally out of nowhere. That's why I don't want to be that, confrontational and shit. But, I gotta address it because I don't want nobody else thinking a certain way. If it does get to that point where we exchanging resources and shit like that, I want it to be real and official and something that's really going on, that's really helping our community after we shake hands. I don't want no internet shit because you don't know what people on.
Yeah,
we don't know. We could be sitting there. How many black people was agreeing with that dude that said he gonna unalive WIBO babies and they families and they sleep and all that shit? How many people was clapping hands with him? Facts and all this shit, and then he turned around and dropped some shit like that, and now you looking stupid. So if it's real, it's real, but it ain't gonna happen on no damn internet, TikTok. We arguing and all that. Look, let's get off of this bitch and put some paperwork down and see what you got going on. I'll tell you what we got going on, and we exchange. If it's real, you over here trying to, you don't like what you seeing on TikTok, and they wrong about the shit they doing, but that don't mean you about to like flip me against my people and cause some type of chaos to further your damn movement and shit.
I gotta credit Mo with that, Mo and Sutin, because I was like, hell no, fuck that. Even the predicament I'm in right now, I have to credit Mo and Sutin. I really do. Because like I said, I was on some, man, hell no. Ostracized, no way in hell. Like for real, for real. But then just sitting around, just gathering information, and, taking the time to just say, all right, let me give it a try. And I gave it a try, and it still went shitty, but then, I said, well, this ain't everybody. You know what I mean? I don't have the bone in my body where, I want to oppress. I don't want to oppress nobody. I don't want to do that. So what the hell am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? So I put myself in the best predicament I could to show people like, hey, we can sit back talking if we want, or if we them people, let's get the dirt. You know what I mean? Let's just try to get the dirt. Because if we all ain't going to do it, then it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to be some of us. Like I'm under strict rule now that just white people can't fix America. Just black people can't fix America. Only Americans can fix America.
Yeah, it's just we can't be. We have the right to be on guard, and we should stay on guard until further notice. There's nothing wrong with that. But when the talks get into play, we know what happened before, and now you got to show me. You got to do something first. We already did what we needed to do, and people took from us and ran with it and forgot about us. No, put in the work. Let's see what you got going on. How you helping my people? And then we can exchange. We need to see that value exchanged. Contracts, you breached it, treaties. We can bring that back. We can do it. But other than that, we got to get our shit together until somebody's actually showing that they really for us. Like this shit is entertainment to me. When they pull up and they talking and oh my God, you don't understand what they did to us. And we can, how the fuck we don't know, nigga? We still going through the shit. We know. We know exactly what's going on, nigga. Like, damn.
Hey, I tell you, this is how I see it. I see it's like cousins. it's like you can fight your cousin, y'all going through it, but as soon as someone step in, both of y'all jumping on them, and then you get back to business. That's how I do it.
That's how we do
somebody,
it.
Somebody actually came and told me, she was like, "Oh, why you protecting the natives?" Why? I was like, I'm talking to my people. Right now, it seems and it looks like our interests is aligned.
Right.
But that's it. I'm not talking to them. I ain't got nothing. I don't know anything about no Indians. I don't know anything about the lifestyle, but anything where we cross, that's what I talk about. I was like, this is family business. That's all it is.
That's all it
I
is.
ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
nothing to do with that.
Yep.
That's how we all stand. So anybody on the outside looking at that, like, want to know where we come from or our stance, this is it. We all are a nation within a nation, and we having a family discussion amongst ourselves. So when outsiders come in and try to like set up these little alliances that we ain't trying to align with nobody that don't really, and then you're gonna talk shit or be on some racist shit with them.
Right.
Even you know what I mean, which you gotta also be like, come on, yo, like
yo, are we playing? We just told this nigga he not really a Power Ranger, and you fighting him like he really a fucking Power Ranger. Like, no, we not doing this shit. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Power Ranger. No, that's still my brother, nigga. He just got the damn outfit on.
Man, he might be lost, but you don't got to be all racially fucking with him like that either.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It was a dude that came on our live, and this man told us that the Lakota Nation had more lynchings in history than any other people. And then when we started going in, because Tristan was trying to save him, he was like, "No, I meant in a day. We have more lynchings in a day than any." Like, he didn't say that shit at first.
We have more lynching in one day. That doesn't count, nigga. That's not lynching. You're at war. You're fighting. You talking about this? We're talking about people who are strategically like infiltrating different systems. These are lawyers, doctors, and all types of different people that be like, basically, they know what their motive is. I'm about to poison this person. I'm gonna hang them. I'm gonna lock them up. Say they killed themselves and all types of weird shit. They're hunting us even before slavery and after slavery. Right. They're doing that shit. This is not when they pulled up and fight like what Port City was bringing up earlier. He's not gonna call that a lynching if somebody pulled up and it was a confrontation and you fighting. Y'all are fighting each other. That wasn't peace. We're living under a system that's saying that we're all equal and we got the laws fixed and they're still lynching people. They're still doing it and showing you, they're bragging about it. They're not just unaliving you like there's some crazy killer. They have something out against you and they want to unalive you in a manner that shows that, yeah, we still on your ass. That's completely different. In that case, you still ain't being lynched. We the only ones being lynched. If you want to take the credit for that lynching in one day, and then Tristan got caught up in there, and I was trying to get her out. I tried for weeks to get her out.
You be trying. You be trying.
And I was like, fuck it. I just gotta. She'll figure. I knew she was gonna figure it out though. She eventually saw it and was like, hold on, let me back up a little bit. But you just don't go in there. And I guess we're from different places because it may be different on the West Coast. But I know where I'm from, DC, Maryland, and Virginia, and even some parts of North Carolina, South Carolina, we already know what's going on when it comes to the people of African descent, natives, and then us mixing and what happened because of that. There was a moment where they had to choose between, the European is pissed because we're mixing with each other, and we did relate. I'm not going to act like there was no peace. There's peace, there's treaties, there's all types of shit where we were helping each other, protecting each other. That happened. But then they chose to be like, okay, we're going to go with the lighter side, and they let them infiltrate. They don't want to talk about that part. They let lighter skin be okay with being a chief, and I ain't really worried about your identity and nothing. And they're slipping all through the cracks. They're all over the place, clearly just sitting there white and they're Native American. That's a fact. And it is like the darker shit is still, prevalent within this discussion where you're on one side of the spectrum with the possibility of you being Native. So if I hear you talking black and I get up there and I see your picture, I see your videos or whatever, you're just definitely not a Native. And then we go to those lives and it's just clearly a white dude up there talking. He can get caught in lies. She can get caught in lies. They can get debunked. They don't know the history, none of that shit. And they're still Indian. They're still Indian. I don't know how the fuck that should be working. And I'm not going to take it away and say that there's no people that do that, because I remember a few people that I spoke to back when I was dealing with religion, they would come on there and it was like, yeah, there are white people out there that are pretending like they're natives, but they really just like violated our people changed it, like Papa Pat said, changed it to like it follows the father, because they knew that it was the men that were messing with the women coming into the tribe, and they were trying to pass it into their families. There's a few people that do talk about that, but them as a majority, they just like, if you too dark, I'm coming at your ass. And that's what happened in Rob's live when he, I think that was that your first live? I think it was his first or maybe his second, but I felt like he was just getting his feet wet, and he went live. He's like, yeah, I'm in here, I'm about to get it in there. And he was up there talking. He wasn't saying nothing to disrespect them. If anything, you could just say that he was putting out information that protected their history and our history. It was just leveling everything out to make it what it was, accuracy, right? And she jumped up there. She was sitting in a panel for a second, and then when she finally got to talk, because it was heated, she cussed Rob out.
Oh yeah, the lady that was trying to and said about she was done with everything. I was like, I ain't done with this.
Who was it?
It was just because he was black. She thought it was some black. She wasn't listening to anything he said. He was debunking everything they said as soon as they brought it up. He said, okay, we can go to that. All right, let me see. Go to that. Okay, let's go to that. He was debunking them for like 30 minutes straight, back to back to back to back to back. When she started talking, she said, you guys and this, and you got to do that. Da, 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 da. And she was like, oh, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't listening. Well, you just told on yourself.
Yeah.
You just jumped in a live and you saw black people. You have to listen when you join a live. That's the first thing you do. Let me listen and see what's going on here. And then you jump in.
That's the same thing Red Warrior did.
You just saw black people say, man, I'm about to push
this
shit.
Red Warrior or something like that. He did the same shit. When I brought up when I was talking to a buddy about, being called American Indian, and I asked, I was like, oh, so did y'all invent AIM? Do you know anything about AIM? Because they're called the American Indian.
Your mic kind of muffled, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, it sounds like you calling from the jail cell phone, dog.
Hold on. What about now? Can you hear me?
Give us a drop.
Hold on.
Are you in your car?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you on a Bluetooth?
Yeah.
What about now?
Say something again.
Oh shit! Hold on.
I think
all right, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Now I'm saying, Red Warrior did the same shit. When I was going in on Buddy because he kept talking about American Indian. I asked him about AIM. Did he know anything about that? He just couldn't answer it. Going through AIM, the people of it. And then he jumped up there. Oh, did you say, the Black Panthers and this and this? I'm like, man, did you even listen to anything I was saying? I was like, why don't you just come in here, sit down, and just listen, and it'll prevent you from doing something stupid whenever you jump up on the panel. And man, he was getting cooked in there.
They don't want it.
Like at this point, they just see a black face and they just want to let that shit loose. I was like, I'm not about that.
Oh, I talked to the Black Panthers. Wait till I tell the Black Panthers what you guys doing. Like what the fuck they gonna do to me? Like he was actually getting like he gonna tell on us or something. Like he knows the authority. Like
he said he talked to them and they don't know me.
That's the one person that is not gonna do anything to me. When if you told on us and some phone call came through and we had to speak to somebody, we're gonna tell them what the fuck happened, and that's gonna be the end of it. That's it. And then you don't have to make no damn correction. They'll tell you, hey, look, leave them the fuck alone. That's what's gonna happen. Because we know what the fuck is actually going on in our community, and that's the problem. People keep thinking like we're part of their story or some shit, like they can control us as characters, and they got to get out of that mindset and actually do business with people. Like we got to start being actually civilized. They're still looking at us as lesser than. You got to ask us what we on. You can't be like, oh, let me go over here to these niggers and just fucking manipulate and use them. No, we're not stupid.
Yeah. I think they did that with Beef Raw too. I think that was my first live too. That's all they wanted to talk about is Beef Raw. Oh, she did that video. I was like, I don't care about that right now. That's not what the conversation's about.
Hey, look, Rob, that shit happened, bro. There's a girl that she follow us, right? And they kept saying, oh, well, TikTok won't let her go live. And then the moment before, this was like for over a year, the moment before I got on my TikTok, mysteriously, you were able to go live. So you got on there and you tried to just address her.
You caught that? He caught that shit. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even catch that. I didn't even catch it. Oh wow. I know exactly who the fuck you talking about.
I was like, what the? I was like, I thought you didn't have live access because of TikTok. Oh well, sometimes it goes in and out. What the fuck you mean it go in and out? And I always go out, and I never come in unless Beef Raw's on my panel. The first time I let Beef Raw on my panel, it was like 8 people tried to get at her. I'm like, what the fuck? They just wanted to address the video.
Yeah.
So yeah, they think we're fighting this battle on their behalf. And I told them, I said, look, my wife's one of her best friends lives on the reservation, and she's married to a white man. Majority of the tribe are married to white people. So y'all don't like the dark-skinned people. Y'all quick to marry white people. So my thing is just give out the same smoke.
I showed them the whole family of the chief that runs this shit in I think the Eastern Band in South Carolina.
Hey, Rob, your mic.
Yeah, you got an echo.
There you go.
All white, kids white, wife white, everybody white. Ain't no question about it. Don't even talk like them. I tell you what, all we got to do is what we'll do is this shopping center that we want to build here. And like what the fuck? Who? That's the chief. That's wild.
Yeah,
you know, but that's what happened. You know, that matches the stories of what was going on. And look, it's not 100% negative because that's people's business and that's what they decided to do to survive. And some of our people did weird shit kind of like that to survive. You know what I'm saying? It happens. But we don't have to lie. We have to leave the story as it is. We can't sit here and go, oh, yeah, but that's the enemy, and then start erasing things and then get to another subject. No, we're in line right now. You can't cut the line and start going, well, I'm here, I'm first. No, you're in your community. I'm not going to butt in your line. I'm in my community. You don't butt in my line. There's going to be a point where we get up to where we can start interacting right. And I just don't think that this is the right time. And that's me being considerate because like Patah said, I ain't even with that shit either. I'm just not with that. I don't see that in my lifetime, but I know that I tend to not be optimistic and I force myself to be optimistic and I try to consider all possibilities. That's what makes me a good researcher. So I know, okay, cool, there's a way it can happen, but to pinpoint it, if you're not doing it in a certain manner, then I'm just going to stay at the default that I just need to stick with my people and make sure we can have a solid foundation until you actually want to get some actual work done. Y'all not about to keep using us for your little promotion packages. We done dealt with that shit too much.
Yeah, we got our own trauma to deal with, y'all.
So many of the indigenous brothers and sisters that come out to the events with us when we get in the land and all that. So many of them, they ain't out there complaining. They actually in there doing the work for real, y'all. They not out there complaining, and they say the same thing that they wish they wasn't out there doing that. They were somewhere trying to get themselves straight. You know what I mean? Because you got to do things that work now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about hundreds of them.
If y'all think we lying about this TikTok shit, I don't know if y'all remember 80s hip hop and R&B. I don't know if y'all remember, but he used to come on my platform all the time and talk to us, right? Pan-African brother. He said the natives kept reporting his TikTok page. So he got banned. So he has a new TikTok page where he only got like 30 or 40 followers. Because he believes like the Ivan Van Sertimer, David Imhotep shit. So he posts that stuff, and I guess they came for him.
Got him up out of there.
And they get you when you respond to them. That's how they get you.
And we have different people like that in our community who agree with what the master teacher is saying, and you have the ones who have to be a little bit more responsible. And we got to hold ourselves to I ain't gonna say higher, a different standard, right? To make sure that we keep it, because you got to have that person that believed the whole time, right?
Yeah,
and then you got to have the person that takes the long route to prove it, and we solid when we get there.
Yeah,
if we end up getting to that point. So you shouldn't like try to block him from doing that. That's not erasure. That's not anything that's going to harm your people. That is something that is being speculated, and some scholars do agree with it. Right. It's just we know how to research, and we know that's not something to stand on when you're trying to teach people. But someone is supposed to believe it and keep pushing for it, because when it does end up that person was right, if it gets there, you're going to have people that agree to it, and it shows that they weren't being biased either. They were following what they saw, what maybe they figured out something in their head and they couldn't fully express it. Who knows?
Exactly.
We don't know, right? Remember, you got to have both ends of that shit. But now when you trying to purposely say the slave trade didn't happen and there are no Native Americans, they're fake, they don't exist, that's different. That's the person like you should be going at. Like, I don't know how the hell they went. I was wondering what happened to him.
Yeah, that's
like,
what happened.
He ain't pull up.
What was that? That was I think that was Thursday. Wednesday or Thursday. He was like, "Hey, this is me." I'm like, "Who the fuck is me?" He was like,
"Man, I'll follow him."
He was like 80s hip hop and R&B. I'm like, "Where your other page at? Just come up here." He was like, "Man, they banned me." Damn. Like the natives got my page banned.
See, I don't like that shit.
But as you can see,
I'm gonna probably give him an account. That's fucked up.
The other people, they still got their accounts. Beef for Raw, Wild Indian, Natural Earth. They all got their shit. The people that y'all really should be going after, trying to get their accounts, they still got their shit. Right. But the dude that said, "Are y'all African?" That's the guy y'all come out. Not the dude trying to erase and steal your history, but the dude say, "Yo, y'all just come from Africa." I don't get that shit at all.
Nothing.
And then they start the conversation with, "I appreciate my African brothers and sisters doing such and such and such." And then once it hit the fan, you saying that person is African, but he should be your brother and sister too, right? Regardless to whether they claim indigenous or not. If you think they're African, then they still should be your brother and sister, like me. Like he came in the room and said to us, "I appreciate the work you're doing, my African brothers and sisters."
Because, yeah, he uses Sheikh Anta up a lot. And my thing is, I don't have a problem with that. But my problem with these people is y'all have the same talking points. We've been here first. We originated in America because we have oral tradition. They have the same talking points. The difference is one person has a darker skin tone.
Yep.
And they'll all admit, "Oh, we know we got dark-skinned people in our family." So y'all colorists. Because Papa Patch could be your family. Y'all don't know that. Be for real. Be for
That's
all.
What Rev was trying to say. Like, you over here beefing with your cousin. You could say that he's lying about being 100%. But then what about what's really, because we really think that some people are just exaggerating their percentage.
Yep.
That's the truth behind it. So at the same time, his 100% approach is fake, but he just trying to rep his whole, I mean, that's where he going with it. You know, he's trying to rep that whole thing. He's trying to push it all the way to 100%. And cool, you can knock him for it, but then that would still be your cousin. That's you still related in a way. He's just trying to exaggerate it. He wants to be fully related to you, I guess. He wants to be more related to you. Like, how is that not love that somebody wants to be you anyway? It just shows it's like they ain't really with it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I don't even know what the hell they got going on. Like, what do y'all have going on anyway? Like, this is not the time to be making those type of beasts with people. Y'all should leave it alone. Let us deal with what we're dealing with in our community and figure out how to make way for the next generation so that they're not oppressed by the same oppressors that we both got. Focus on that shit first and let us tend to our education within our community, because that's what it is. It's a lack of education. They really don't understand what the hell they're looking at, and they got lost. Our elders are part of it as well too. So, you know, that's some shit we got to deal with while leaving the door open. That's the part that a lot of people don't want to deal with. You got to leave that door open a little bit, because there may be some shit that we miss.
That's right. I'm 100% behind that. Leave that door open, but you ain't got to play around. Keep putting your foot in there. Get enough, and someday soon, you never know. You know what I mean? You
Well,
can't
sure. All
get
right,
off
y'all.
looking at shit.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. I gotta run to the store. I gotta go to damn Renaissance Fair tomorrow. So I
All
gotta
right.
get it tonight.
Peace,
All right.
peace. Shout out to Mr. Robinson.
And I'll be back at it tomorrow.
All right.
All right, Rob.
All right, y'all.
Be
Peace,
safe.
everybody. Peace to the chat. Y'all have a good one.
Peace.
Peace, peace.
Sean. But yeah, man. Shit, wow. I bet you they won't come up here though.
Right?
That's the
Yeah,
bottom.
it is a damn. It's over a century of pseudoscience, but I'm saying the door has to be open because we're building on our knowledge of what we're as we go. So we could find anything. So it still has to be open for discussion. You know, you can't just get up there and you just don't like what somebody's saying because you don't like it. You can just disagree with it. You still got to be able to back up what you're saying, and you should be standing on what you're saying. You can't say that life started in Africa in a live where there are African descent people in there, and then go to your live and go, I don't know why those black people think that life started in America. Life actually started over here. Our people told us that, and that's what it is. And that's not what you were saying. I thought we were thinking scientifically. So now you're coming into my community pretending like you're trying to educate my people, and that's not really what you're doing. You just don't want them to believe the same thing you're believing. You want to have your own. You're not part of my cult. You're not part of my belief system. You guys are too dark or whatever. No, we're not doing that. Either the information is correct or it's incorrect. I don't care what the fuck you look like.
Yeah, they try to play the look like game, like, you know, you ain't gonna be able to do what we do. And that's why I don't see why they think they can come and do that. And that first response that I seen Suit have to that shit, I was like, oh, okay, that's what's up. Because I was like, what the fuck? That shit happened, what? About a year and a half ago. That's how long we've been dealing with this shit. They act like this is fresh. No, we've been on this because we wasn't even bothering nobody.
Right.
We was going back and forth, Big O and all that. We was having fun in our own space. And for me, the crowd got too, what do you call that? Spirituality, you know, shaking and all that crazy shit. And then on this side, the indigenous thing, they start coming in. So we just was like, y'all was trying to walk us into a corner. Like, that ain't gonna work. I'm always up for the, you know, information being correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about having just, I guess, integrity, you know what I'm saying, on the joint, and, you know, and just conceding to anything that might develop, you know, that might change whatever's going on. So, you know, as of right now, we subscribe to the out of Africa theory. Why? Because we got all of the evidence supporting it. Until it says otherwise, right? Right? Until y'all can prove otherwise.
And it's staggering. So you're not going to come up, you're not going to go, hey, look at this book. No, we need some data, lab data. We need sites. We need bones.
Look. Well, hold on. And what you're not going to do is, I hear what you're saying. It's like when they I guess the natives, I guess, come over here, and then all of a sudden they go with the out of Africa theory. But then all of a sudden it's like, nah, nigga, we from America.
Right.
Right. Like, that shit weird. I hear what she's saying. Like, hold on, yo. Like, nah, the science is there. You can't just make this shit sound good for y'all.
That's what they do, bro.
Yeah, so that's why I don't even like having those conversations with them like that. I know what we know, and we all know what's good with that, and I just kind of leave that out there because it did get weird around that time frame. I do know what you're saying, y'all.
I'm ready to push that shit in instantly. That was, I be knowing, but I stay cordial because it's
right.
You know that
right.
I stay cordial because I'm a syndicate. I want to be a syndicate. I want to violate my chances doing something crazy.
I try to lay a low too, man.
Fuck that.
Yeah, and that's why we you know, I just stay to our, you know, I guess the Afrocentric viewpoint of stuff and just kind of do what we've been doing, because sometimes when you get over there, it's gonna kind of stir the pot up on some shit, and they gonna get shit pushed back in, because you can hear the resistance in their voice. Because we got the integrity to go right at it with the haplogroups and coming out. You know what I mean?
They can't shake.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
See, they get the full package when they come in. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Like you can say tomorrow. No, tomorrow. Somebody got you right now. Hold on.
Yeah.
Whether it be biblical, anything Abrahamic, we got you on deck. More is right there. More than willing.
They can get uncomfortable, man. But no, shout out to integrity, man. That's all it is. Just truth is the truth, man. If the information says otherwise, we'll concede. We've all said that. I've said that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But no, as of right now, is Africa all day, every day right now.
can't duck it.
Right.
And it ain't even to violate nobody.
Right. And no disrespect.
Word.
Yeah. It just is what it is. Africa will bow down gracefully to anybody, but it can't right now. Speaking of which, I'm trying to get out there, y'all. I got my little visa passport picture joint, so I gotta like fill his application out.
Yeah, look, so I'm state rep for 2 areas, West Virginia and Pennsylvania, right? So it's like there's perks that going on with flying and all of that, right? They charge us $25. We fly anywhere in the United States plus the Caribbean. $25 a flight.
Oh, that's dope.
Word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Caribbean?
Yeah, and the Caribbean, yeah.
Yeah, that's like a hot flight joint.
Yeah. $25, you get there, and whenever you decide to leave, pay $25. You ain't got to get no round trips. It's $25.
Hit them up. It's a hot flight right there.
Yeah. I wonder what they doing over there on TikTok. I know they missing everybody.
I don't know, soon you gonna push over there? I mean, I can close.
I'm just waiting for you to end the show, brother.
Oh shit, my bad, man.
We over here running.
All right, y'all. Let me close.
All right, y'all. We'll catch y'all on the other side. Peace.
All right, y'all.
Peace, man. I'm gonna wrap it up, y'all. Let's close it out. We can go all night. That's crazy. And man, shout out to everybody who has came in today. Volume 12. We wanted all the smoke. Ain't nobody show up. We've been here for almost 9 hours. Peace to the chat, Val B. Shout out to Sean for coming. Everybody follow the Mossy Warrior clan on YouTube and Not a Coincidence. Both of them fellas got an awesome page, and they do the same shit we do over here. They just do it over there too. All right, family. If you haven't already, go ahead and support the channel by going in and getting yourself something nice at the store. And of course, we got the Cash App, and we appreciate that. Shout out to Sharonda. I got to put your necklace in the mail. I got your shirt coming out to you, and I'm gonna get that to you. Well, peace to everybody. I didn't know how long we was on this joint already. It's been like damn near 9 hours, yo. That's fucking crazy. But you know what we do over here, Death Row. We know what we do. You know what we do. Sharon, I got you, girl. Give me a minute. I've been busy. It's probably gonna come one at a time. Your shirt should be coming. And then I got you with the necklace. I ain't figured about you. All right. Let me see. Where the music at? All right. Hold on. Right here. Are we right here? Everybody go follow Susan on TikTok. If I can stay up, I might be over there too. Where the fucking music at? All right, here we go. Peace.
Let us roll.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.